Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ó ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody is asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because you know lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, oh, well, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the Capitol and stage a coup. People who stage coup in Nigeria, they never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, well, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drugs, and I know a lot of people who distributed drugs. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? I mean, when you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was Tinubu.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Farotimi, I disagree with him. Obi cannot tell us he's not probing the rest people. In as much I know that offices will take care of it, as the commander-in-chief, he should let us know that they will probe from 1960 till date, and the
Wenye mazolo bio Akwa nwa zoro bio Max Ibia bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo Olaga ni biazugo Mma ulaga do ni biazugo Akwa nwa wilo chiyo biko rapuzo Kona bazia Onyo mazoro biko Abamba wazoro dasari Ibia unye nigwana Ulaga doni biazigo Ulaga doni biazigo Abamba wilo chino Biko rapuzoro Ona wazia Mazi weko mama Odogu no kwerezu naka Onyo mani gadele mo Mazi ni bazi kama Ibu go with melody Odogu na chala noka Izi wane mliga delemo Olaga doni pezigo noe Olaga doni pezigo Amama wilo chilo Bigora muzoro Anabazi Te Onyama zoro de Amama wazoro de Sorry Ibia wuyano kwa namo Ofube naro Olaga doni piazugo Nazaboy Olaga doni piazugo Amama wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Aizu Odogu kenano bikechofo Ama kwa mnika gogogia Waligwe kwelo Ikechomo bele begia Hey, you want? Eku kampune kene Omogo ndi nso Chukwu emekalumo Ike chukwu negaji Esi nwanne mekene Ịlapụ ife nini na-eme wee bịa Nke gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom megadi Ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu Isili maxi ọ bụ na-etiri egwu a Malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ Wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme Wisdom onume ekene gị Ọbamanwụ iyo biko lapụ Nabasị ya Zoro, 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 zoro Hausa, Sokoto, Ujembe Mwilo, Anusolo Mwe Manofia Nara, Onye Wuro Zurike.
Let me see. Testing mic. Greetings, everyone out there, and fellow Nigerians and others in the diaspora. Anyone is welcome here. And this is going to be an interesting one because the topic is about, Nigerian and foreign investors are running away from the country, and who will fix the country if everybody's running away? And one thing I would like people to get is that this platform is here to provide quality and evidence-based discussion that is going to get us somewhere. If I challenge anybody that challenge this channel, challenge all the other channels out there, including Arise, Channels TV, TVC, all of them. How many of them can challenge facts as much as this channel? And people are putting their face here. You can see people talk, not when people are hiding behind the scenes and saying stuff. People come on camera. Yes, they don't include their full names, but they come on camera and they have their views, and their views are challenged, and the evidence is provided for their positions. And I think that is a very valuable thing. And then this is why it's important to recommend this channel to your fellow Nigerians, fellow Africans, and fellow human beings out there that want to hear facts about what is happening with our country and within the community at large. This is very important, and I'm happy with what Dr. Damages has done. And this is what his basically his whole approach is. We have to have quality discussions about these things, and this is why when we come here and some people start having tribalistic discussions and want to make things about political ideology. I don't think we have the luxury for that. Everything has to be based on evidence. We have to give everybody the benefit of the doubt. As long as they have evidence of what they are saying, you have to listen, because evidence basically tells you that they are telling the truth to an extent. You have to listen to it. You can't dismiss somebody with evidence, but if you don't have evidence, you will be challenged and you'll be found wanting. And if you are found wanting, your ideas will be kicked out. Simple. Except there is merit to it. And I appreciate all the people that come on to give their time here and help get the message out there to our fellow Nigerians, because information is a very powerful thing. Information is worth more than gold. And if you have a corrupted set of information, it's very damaging. Right now, information is worth more than gold. All our presence here on this platform, people are selling it. They are selling that information to make billions upon billions of dollars. Our information that we submit on WhatsApp, they are selling them. On Instagram, they are selling them. They are using them to craft our behavior, to do whatever they need to do with us. That's why information is very important, and we should not underestimate the power of these discussions you're having here, and we should never minimize it. And I encourage everyone to encourage their family members, friends, church members, Islamic members, or everybody are welcome to have conversation here. And that is what I have to say for now. And in the meantime, we are going to get to the topic at hand. I think where this stuff started from was that Nigeria, there were about 141,000 Nigerians that have arrived in the UK just in the last 1 year. And that is only the UK. We don't know how much has gone to the US. We don't know how much has left to Benin Republic or Niger or Cameroon, South Africa. So if you have 141,000 heading to the UK, you know that a lot more has left to other areas. And that calls into the question that who is going to build the country if everybody is running away? We also have big companies leaving the country. We've been hearing them one after the other. They're announcing that they're leaving the country. Personally, I don't mind whether they leave or not. What matters is what we can bring back in. And we don't even need them. The truth is, most of the companies that are leaving Nigeria, they are not Nigerian companies. You don't see Dangote leaving Nigeria. If you're not Nigerian, yeah, you're welcome. If you want to go, you go. The important thing is we take care of our environment. If our government restores our national security and make sure that Nigerians feel safe, we don't need those people. Nigerians will return. Nigerians are skilled. They are capable. They will return and they will build an economy that is worth living in. That is not spending 27 billion on 200 million people and I expect that to go anywhere. 27 billion is chicken change. We are living on scraps that other people left for us. Here in the UK where I am, the health budget alone is 400 billion pounds, not dollars, pounds. If you convert that to dollars, you are looking at about 600 billion pounds. Maybe 600, 500 billion pounds, dollars, I mean. So that is how much is spent on their healthcare budget. Nigeria's entire national budget, including for defense, healthcare, education, everything, is 27 billion. By that standard, are we even living in the same world? And their country is made up of 66 million people. The country here in the UK is 66 million. Nigeria is 200 million. So the scale of difference in spending is astronomical. And we spend a lot of our time fighting for scraps when we should be asking the big questions. Why are we living like this? Something is wrong with our leadership. Because other countries, like if you go to like Spain or Portugal, the gap is not that massive. If you go to Switzerland or Sweden, the gap is not that massive. Why is it so big between Black Africa? As a matter of fact, if you go to North Africa, the gap is not that crazy too. Ours is out of control. That money, if you give 27 billion to Pentagon, they'll be like, what are you, is this for our chewing stick that you are giving this for? Or for the, I don't know. Are you telling us we should use it for chewing stick? Because this is not even enough to buy our food. The entire 27 billion of Nigerians' annual budget. We are not asking big questions. And our press, this is why I tell you people that you should have people come here and listen to this channel. Because our press, they are not telling you the truth. They are there arguing that they send 1,000 people to Copt. They send this one to here. But still, that is nothing compared to how much we are losing. How much we are hemorrhaging. The reason why we are bleeding money is because all our work is not being invested in the country. All our ability to create industries is being frittered away by these leaders that call themselves leaders. They keep making incremental changes that barely amount to anything. If our national budget is 27 billion, that should tell you all the problem you need to know. Let me see, what's one Nigeria saying? Let me see, 27 trillion. Yeah, it's equivalent to $27 billion. That's what I'm saying. 250 million people. Okay, we have not done the census on that. Nigeria is not serious. Nigeria is not serious. And the press, they are not serious. They are not. If you see this type of money coming every year, you should be alarmed that this is unacceptable. It's an unacceptable amount. You can't expect a country to function on this. If the UK spend that money, hey God, if the UK government say this is all we have, 27 billion for 1 year, this country will go up in flames. They will tear everything down straight. And any European country they present this nonsense to, they will lose it. Because you have to ask, why are we living on this amount? Even if you told Nigerians to be donating 5 naira every month by their population, you probably get more than this amount. It's ridiculous the amount that they are bringing in, that this is what Nigeria is supposed to be living on. And we are an oil nation. A nation that every year you get money from oil, basically for free. And we can't make anything out of it. Instead, They are very happy. And I'm still waiting to hear Tinubu to make a speech and say, you know what, Nigerians, please stop running away. Or make it hard for Nigerians to run away. Why are they not concerned about that? Or have you seen Tinubu say, oh, please, people, stop using foreign currency. Stop by using too much dollars in the country. You're making our currency lose value. He's not done that. If anything, our president decided that if they want to sell their the national presidential jet, they should pay for that in dollars. If the presidency is or the Air Force, I don't know who is doing that, is asking Nigerians to pay for private jets in dollars, what are the people supposed to make of that? What is the sense that these people, you are governing them to build their own value, build their currency value? Then later on, you go and tell them again that, we want to buy cars, but all of them are foreign cars we want to buy. These people are not serious. We have car manufacturing companies in Nigeria. If you want armored vehicles, you have armored manufacturing companies in Nigeria. But yeah, they go and buy foreign ones. Most self-respecting nations in the world, they use their national vehicles. For one, you are advertising the quality of your national vehicles when you do that. Because now people are going to come and say, you know what? Yes, these people are serious. Look at the president is using their car. They are fine. Maybe we should be buying from them. And we start getting another set of foreign income from our cars. The only area Nigeria is manufacturing anything that is value added right now is through our music industry and through our movie industry. If the government could have torpedoed that one, they would have figured a way out to torpedo it. That one is out of their control. Because young men have to do what young men have to do. Artists have to do what artists have to do. And they allow us that space. But the space that is most important to whether we do well in the future is to be industrialized. The one that will get us to where we need to get. If you don't get industrialized, you're in trouble. And if you are somebody that is working in the media, you're listening to this, seriously, you will need to be asking serious questions of our leaders. Not all these same questions you keep asking them about godfatherism and whether they are buying this private jet tomorrow or whether Dangote Refinery is coming on this day. And when they disappoint, you ask them the next month again. You have to be asking them big questions. Why are we okay with losing $50 billion of GDP every year due to insecurity? Why are we okay with that? That's $50 billion. So if you borrow $10 billion to invest in your security infrastructure to prevent it, that is money well spent. You gain $40 billion, which is higher, by the way, than our entire national budget. Why is it okay for us to be losing $50 billion like that? There are so many things in our culture that is wrong, and we seriously have to be asking ourselves serious questions that if we are having all these problems and we are not asking pertinent questions about it, what do you expect to happen? What I see in Nigeria today, I don't know why people are surprised. What I see in Nigeria is how it's supposed to be. You're supposed to have insecurity. You're supposed to have corruption. You are supposed to have people, hustling one after the other. You are supposed to have all the vices you are seeing is what you are meant to see. Not if you think about it, if you really analyze it very well with the way other nations got to where they got to, everything that has happened to us, it's going to make perfect sense. What I see in Nigeria doesn't surprise me at all. I'm even surprised if anything, I'm surprised that Nigeria is actually still, to an extent, the people of Nigeria are still patient. They are still trying to even tolerate each other. People think we are always too tribalistic, we hate each other too much. Given the conditions we are in, we are quite tolerant. Given the conditions we are in, we actually give our leaders a lot of benefit of the doubt. We actually do. Many people here in the UK, they want to, If you try that nonsense with this thing, the UK here, you go and run their country down like this, they will not they will not listen to you anything you say anymore. They barely even listen to the Prime Minister now. No matter what he does, the next year election is almost decided. No matter what he does, now if like let him go and bring unicorn from space, they are still going to find a way to vote him out. Because these people, they don't tolerate nonsense. And it's not because their life is totally blighted, because they feel that their life is not gotten a lot better. This economy spends $1.5 trillion on its economy. This is the UK of 66 million people. $1.5 trillion on its economy every year. Every single year they are spending that much. How are you going to compete with such people if you keep living on $27 billion? You keep living $50 billion lying there without GDP growth. You keep living it. We can't carry on like this. We have to start asking pertinent questions of our leaders that we can't. If you keep living like that, I can make an excuse for you. You can get your side chick, do all the nonsense you want to do, but we have to get the real big dollars in here. And the real big money is going to come with real investment, people that actually want to stay in the country. And the only people that really want to stay in that country are Nigerians. That you don't have to beg to come back. All you have to do is give them the environment. And watch the way they are going to drag businesses down. You know, many Nigerians are married to Igbo people here. They will drag them down too. And those Igbo people will drag the money that they have down too. Some of them will inherit money, they will drag it down. They will drag expertise down to Nigeria. Drag the Nigerians back, you will drag prosperity back to Nigeria. And some of the people that are living in Nigeria are some of the best minds we have in the country. They are all living. The countries that are going to are the countries that require the best minds. Hence, they are going there. You can't afford to lose your best minds and afford to develop. It's not going to happen. You can't lose your best minds and expect to develop this thing properly. Even I have experienced this in Nigeria while working in Nigeria, that 5 years ago, we had more capability on the ground in Nigeria than we have today. It's not because we are not building, but too many people are leaving. Even bank apps don't work very well. Even this thing, if you send money to Nigeria, cost is just going up through the roof. Everything is more expensive. People don't want to stay. Even the ones that are working in Nigeria, their mind is not there. That one is even doing damage. That's a psychological damage. Because if that person is supposed to write a full page of report today, but because half of his mind is overseas, he's going to write half page. We are losing on so many levels. The damage, some of them we can't even see it directly on GDP. We can't necessarily see it overtly, just because the psychology that most Nigerians operate with right now is, oh, when am I going to leave? Should I leave? Some people, the agonizing thought alone of thinking of leaving or not leaving is exhausting. And then when you leave, the penalty you pay for leaving, people don't know the penalty that they have to pay. There is a penalty you pay. Every time somebody talks, you have to translate what they are saying. Sorry, somebody keeps blaming me on this app. So every time they say something in the West, you have to translate it. Everywhere you go, they will look at you differently. If you think you have tribalism in Nigeria, go to Europe and go to the West. Everywhere you go, and the worst of it all, they look down on you. That's the worst one. Everywhere you go, they look down on you. As a black person, not as a Nigerian. As a Nigerian, they look down on you, and they're also scared of you half of the time. Although they do like Nigeria sometimes, because of music, and they think we are also very, very all that stuff. But it's not a good thing to live where you are born, to live where you buried your ancestors, to live where you evolved. It's not always a good thing. Most people live where they are born. Most people do, because they know that's where they can achieve their best. I think somebody asked a question. I saw a video online recently. A man, he asked Nigerians a question. He said, all the Nigerians that are going overseas, how many billionaires have they created from being overseas? None. You've not created a billionaire. Then I thought about it even further. I said, How many top CEOs in the world, top tech CEOs in the world are Nigerians? The top 50, not one. Oh, how many of them are black? Not one. So what is the purpose of us going overseas? Go overseas to go and watch and walk and make them stronger so that they can now even control us even more. That's what we are doing. We are glorified, I'm sorry to say, glorified service people, glorified slaves. We go there, we work for them, we die, and they don't even care whether we are there. They will just leave us, do our own thing, and when you are dead, you are gone. And then if you are lucky, the people make a little bit of money, they send back home, and we carry on dancing the same dance again. Nothing truly is changing. If anything, from my own estimation, things have gotten worse. Because when Oyibo people came to Nigeria to take over Nigeria to colonize us, if Nigeria was united, they wouldn't have been able to do that. Let's say the entire Nigeria as we know it today was united. Sultan of Sokoto, Oba Obini, all of them came together and said, all these Oyibo people, they are coming to take our land. Though. Let's stop them. They would not have been able to win that war then. But now they can. Why? Because they've gotten stronger while we are getting weaker. And that nobody's checking that matrix. Nobody's watching for that matrix. That matrix is telling you that the direction we are heading is towards extinction. We are not getting stronger, we're getting weaker and weaker. They are getting stronger and stronger. And we are repeating the same mistake of sending our people to go and work for them. Why is nobody watching that matrix? That matrix is different from all Asian countries. Asian countries have gotten stronger now. No European country can go there and mess with Japan or mess with China. No, you can't do that now. But us, they can do it now more than they could have done it even 300 years ago or 100 years ago. They are stronger for it now. So why are we pursuing policies that make us weaker? But I think somebody said, who is this was saying Japa has a good side? Don't worry, you can come on and tell us where Japa has a good side. The only good side for Japa is that if your governments are smart, like the way the Chinese, the Asian governments are, you can tap into those your citizens to send expertise back home, to send intellectual property rights back home, because they can buy companies overseas. You can fund them to go to the West, acquire knowledge, send it back to Nigeria, and we use it to develop the country. You can even give them money to buy companies. They can buy steel companies here. They will use that steel company to be making money in the West here, at the same time send the expertise to Nigeria. But why are they not doing that? That is the power of Japa. Japa has power. Black people don't have problem with Japa in terms of, we have too many black people overseas actually, probably more than the Chinese. In America, you have 50 million black people there. What are they doing with them? Do we even bother to go and talk to the black people that we sold into slavery when we go to the UN every year? Tinubu will go to the UN next year. He will not talk to Americans. So he will barely even go to the Nigerians. he will encourage them to come home, but when he gets home, he will not do anything to invite them back home. Because I saw him, to his own credit, when he was talking to Nigerians in the US, he did say, you guys should come back home to develop. We want you back home. But that's just words. There's nothing attached to it. I've seen many traditional leaders in Nigeria come to the West, come to London. I've been present once in London when they were having conversations with them. And most of the people that wanted to come back to Nigeria, two key things they kept asking for: security, healthcare. Security, healthcare. Because those ones that want to come back, they have a lot of money. Those ones that want to come back, they have a lot of skills, but they are also more elderly. Some of them are already retired. They need healthcare and they need security. They don't want to come to Nigeria and die. Some of them, they have Oyibo partners. Why would they want to come to Nigeria when they could kidnap the Oyibo partner for money? It complicates our lives. It's a very simple problem. Nigeria is not even that complicated at all. People just think it's complicated. Fix our national security, sort the borders out. You will see Nigerians start coming back. Once Nigerians come back, the wealth will return. Period. Thank you for coming in, Paul. I'm sure you have been very, very patient with me. Sorry about that. I was just ranting on and on and on. I probably won't stop if I just keep going on. I think somebody told me that it's a little bit too much. I should slow down. And so, yeah, thank you for coming in. So, the Nigerians going overseas, run away, and who is going to fix the country? And is Tinubu up to the task? So that was the question Dr. Damage is asking. So where do you stand on this?
Yeah, Nigeria goes overseas is a good thing, and at the same time, it's a bad thing. Just like the word called brain drain. So when we understand the meaning of when they say drain, you understand the most complicated thing you can do of, every part of our body can sick. We can talk to people when we are sick, but when your brain is sick, it becomes a big problem. You understand? When they say brain is sick, which means that person is having dementia, is having Alzheimer's. That's the brain is sick, which means that person his cognitive is gone. You understand? He can't do nothing. That is what is called brain drain. So when we take our best 11 and we send them out, but not like we send them out to go bring more advantage to us. We send them out for these people to only come back and build some beautiful house in their village that they themselves will never leave. What I call glorified cemetery. It's painful, but at the same time, in as much as we want to blame those people, in as much as the president wants to ask us to come back home, that is a good thing. But we saw the great revolution that China did. We saw how Singapore did theirs. We can't do our own different. Just like my argument last week and every thing when we argue over Lagos State demolishing properties. I stand the part where I blame government, where I felt government is wrong. There is reasons why embassies are in countries. Sometimes people don't really understand. Maybe some of us, due to the way situation is in Nigeria today, people just might think we just want to get our passport, go to the embassies and leave the country. We don't understand that. One of the least things to do in embassy is to issue visas and everything. Embassies do so many things. These people, they collate information. These people are legal spies. You understand? They are spies. They collate information. They check so many things. They carry out findings. When companies want to invest in their countries, they call their embassies. They want to invest in your country. I mean to say they call the embassies. They say, go and find out. They have their chamber of commerce. They tell you where to even put the investments. They tell you so many things that you needed to do before those investors will carry their money and said, okay, I think we are convinced enough to put our money there. So it's not about the one that the president or his ministers or his advisors will convince somebody in some summit to come. No, they count on their embassies. So in excess of it, if
your audio has gone.
Excess of
your audio has gone. Okay.
Sorry.
Your audio
you have to make
out.
Okay. Okay. You have to make. Okay, thank you. You have to make the environment more conducive. Conducive is that.
You used to have the best audio out there, this is Paul. I don't know what's happening with your audio today.
Yeah, don't mind me. I'm not using my system, so I'm using my phone. So I'm having some crazy call. So let me just round up quickly because I know the call will keep coming back again.
Okay.
So you have to make the environment more conducive for business to strive. One of the ways you do it, you must keep to rule of law. Government must put their place on proper international best standard and practice. What do I mean by that? I challenged this forum last week, and I'm still saying the same thing again. How come I can access anything from government in Nigeria online? That tells you a lot. That tells you a lot. We can't access anything from government online. And you know that same thing also ridicule us here. I've seen so many Nigerians that are married, that is having everything, that passing through the immigration problem. They have problem because any document now you bring from government and submit in the US today, the first thing that comes to their mind, they assume is fake. You understand? Because they on their own can't even go online to verify these documents. So because they've seen reason of one or two fake, they assume everything to be fake. So if it is more original, that is when they believe it's fake. You see how it is? You can put a call, you can check online, you can do. So it now becomes, so the US now is also not treating us like the way Nigeria treats us. where it's an individual who say, okay, I buy your story. I know it's fake, but let me just let this one slide. We can't operate like that. You understand? So when the Chinese closed their door, we did not hear that those big men are doing well. That's why they put some strong laws. You understand? You steal, they hang you. You do these things, they hang you. I think when they start making the money, that's when all the stealing and every other thing come up. We did not hear those type of thing in Singapore. But today, everybody who go into government is a big man. As we call it in Nigeria, he's a rich man.
But
We
Paul,
can't operate
Paul,
nations like that.
let me ask you though. But many Nigerians that are overseas, they want to go to Nigeria because they because that's their country. But one of the big reasons that they can't go there is because of security. So, but why are they not? Because they know this is the key thing that is blocking their way. Why are they not encouraging fellow Nigerians to push their government to fix these things? Because I know Nigerians that are scared of bringing their white partners to Nigeria. They don't want to. They will take them to Ghana instead. They will build houses in Ghana. They don't want to come to Nigeria. So why are we not encouraging our government to fix it?
Father, there are some things you can't encourage somebody. If it is time for me to go use the bath, I know. You don't need to tell me. The government know these things. You understand? But the nonchalant attitude, the negligence of duty, you understand, the lack of efficiency is causing all those things. In Nigeria today, in government offices today, people don't go to work and they earn salary. People who go to work are the people who we consider they have good farm, where they make money for themselves. Those people go to work. The other people that don't make any money, they don't even come to work. Those people who make money don't even care to report that they didn't come to work, because if I don't make money and I come to work and you are making money, you see me like a spy. You see me like somebody who will be reporting you all the time. So if I don't even come to work for 1 month, I'm still earning salary. That's why you see, Oganova signed this thing. They don't move your file from one place to another place. How do we want to be moving file to knock Oga offices to give him file to sign in this age of technology? So there are so many ways you can look these things. So our securities, the security, I say it, you were shocked the other day. The security in the US, they are not well paid. Check the army. The army today, when you go to the military, you come out from the military, where do you go quickly? You go join the police, you go join fire service. They are not well paid. You understand? But they have a way of structuring these things that there are other incentives that you can gain. You join the military. If you want to go to school, you can go to school for free. You want to buy a house, you get some good discount. You have that fantastic health insurance. There are so small incentives here and there that you can benefit. Your kids can enjoy some of these things while going to college. That is what they say, you serve your country. You understand? And the country give you little things here and there. But in our own case, there's nothing of such. So even though we can't pay our military well, why can't we find some other incentives that they can enjoy? It is not there. The leaders are not doing anything, but the guys at the top are doing everything within their reach to be there.
I guess the question remains now: how are we going to make them do something about it? Because we are the ones it's hurting. It's not. They don't seem to care.
So love of a nation. I think Michael Bolton spelled it very well. I think it looked like I'm bringing blues into this conversation. Michael Bolton say, "How can we be lovers when we are not friends?" For father, growing up, I have 4 siblings, boys. You know our parents had those days, difference of 1 year, and the like. So to some extent, we are age grade, some of my siblings. But guess what? These are people that you see naturally you love, I love. But for father, growing up, we love our parents, we love our siblings. But growing up, when we started making friends, you understand, because we have these friends, sometimes you discover how friend can be more powerful than love. When we are having our trying time, our challenge and everything, we confide on our friend. We did not confide on the people we love. Sometimes you just discover the love that we think we love them. It's just DNA that is running on us. We confide on our friend. So we must love this country, and we must learn to like one another. But government have to first of all do their part. The government is too far from the people. That's why few individuals is doing everything within their reach to be part of the government. You understand? So that they can benefit immensely from that thing called national care. And it shouldn't be like that. So we have to, we really have to.
Thank you. Let me bring Odi in. Thank you, Paul. Odi, thank you for coming in. And I know you are, you do have a broader view of things. So what do you think we can do to, take care of this problem? Is there any other way to encourage the government to fix our security problems? I think at the top of it, to me, for most people, is the security. Healthcare is another one, but security is at the top because we have private healthcare institutions in Nigeria, so they can always go to those. But security, they can't. Because when they carry their Igbo husband, they will start crying everywhere. What are we going to do? And they will start telling them they need 20 million naira. And some of them, then the bandits will start demanding dollars then, because they too are into the dollar economy now. So that people don't want to come back if they feel this is the environment they are coming back to. So how do we take care of it? Because these people in Nigeria, they don't seem to care. They are buying armored vehicles. So they are preparing for bandits. They are not preparing to get rid of them. They are preparing to live with them. So what do you think we can do to solve this problem?
Yeah, I think, you said it was around. Good morning, everybody. I'm happy to be here today again. As we look towards our Christmas season, which is always very important in Nigeria, I think these are very pertinent questions that you've brought to board. And I think you said you were ranting, but I think it was actually a very good, speech, a very good opener.
Thank you.
It's just that we still have to, we got to make sure that we just stay focused on that. You ask the important questions, and Paul hit the nail on the head. The problem we have is a leadership problem. He mentioned a country, Singapore, that I use as an example many times. What Singapore had different from what we are doing here is just leadership. Look, I know many times people blame Nigerians, or maybe with our system, what can we do, this and that. If you do not have the right man on top, you're not going to make any progress. If you look at history tells us this. If you look, one of the oldest books that we read is the Bible, right? Even as a history book, you look at when David was the leader of Israel, and the things he was able to do. He was the one that captured Jerusalem and made it his capital, and made all the developments. He wanted to build the temple, but apparently God said no. And his son Solomon, he set the stage for him to be one of the richest kings in their history. But guess what? When the son of Solomon came on board, he brought laws, tax laws, essentially, that destroyed this country. It was leadership problem that split the 10 kingdoms. I don't want to digress too much, but this is just, when I mentioned this before, there has to be patriotism from the leadership. If the leaders love the country, there are decisions they will make and they would not make. As we have too many examples, right? We have, even apart, and we do have, the three arms of government. They are all dysfunctional. There's no one is even stepping up to say, let's check this person. Many times we are talking about Tinubu, or, because of course the executive arm is very strong. But at the same time, if a few senators stand up and say, no, now that, their position has been affirmed, that we're going to be, saying, calling out the executive when they are wrong, then you see some movement. Look, the only way the citizens can make any type of significant effect in this is by civil disobedience, which is a big issue, and we can talk about that later. I'm sure you must have seen when Tinubu came to present the budget for next year, people were singing songs of allegiance. That's the problem. I can tell you, if Tinubu goes to Supreme Court in a closed door session, those guys may be singing the songs of allegiance for him. you know, it's a joke. I'm telling you, the country is a joke. Now the question is, where do we go from here? Every country will need a little bit of luck to get a leader. We do have a process called election, which is done, right? Everybody could see the verdicts coming out from all the different folks, the courts and everything. It's completely disjointed. Those guys are just running amok. So, citizens actually turned up the last election when they were told their votes will count to do the right thing. So you got to give them credit on that one. I never thought Nigerians would do that, but they did that. But guess what? Another arm of government, decided to make rubbish of that. Now, what we can do is what we are doing here. Keep speaking up. Keep reminding people that there's a better life out there. People keep talking about Nigeria being a rich country. I love the statistics you put. The whole budget of Nigeria is as big as NYPD and FYPD. That's the fire department of New York and police department, New York City. I'm not talking about New York State.
Oh my God.
Just New York City. The whole budget of the country called Nigeria. And, trust me, I lived in New York for many years. I never, you can't go to Manhattan and you see the mayor, with a convoy or anything. I've never seen my governor before, driving past, or governor has just passed, or somebody buying. Look, if a legislator, whatever, in New York State or any state flies private first class, he's going to need to resign. So this is
Odi, is it okay? Now I think that you just triggered something that I was thinking about too. Is it only the leaders that are at this problem? Because the other day I was having a conversation. I said, I don't know whether you saw that video of a Nigerian lady cutting a Vietnamese or Taiwanese, no, not Taiwan, Thailand, a girl's hair, because they use the hair for weave in Nigeria. So she was cutting the hair of these Asians to use for her hair. I said, we are not even superpowers yet. We are just already using other people's body parts for this thing, for upkeep. And it costs a lot of money. She was talking about it being worth about $900 to put on your hair. Do you know how many private tuition hours you can give your children with that they are spending to put on their hair? Is it only the leaders, or we are generally just wasteful people? Because I don't see that any group doing that in the world. No other group does that. We are not even superpowers. Our national budget is 27 billion. And we go and cut other human beings' hair. So if we become superpower, what are we going to take? Their organs?
No, so, forefathers, you make a very good point. Here's the problem. The sin of one person, does not significantly change, the economy of Nigeria, let's say. Look, the leader is the problem. And anybody can, people can blame. Look, if you go to India, I can tell you, or you come to United States, people are using tons of money to buy white powder to catch their groove. People are misbehaving. If Nigerian woman wants to use $10,000 to buy little hair, that people are using millions of dollars to buy cocaine, and other things it doesn't affect, because there is leadership. There's a structure. If the leader, look, many people don't believe Tinubu was elected legitimately, but he's the president. If the man decides today to say, guys, we're going to insist on made in Nigerian products. We're going to support the industries where you senators, I'm going to buy you only vehicle made in Nigeria. I'm going to put a ban. Do you know how India developed Tata and they're making their cars? all the brands of vehicles are made in India. Do you know how it started? When I came here, like just let's say 15 years ago, it wasn't like that. 15 years ago, it was not like that. Tata, 15 years ago, was a mess. Did you see their vehicle? Innocent is so beautiful. Their vehicles look like what you see in the movies. You know, see what happened to Tata. My friends who are Indians, they say, as at that time, if you ship a vehicle, you can buy your nice Mercedes Benz, whatever, S-Class in New York. If you ship it, once it hits New Delhi, what you're going to pay the government as tax is whatever the price of that vehicle you bought it for. If you bought it for $100,000, then the excise tax for the government is $100,000. So you can, Davido can drive any Bentley he wants, but he has to pay government the equivalent of that money. It's a choice. It's either he needs to buy the vehicle from Innocent or the other guys that are making vehicles in Nigeria.
See, any nation that you see that develops, this is one of the first things they do. Like that's even South Korea, that is an ally of the West, that is one of the first things they did in 1960.
So do you understand?
It has to be locally manufactured.
So do you understand what I'm saying? That this is a low-hanging fruit. This is something Tinubu can announce tomorrow morning, instead of saying, that what a subsidy is gone, because the people who suffer subsidies are the poor people, right? They are working now to work. They have to trek to work. They are losing man hours and all that. Look, he can make that. This is just love for country. You say, no, I love Nigeria. I am the leader of this country. From January 1, no more importation of foreign vehicles. If you need to bring foreign vehicle, you can bring it. If you want to bring your television, Samsung television made in Japan, you can bring it, but you're going to pay us the price, and then people will still bring it. If I want to enjoy my I'll bring.
But then the rest will have to do with what is manufactured locally.
Here's even the kicker. Then the $100,000 that you forefathers paid for your nice Mercedes Benz can be distributed to other people for welfare, to build roads. This is rich people. Many Nigerians will want what they want, right? But they still have to pay. And people paid in India to have, because it's status symbol. But you're not making, the government is not losing a lot of money. Guess what? What if you buy $100,000 vehicle in New York and you bring it to Lagos, and Tinubu charges you $100,000 and you pay it in Nigeria? You know what you have done? Nigeria has built an S-Class Mercedes Benz, which it didn't have to do anything for. This is free money. I'm saying that this is a low-hanging fruit that we can start with, but these people do not love the country. They're not going to do it, because they're seeing many opportunities. And look, somebody said hello Africans. Look, I want to even talk.
That's a Cameroonian Kifaro.
Yeah, and I love this, because I like to talk like Pan-African. Africa is waiting for Nigeria. Look, Innocent, if Tinubu puts $1 billion behind Innocent and some of those guys to modify, look, Cameroonians, Mali, everybody, they will buy Innocent. Nigeria becomes the hub. We start influencing and kicking France out of West Africa, because West Africa is waiting for us. Liberia is waiting for us. Mali is waiting for us. Cotonou is waiting for us. Guinea-Conakry. I don't want to take up too much space, but it is about love for country. Look, we love our country. We love Nigeria. That's why we are here every day. We could do other things with our time. We're essentially helpless. If there was a way we can go and do civil disobedience and kick out and put a good leader, we would. But we cannot do that, right? It's illegal, number one. You'll be arrested and people will die, which doesn't make any sense.
Don't you think that we can bring it to their awareness? Sometimes you have to implant and claim the narrative on the country. If you have a lot of people clamoring that, those police, 500,000 police people that will just apply for police, you have to recruit them. you have to put people in security so that they will close all the IDP camps, and women are not getting kidnapped and made murders in the forest, and they are not paying money to bandits. If we put that on the national agenda, and that's the discussion they're having, you are more likely to have Nigerian leaders focus on this thing. That's what I'm thinking, because when Nigerians focus on something, the leaders tend to respond. Like when they try to give people palliatives and people were not for it, they pull back on it. There are certain things Nigerians push back on and the leaders will back off. I've
brother,
never seen it. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. That was early times, right? When Buhari came in 2015 or something like that, people were scared. People didn't know what kind of leader they were getting, right? All the people who were stealing stopped stealing. This happened, right? People were careful until he announced his ministers. It took time for him. Once his ministers were announced, they knew it was the same game. When Tinubu came, he was a little, because he was still shaky, right? And people could influence him. He wanted to buy legitimacy. So that's why now, look, these guys, they are not scared of anybody. They don't care about that. They have gone back to the same groove. Look, someone bombed folks in Kaduna, like 100 folks or something like that. Nobody's saying nothing. It's like, army chief went there. The president should have been there the next morning, sitting down with that family, we should have inquiry, have open inquiry. People should know what happened. I'm telling you, nobody's going to know what happened to that place. Was it malfunction? Did they miss coordinates? What happened? Somebody has to tell us something. There has to be love for the people you're ruling.
It was clear miscommunication. They were relying too much on technology. This is the problem. If you keep staying in the sky and people are on the ground, you are maybe 2,000 feet in the air. They are like ants. You don't know what you're looking at.
But how do you know for sure that this is what happened? There has to be a government has to tell us that this is what we did. There has to be investigation. People, I'm telling you, look, the Senate president is not saying anything. I've not even heard the governor of Kaduna State, cry blue mother.
The rest assured they will. I believe they will. You know why? Because
it's too late.
The Southwest president in office bombing the North. That's why, as a matter of fact, I think the response now is a little bit more rapid compared to when Buhari was in office. There was a time Buhari, he completely flattened more than 1,000 cows and a whole village. And nobody made a big fuss about it. I don't even think Buhari bothered to go there. And he's a northerner. But if somebody like this Tinubu does it, you can see when that northern intellectual came on TV, he was like, I think he was Gumi, I don't know what his name is. He was like, oh, this thing is only happening in the north. And when you start hearing that kind of clamor, you are going to see that the president will respond. And I think they are responding. The chief of staff was there trying to see what they're going to do. They're not going to do anything. How much are they going to give them? They say they give them a few million. That is nothing. If people have lost more than 100 lives. But this is Nigeria. What can I say? Thank you, this in Odi. And, electricity. You came in. You were on earlier on today.
I came in as a guest, not as I came in as a usual panelist, so I can to hear my view, not as a moderator.
Yeah, I think. Sorry for the Ovie. Sorry, I don't see his name again anymore. I've forgotten that his name. Okolala. Thank you for coming in. Long time no see. The Blackstone. Sorry, be patient with us. We are not doing short time. After this time, we'll start doing maybe 2 minutes, so everybody will be circling and having their opinions come true. So please, Electricity, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going through the comment section, and somebody actually asked a very important question. You're talking about security, and the person said talking about security without addressing power issue. To which I asked for clarification. What does it mean by power? And he responded, I think that was FAD, if I'm correct. No, hybrid 10. And he said it's referring to electricity. So, which is correct. I understand the role of power in this instance, and I'll yield the floor to the next speaker. I'll come back. I'll come back later.
Thank you.
I just have something emergency.
Ovie was here first. He kept dropping out. I don't know. You want to go next, Ovie? I think you came next after electricity the last time. Can you hear me?
I can hear you if you can hear me.
Yeah, okay,
I can hear
good,
you.
good.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
I think it's a bit delayed though.
What stage are we in now? Are we
Nigerians, Japan, and business is living. We are on the topic.
Sorry, my apologies for that.
On the topic.
So, we need power first. And Ovie, go and sleep. Your network is bad.
I thought you were going.
Go ahead.
So you brought the
okay. He's using.
Ovie says you can go ahead.
It's not my network
using,
now. It's your network.
He's using Gbajabiamila network.
Ovie, you may want to go out and come back in again because there's a bit of a delay.
Ovie, go out and come back. Your network is not good. Jokes apart.
There's a bit of a delay.
What do you mean? So you
Your
can't
network.
hear me?
Yeah, there's a delay in it.
Oh.
The powers are working against you. Go sign out and come back again. The floor is still open. Okay, try again. Try Ovie. Try again if it will work. I'll yield the floor to you.
I think I understand what you guys are saying. I can hear you guys clearly. Is it good now? If it's not,
we're not hearing you. That's it.
It's good now. It's good. Go ahead. I can hear you clearly.
Okay.
So, yes. So, to address the issue of security, we have to address the issue of power in every situation. We have to address this, which is electricity, because
but that's conflict of interest now. You are called electricity.
it's not a conflict of interest now. You have to address the electricity issue, like what Ibri rightly said. You see, the question is, as Nigerian foreign investors running, who will fix the country? Who else is going to fix it? It's people like you forefathers that should fix it. Okay? Those in diaspora would be the one to fix it. Because regardless of whether we hold another nationality, we're still Nigerians. And we have to fix it. So, in reality, to be realistic, we need that electricity to start with. Even when a lot of people are hammering on me on Peter Obi. Peter Obi go on the issue of we must move from consumption to production. What do you use to produce? The first question we'll ask is, what do we use to produce? We need electricity.
You don't always have to use electricity to produce, but that said, I get what you mean.
Okay, so what do we use to produce?
I think it's okay. Let me put it this way: the idea is that when you have security, you have electricity, and you don't. Let me, because you don't start from zero electricity. It's not like we have zero electricity. It's not like we have zero economy. We have electricity to an extent. We have an economy to an extent. The trick is to channel that little that you have to put that security in place that will allow the investment to come in. Then you build more. You build on what you have already secured.
Further, it's my time, so I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to ask you a question. Since you're on the issue of this security, okay? You live in the UK, okay? Yeah. Do you see security anywhere?
They're everywhere.
Beside the CCTV camera, you see.
That's the point. They're everywhere.
And what is used to power that CCTV camera? If you don't mind me asking.
Electricity.
So they use electricity to power that CCTV camera.
Yes.
You see street lights everywhere. Most places.
Yes.
You see street lights.
Yes.
As a result of the street light, it gives a degree of this confidence where people can walk in the night, in spite of whether there's still one or two crime that will take place. It is
Yes.
as a result of this electricity and this that provides sense of security that women, Nigerian women, that are unable to drive in Nigeria in the night, when they come, they drive in the night, in the late hours, because there is this electricity
And
there.
also because nobody is stealing the transformer. Nobody is stealing the cables because somebody is securing those things from being stolen.
I'm not going to drag here to argue, but it is not the stealing of the transformer that is responsible for us not having. Yes, it's just a very low part of it that was responsible for not having us electricity. So we need to tell ourselves the truth. I know
We
you
have
focus
electricity.
on
I think the this we always have this argument that we say economy before security, but we are not starting from zero. That's what I'm saying, and it's true also we are not starting from zero security. But if you put money in security, from what you from time immemorial, it's the one that builds on whatever you've already built, because whatever you've already built will be taken apart easily if you don't secure it. People are stealing lights from airport, this landing strip. They are stealing the steel that they used to build the second Niger bridge as we speak. So if you can't secure your environment, what is the use of investing? And you will spend a lot of money investing stuff. Just all people need to do is just steal from 2 locations and it disables the entire investment. Look at the train station, the train line we had from Abuja to Kaduna. One terrorist attack, completely grounded for months. You see what security? You see what security means.
Forefathers, there has been a terrorist attack on trains in the UK, in Germany, in different countries. Do you agree with me on that?
Yes, I agree.
Okay, I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you. The Blackstone or Ovia, you said.
I've been set.
Your audio is perfect now.
Are you just now?
No, there was a delay before.
I don't think anybody is complaining. I don't think the audience are complaining about that. There seems to be fun with my audience except you. But
I'm fine. Is I was saying you should go ahead. It was
an observation. Right? This is how you say. The moderator, you are trying to control the conversation away from the topic. And
Niger man, sorry, there's somebody in the backstage. Niger man, enable your microphone. I'm not going to be able to add you if your microphone is not enabled. Please go ahead, Ovie.
If I'm not mistaken, only 3 people, 2 people have spoken, and it's over an hour. That means you are doing something wrong. You are controlling the conversation away from the topic. It's called have your say. Allow people to have their say.
The topic is Nigerians and foreign investors are running away. Who will fix the country? Now, I get what you mean. I spend more than half of, to be fair, it's not the guest. I spend more than half of that.
There's a reason why you spend time to do monologue. Is to hear your opinion to be finished. Then just let people do their thing.
Yes.
Just an observation. I'm not trying to tell you how to
I get your observation. I take it on board. That's fine.
Now,
so what do you think?
The topic here, I mean, the way you put it across, it comes in for me, distinctive topic to talk about. The Japa phenomenon that, for me, I think it should be a topic on its own. Then the business is going away from Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, that's a good thing.
Why is it a good thing?
Thank you. It is a good thing because if you paying attention, about 2 months ago, the owner of Ericso Food Limited, in the name of Aries Umufia or something like that. Apology if I destroyed that name. But the man was on our Arise News, literally crying. Literally crying that, I mean, let me start from the story. There's a lady who decided to carry out a review about his product. She's confused about what tomato paste is and what the other product is and all that. So she went online and started bombasting the whole show. And the guy decided to just, be draconian about it and get her arrested. Now, the whole media and everybody decided to pay attention to quote unquote injustice they believe is done to the girl. But they forget the key points that the man was trying to make. The man said, it's a pretty much only indigenous company who is into producing tomato paste. It's not making profit, according to him. It's not making profit. It's getting loan from China and everybody just to make sure it provide employment. But Nigerians went hard on him, trying to kill that business. In favor of what? In favor of foreign tomato paste. And that's why I challenge Obi and his followers when the man is screaming production to consumption. Obi is one of the most successful businessmen in Nigeria. He should be celebrating now that companies are leaving. Why? Because that gives him and his friend leverage to keep importing, because that's how he makes his billion. I'm not against that, but it's an implication to that.
Can you hear me? I don't know. I can't see Ovie anymore. I think is it only me or just everybody can see that he's gone? Okay. The Blackstone, please go ahead, and when he comes back, then his position is held. And welcome the Blackstone. Go ahead.
Thank you, Papadas, and everybody in the panel and those also in the comment section. Right. Okay. From your title of the topic, I want to ask one question first of all. What is the singular thing that brings security in a country?
By installing this thing, the number of size of your military, to be fair, and not just the military, the security operators generally.
Yeah, I don't think so. Where there's poverty, there's bound to be insecurity.
I'm not so sure.
Yes, of course.
The Soviet Union was poor when they went to the moon. They were not the richest country. They went to space, not the moon. So China had famine. They were living on rations when they built their nuclear technology. So, and that laid the foundation of the nations you are seeing today. All the other nations did the same thing. This is not.
Sometimes when we are comparing nations, you cannot compare a country that was maybe a dictatorship system of government to a democratic system of government. A one person ruling a nation is not like a group of people ruling a nation. That before you take a decision, it must be approved or things like that. So this is a quite different thing. You understand me, right?
Are you sure? Churchill had a military background, and he was democratic, but he was military oriented, security oriented too.
Yes, but he was like a dictator, right?
He wasn't a judge. Churchill is not a dictator. They voted him out immediately after he won the Second World War. He wasn't a dictator.
Okay, sorry, Churchill, right? Okay,
yeah, Churchill,
right? Yeah, fine. Yeah, but at the end, but sometimes that was UK. Russia is a bit referring to Russia. A bit referring to sometimes when you make reference, let's try and see that some of the things that make a country work in the past may not make a country work these days, because there's always a transformation, a change matrix always happening, right? What we were seeing in the 80s is not what we are seeing today. Life we are living in the 80s, not life we are living. So there's always a change coming up every time in the world, and that change affects everybody. For example, when we talk now now we talk about technology. In the 80s, 70s, the age of technology at that time is not the same thing at this time.
True.
Right? So that's affect also everything, the way people think, the way people design everything, the way people live their life, So what I'm trying to say is that security is one of the major key to the development or to the progress of a nation, right? But how do we now make this? It isn't only the military. If you cannot pay your military very well, they will be involved in other things that we we compromise the security, right? So that's also another thing too. The citizens who are hungry, right? We also compromise the security, right? Because they begin to rise up groups of people who are taking arms against the country, against the citizens, like what you are seeing in Nigeria, Boko Haram, bandits, terrorists, all the same, right? They are all doing this because there's hunger in the country. People are finding way to survive. People are finding way. What do I do to get to have a good life, to have an existence, to have means of living, right? So these are the things that lead to insecurities, right? If, for example, now Nigeria is called it's not the poorest country, one of the poorest countries in the world, even the poorest countries in the world, right? Where people can have access to their basic amenities. Like we are talking about electricity, right? So if you have electricity, for example, that will help a lot in reducing the insecurity, right? If we have job for the people, that will also contribute to reducing of insecurity, right? So when people have, let me say, a middle class way of life, insecurity will go down. In the 80s, in the 70s, nobody talk about insecurity, right? So
but what if I told you that our security was not, even till today, is not being guaranteed by our military? It's basically being guaranteed by foreign powers. So what you had before was a deteriorating situation, but we just didn't notice it.
Yes, you are right. That's what I'm saying now, right? Because this military are be compromised. The people are supposed to strengthen the military, and also compromise that. I told you to strengthen the military, right? The generals, the ahead, the minister, all of the whole destroying the strength of the military. So we investing more in security in the military or security agents, but we are not
security. Police, they don't even recruit police officers as much as they were supposed to.
Not even recruitment. How about the salary?
I agree with you, but even this last one, they are complaining that they give too much money to the security. People are complaining that it's too much for security.
Do you know that I think there was, I think last 2 weeks, police said that they are not being paid for 6 months. They no salary. So how do they expect them to risk their life? They are continuously under risk.
I don't understand why they cannot pay them. If Sri Lanka can pay twice the number of military that we have, and Sri Lanka is about 20-30 million people, they can pay twice the size of the military that we have. Sri Lanka is not exactly the richest country. So why can't we do it? It's just strange.
One of the things I think is that it's pure wickedness, corruption in the highest order, right? We have the police commission, we have the minister for all these things, right? And they say that they don't have money. Okay, for example, in UK, the police generate money for themselves by collecting of traffic offenses, so on and so forth, right? They have a way whereby
the Blackstone, it looks like it don't come again. No.
Wait,
Where did you hear that one from? That the UK fends for the UK police fend for itself.
No, I didn't say they fend for themselves. No, I'm not saying they totally fend. I said they generate money, right? I'm sure this money that are generated also goes partly to the police and partly to the government.
Does the police generate money? Does anyone know that? Anybody in the UK, the UK police generate money? I didn't know that.
Have you ever been pulled over? Have you ever been given a ticket?
Please, thank you.
They don't give tickets. They don't give tickets in UK.
Oh, they don't give tickets.
So
how do you? When you
tickets? Is the local authority
when you commit a traffic offense, around the red lights or whatever, what have you? What's the punishment?
That is traffic offense. They hardly find you cash. Do they find cash? Odi, are you not in the UK? Or are you in India?
I'm not in the UK, but I think this is a very, I get where Blackstone is going, but these monies go to the county. Or at least in the United States.
But
then
the county
hold on now. Hold on. Let me talk about the United States, right? The money goes to the local county. Then because if you commit a traffic offense, a judge will have to sit. It's not like the police to decide that you committed an offense. Police cannot stand on its own. if you look at the law enforcement, a judge has to sit. Police cannot take the money and pay the judge. It goes to the county. County uses it to support the police. Police cannot, in the United States, police doesn't make its own money because you're going into, if you allow them to go into those kind of, then you're causing chaos. Police can't be counting dollar or in their
I
bank
disagree
or
with you.
checking.
You are wrong. I disagree with you. You are wrong. You are wrong, Obi. You are wrong. I
Yeah,
also
it's
live in the
okay. But
United
that's why
States.
we're here. That's why it's
And if
hard
I,
you're
if,
saying.
Yeah, we are going to find out the truth. I think the chat people, please find out this information and let us know.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
I live in the
US.
finished. Blackstone finish. Then let me summarize my decision.
Yeah. Well, okay. For example, in Germany, right? Every traffic offense, you get a bill from the police. The letter you receive from the police, and they give you an account to pay to. I don't know that account, but I get the police account. Right?
Okay.
But simply because every money you pay, it is recorded. The police know how much they are coming to their account. They know how I believe that the money that has been collected by traffic offense or things like that, even the police come to your house and do an offense, within 2 weeks you get a letter or payment.
I did hear that German police is quite powerful, actually.
Very powerful. Very, very powerful. So those money collected, I don't know where it goes through, but I believe it's part of the money they used to fund the police, to fund the police. Right?
Okay.
But there was a time I had a documentary that was in the State Museum, right? They said that the police now are now concentrating more on traffic offense because they get more money from there than the sort of more money from there for traffic offense, that they now concentrate more having long neck to check on people inside their car if you have seatbelt.
It's all for the good of the society. That you have to put your seatbelt on.
So our police today, they don't generate money for themselves. If the money they collect is from the people, it go to the police gas or the private pocket, right? So these are the problems. So the insecurity in Nigeria is broken because of also the security agents are not also doing the right thing.
Okay. Thank you.
So my question is this, right? Last week we were advocating for visa free for Africa. So my question is this: that if Nigeria today have a visa free to all Africa, are you sure it's not going to create more insecurity in the country because people will be flooding him, both good and bad will be flooding him? It's not going to cause insecurity, more insecurity in that area.
Something tells me that Boko Haram they don't care about this airport. they will just cross or the bandits or those they don't care about border. They will just cross those porous borders.
I'm saying. So after that, so if you have a visa free, so the border is open everywhere, so airport is open. Come in, nobody knows bad or who's good or bad, So everybody comes in and do that atrocity and go away.
I think someone made a strong argument against it yesterday. Actually, I've forgotten. He reminded me because he was saying that North African countries, because they are more industrialized, they will capitalize on it and flood the Nigerian economy with goods, which means Nigerians will be buying their goods more and they will develop faster than us. So maybe that's a valid argument. But that is that discussion anyway. Please, so if you are done the Blackstone, we can go to Ovier.
Okay, I'm done. So maybe let's try.
Thank you.
Let me summarize my points and Oga Obi. I also live in America, and I can say because I live in nomadic lifestyle. I've stayed in more than 20 states. I can guarantee you that out of those states, I don't collect ticket for pretty much all of them. Traffic offenses. So if I want to tell you the donation, why don't give American police? They go thousands on a yearly basis. So if you happen to go to court based on a traffic offense, if you be able to be to court based on traffic offenses anywhere in America, be to Rhode Island, Texas, Minnesota, you name it. If you see 100 people sit down on traffic offenses, I guarantee you 98 of those people, before they come up for that judge hall, they will pay. They'll collect money. So they are making hell of money. There's also an argument out there that they have quarterly rent meets that they have to meet monthly. So then they make money. Yes, they're not saying that they will take care of themselves. It goes to the county. Who pays their salary? Their salary comes from the county. That's why I say there's also a joke out there that if police give you tickets, if you go to the judge, it's pretty much you are still going to lose because their paycheck come from the same source, come from the same place. Now, first way they pay the judge, now they pay the police. So, being a person with the same they get traffic offenses everywhere I go, pretty much all the time. So they are making money. Now, on the topic of this discussion, I was pointing out three things. That yes, as far as I'm concerned, it's a good thing. Let them go. I believe in Nigeria. Yes, even though we are badly and miseducated, we are not that docile. We will pick up the challenge. We will find a way to start producing our own. And where I challenge Obi and his followers that Nigerians prefer preachers rather than doers. The owner Ericsson is putting his mouth where his mouth is. He is a producer, it's not a consumer, even though he's running at a loss. But instead of us to encourage him, we are bringing insults at him and we are praising people who preaches, like Obi, who preaches. His lifestyle is a businessman, he's an importer. He never wanted to produce anything, even when he has the means and the power, both from the government and the private sector. He never did it, but he likes to preach it anyway. That's so it is a good thing as far as I'm concerned. To Nigeria, that's where we always find a way to bring insecurity in every conversation, which is good. But you keep faith to understand our elites, people who are in charge of how the society should run. They don't have anything to secure. If they are actually producing, like the owner of Ericsson, Eric's Foods, somebody used the innocent. They actually our elites are producers. They will find a way to secure it, but they don't produce. Their source of wealth come from what? Oil, and that oil they don't have any reason to secure it because now free flow for the whole world. Just come and take one vessel, come out and give me 2 million. I'm good. That is the elite you are dealing with. Their wealth are not even concentrated in Nigeria. They still and they take it away. So what is the incentive for them to secure? You need to understand the people you are dealing with first. But I appreciate the fact that you keep putting out that important disease so that even though I don't have confidence in the next group of leadership, the next generation, hopefully the unborn generation will come and pick up what you are saying and act on it. But as far as this group of elites we have, they don't have anything to secure. The billionaires that we have, they don't have that. They make their money through retails. They don't produce anything.
Does
All of them. What does it produce? What is it?
He's owner of Dangote refineries, cements, and all the rest that he does. He has something to protect, doesn't he?
I agree with you, but just go around all this facility. 20% of the Nigerian security personnel are securing this product and the route that the product pass. So what else? It's okay. But again, he's a poor man among committee of billionaires. He's a poor man. You understand? So you have to actually understand the people that you are dealing with. If you understand the people you are dealing with, then you understand the whole problem. They don't care. What are they securing? May our gas today, 24 hours, they are out of the country. After you know, all of them get private jet. After you know, all of them, they don't have to actually fly away from Nnamdi Azikiwe or Murtala Mohammed Airport. After you know, the Ezik they can, Ezik they born, Ezik. After you know, this men they get underground this thing for Switzerland. So they are not here. Nigerians they will just come sign a deal and leave. They are not here. Their families are not even here. So starts from insecurity from now to heaven. It's not going to improve. The bare minimum is enough to secure the little that they have here. Because everything is free flow. We don't own anything. Our oil, nobody we get down. We don't produce it. Nothing we get. So what are we going to secure? So you have to understand the security from that point of view. You have to have something to secure.
From what I gather, the ambition of this government is to increase our oil output to up to 4 million barrels per day. And they also understand that
for the benefit of who?
Whether for them, it doesn't matter whether for them or not. The point is that
I challenge you and every other viewer: stay away from the news for 2 weeks. Just don't watch Nigeria all the news for 2 weeks. That I will understand that now the same thing they talk every day, every day, every day. And the story now, elite story. Nobody will actually come and tell you. Now, why are they not actually going to ask this company that live in that environment where they live? What is the effect there? Nobody will do that. Well, we will see the studio and criticize the company that live in and start saying, it's a good thing, let them go. I trust my brothers in Aba. I trust my brothers in Ewe. They will do something. Let them go. As I said, Obi and his will be happy because they made their way from importation. So they don't. If you are importing, what do you have to invest in security? You don't have to invest in security when you are an importer. Or you know a few warehouse you just get from here. You can have your warehouse in Ghana or Benin Republic. So see security
if
from
the
that
nation is
angle of the
insecure,
people that you put your
the
trust
people
on.
that are going to buy your stuff are not going to have a lot of money in their pocket. So it also affects. You see, it affects everything. That's the problem. It affects everything.
It doesn't affect them because they can maintain because they can maintain the little they are getting from that. They can maintain the house in Dubai, in London, in Miami. They can maintain that. That's all they care about.
But if
So
you are a farmer, Ovie, you have livestock. Don't you want them to grow fat so that you can make more profit?
an average Nigerian farmer is as concerned as you, but because you and that farmer likes power, you cannot get security. That's what power is. That's why the electricity was actually having a very interesting conversation earlier in the morning about leadership and leaders. So we need to actually see from this perspective, the leadership structure is built in a way to keep recruiting the same kind of people who will maintain those elite cycles, right? That's
The
the
question I'm
long-term goal.
asking
How
is
to
that
hold on.
the question I'm asking is that they are going to make more money. The elites are going to make more money.
Hold on
if
now.
Nigeria functions.
That's to Nigeria. Hold on. Yeah, you were saying they are going to make more money. The little they have is enough for them to oppress you here. That's all they care about. As I said, you agree with me. I'm on the committee of billionaires in the world. The house boy, they go be gate man. They're not going to enter some kind places, right? So the leadership structure has to be dismantled. And two, the leaders, that's the short-term project. We have to start identifying people who can actually lead us to that way to dissolve the structure. I think it was Paul that said earlier on that he said it perfectly well that the government is too big, is centered in one place. So every Nigeria is doing everything within his power to make sure he clicks on that power and get as much as he or she can get because you don't know how long you will be there. And if you get that, you don't know how long it will take you for you to come back to the spot. So, and that's why I was advocating for dual sovereignty. We need to actually dismantle the structure of leadership, distribute them. Let me be struggling for leadership in my state without actually know what is going on in Abuja, right? So again, also it all depends on the generation of leaders. As I always said, now the same people who fight civil war, now they write the constitution, now then found the political parties, now then be our leaders. So you can see why things are going the way they are. They've been in power for over 50 years, my brother. That's royalty. So every billionaire in Nigeria have over 20 houses across the world. Every Nigerian leader have 20 houses across the world, not in Nigeria. So they
We are
don't
here
care.
talking say it is bad, but look at what is going on in Nigeria. Look at their party, what is Ngozika up to? He looks at their party.
Ngozika guy is living her best life. They always travel from one locality to another. She's living her best life.
We are here overseas suffering, and it looks like they're partying there.
Mokuna say Nigeria. And as now Southeast is there, they go to Southeast is dangerous. Southeast is
Fashion
dangerous.
festival. This one hurts me.
So are they people? Can you say Nigerians are poor? Can you say Nigerians are poor?
Oh my God!
And the lady is ready. I want this one.
Let me see if I can make this solo. Hold on, let me just see this. So, what is going on here?
I'm going to give my best. Let me take you to the runway.
You ladies go to the starting of the green.
Let me take you to the runway.
And you're going to catwalk onto the red, and you will go back to the other side. Are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, bring out your phones. Wow. For the big ladies only.
Looks like it's frozen. Let's see if I can get it out of solo mode. Move from stage into slow mode. Yeah, that looks interesting there. The environment looks quite nice. It looks like Nozika is
let me sign off with this. Somebody say, what has Konkoso produced? Nothing. That is why I did not campaign on it, right? Obi has not produced anything, but he's campaigning on it. Who is deceiving who? Who is following who no road? Who they deceive who? He never campaigned on production because he has not produced anything.
Sometimes, can we just stay focused? This guy is just being Obi. Just can you stay focused on, the discussion?
The focus is about the discussion is
You're just,
because
the problem is that, I know you have political views.
Let me link it, please. Let me link it. This is not politics, right?
You're not, we are talking about this. This about the fifth time you're saying this.
Please, let me just make. Let me make you.
You've said it 5 times. You've already said all you can. Say whatever you want to say.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah. Before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter. How to? Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
So now, please let me connect the dots for him.
Please go ahead.
Let me connect the dots for him. We are talking. The topic is that companies are leaving Nigeria, and I'm saying it's a good thing. Every obedience should be celebrating because guess what? That gives room for production, indigenous production. If you actually understand what Obi is preaching. So there's a connection. Obi is saying production to consumption. So how do you produce if we are not the one producing it? How do we benefit from that production if we are not the one producing it? So let the foreign company leaves. But again, you also benefit him because he is a businessman who specializes in importation. He will also give the advantage to import. So if you cannot see the correlation, you think I'm not calling Obi. Then I'm sorry.
You had put it like that because you were also saying that Obi never produced anything, and so now it looks like you're criticizing.
Tell me what he has produced. As a businessman, what has he produced? And as a governor, who has he encouraged to produce?
Okay,
tell me.
Can I have my say now?
He has encouraged the
You have made the link, Abi. So look, this is just poverty of the mind. For me. We are having a very nice discussion about, what is wrong in Nigeria. Why are the people fleeing? When our friend here, Ovia, says, it's good that people are, people who make
business. Don't misquote me. I said business. I don't say people. I said business. I see the
people that live in Glasgow Smith Line, right? If we remember.
I said we should differentiate. There are 2 different cases. Japa syndrome is different from business living. It's 2 different cases. We should not join them together. I said it from the beginning, but you're not listening.
We are going to keep promoting, projecting, announcing in
what is this thing about? Mbazika, can you tell us what that is about?
Yeah, so can you
It's not very clear. We can't hear very clearly.
It's quite noisy. I'm trying to move away from the noise. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
So there is this event. Last week I was saying that there is a lot of activities lined up for change. We don't want to look like our problem. We are outside. It's the food and fashion festival. Today is the second day. I was not able to come yesterday. So I decided to drop by today, even though I'm a bit under the weather. And so far, so good. I like what I see. I just went to check out the runway so that
Yeah.
still they can. I'm just moving around to see if I'll do something I like.
Yeah, I do like what I see too. They look like yeah, it's a nice weather there, and people seem to be doing their thing. And Nigerians, you know, we forget that not everywhere is burning. You know, some people are doing their business, getting about their life. You know, 80% of people don't care about what we are talking about. They just want to do what they are doing there. So I thank you for sharing that with
You
us. And go ahead.
blame people for their best to survive despite the hardship. You know, I've always said on this show that the people that will cry the loudest are the people who brought this upon us. And the reason is simple, they can't complain. The other set of people who were from the day one shouting that they don't
The audio
really
is still
prepare their mind
shaking
for
now.
it.
The audio is shaking again. It's not very steady. Let me see. I think I think it's noise cancellation is taking effect. Let's see. Maybe there's a way one can automatic volume adjustment, echo cancellation. There's no noise cancellation, so I don't know why. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So let's allow Okola. See, Okolala. Sorry for the delay. I think he's been here a long time, and you know people like the thing to go around, and because it is staying too in one place, so he probably fell off. Okolala, you can come back so that your turn is reserved when you return. I'm sorry about that. You know, we had to entertain the ones that are in Nigeria and the women because they are underrepresented here. So somebody was asking about Jagun. Yeah, it's true. Jagun has not been around lately, and obviously we miss him. Maybe he's got some, you know, this is Christmas period, or if anything is wrong, hope he gets better from it. He might just be hustling for Christmas. So that's how it is. Righteous man, are you there?
Can I say something to Naja?
All right,
Can
go
I say
ahead.
something?
I think the conversation can flow
You
now.
know, see,
Yeah, go ahead.
maybe I don't know, maybe not because our religious background. People like to listen to preachers, but they don't want to see practical example, right? Then they say, oh, Obi is good, is encouraging people. That's not the point I'm making. Obi is a very successful businessman. Nobody can take that away from him, even if anybody try. But as a nation, we need to evaluate the pros and cons of businesses that we do or our leaders get involved in. What is the downside of business of importation? As far as I'm concerned, an importer is an enemy of the state. Because that means you don't actually believe either in your people or the capacity of your people. That is why they don't want to invest in security. Because every damn nation has to produce by
You know,
investing people.
forefather, I
Can I
think
finish,
it's my turn
please? Can
to
I
just
finish, please?
respond to.
No, you can
Can I
respond.
finish?
No,
When I finish, you
are free to respond. I think the conversation is allowed to flow now.
When I finish, you
don't even need my
understand.
permission.
So
yeah.
when you are the downside of importation is at the expense of the production of the home base, and that is why I'm bringing practical example by using Ericsson Food. He said it. Not the outside man. I understand the genuinity of our people, what they can do if we allow them to actually do. But when you will keep importing, you are frustrating those who are trying. That's what he is. And at the second part of his life, he has the opportunity as a governor to actually sow a seed or show example. He didn't do it. So when you are preaching, I have to look at in between what you actually live for and what you are saying. And that is what I'm pointing out. He's a successful man.
So
I cannot take it away
here's
from
my
him.
deal. Okay, here's my deal. Look, you know,
And I'm
the
pointing it out
problem
because
is
he's a
that
leader.
this is the cycle that we go through. That's why I kind of took some time off, you know, from this show. You know, we're gonna get stuck in discussing our different, you know, choice of
No, we are discussing
politicians. That's
policy.
not the
We are
whole
discussing
idea.
policy.
Can you just wait 1 second? Just chill, my brother, chill. You know, What it's obvious that this man is obsessed with Peter Obi. Look, you don't have to look. I'm not trying to sell Peter Obi. You don't even have to like him. Let me tell you, if El-Rufai will become a leader like the leader we have in Rwanda, and he's going to stay there in perpetuity, I don't care. Once he's treating everybody fairly, here's my problem. I talked about people having love for country. The topic was why are companies flee in Nigeria? And this man said, well, whatever businesses, I don't know how you separate what he's saying. Look, when
We're
you
talking
go to the
policy.
market and your child has pneumonia and you cannot buy augmentin, which is the original medication, and you keep treating pneumonia and the child dies, that's when you understand the importance of companies being in Nigeria. There are things that no country can live in isolation. Even talking about, the importation, that an importer is an enemy of state. What the hell are you talking about? How can an importer, I never said you can ban importation. What we said is put a premium on imported goods. You can do that. But you cannot say Nigeria does not make helicopters. We don't make fighter jets. How can you not? Is it not people that will import those things? Nigeria doesn't even make petrol. If you don't import petrol, how can you even drive in that your beautiful vehicle? You cannot drive.
Odi, could it be that what he's saying is that
let me wrap up.
we should regard importation as a negative?
Let him finish. Let him finish. I understand where he's
Let me
coming from. Let
land.
him finish and respond.
Yes,
I understand him.
I don't support, I agree that we have to start making something. The people that are leaving, what he's failing to realize is that they're actually making something and contributing to our GDP. And they are, let's say Glasgow. Nobody says Mercedes-Benz. We want Mercedes-Benz to come to Lagos or Enugu or Kanu and make stuff in Nigeria. That's what Glasgow was doing. They were making stuff in Nigeria. And the day they left, Nigerians should weep. We can't say it's a good thing that they are leaving. Because when they make stuff, then we don't have to buy it in dollars. If they make augmentin in Lagos, then we can buy augmentin with Naira. But now, guess what? You have to now buy it from England or from India. And guess what? You used to buy it with your hard currency that you don't have. Naira will continue remaining poor. And, the government will continue to, support it with $10 billion. Then we'll continue to remain poorer and poorer. What I'm saying is that the question posed is, how can we stop companies from fleeing? We should, whether it's an Indonesia person making noodles in Nigeria or whether it's a man from Makurdi, they're still making it in Nigeria. In fact, we should get Bill Gates to come and make stuff in Nigeria. Look, if you're a Nigerian and you live in the United States, you're contributing to the GDP of the United States. You make stuff there. So what we have to, the reason people are fleeing Nigeria, we're talking about, they gave their clear reasons, Glasgow. They talked about not being profitable. They talked about, if you look at what will lead to being unprofitable, there are some things that intangible assets, security, you mentioned it. Some people mentioned, electricity, power, corruption, the courts. If somebody goes to, if you own, let's say you open, and even the man that he was talking about that makes tomato paste, why would somebody establish a company not for profit? Is it for charity? The man wants to make profit. The problem the man has is that, people, there is no, he went and arrested somebody illegally. People have right to say things about his, company. If people have freedom of speech, The problem is when you go behind to try to put label on people and you don't want to go to court, and then you start crying, that people are, oppressing you or doing something. Look, for Nigeria to move forward, we need to keep security. We need a less corrupt system where if somebody hits your vehicle, you can go to court and get justice. If not, look, nobody, even Nigerians that live abroad, will not come back. Rest my case.
Thank you. Let's allow
Tunanja, sorry, Tunanja. Let me respond, please. This is a very sad situation.
Try to keep it on 9 minutes so that they can speak, because the code alarm has fallen off. Please go ahead. What happened? Okay.
When we talk about vision, right? We talk about vision, and you talk about security at the same time. You don't care who owns the business that operates in your environment, in as far as contribute to the development of our country. That's sad. Now you're talking about security. One thing that sets the country that me and you live in apart is what? Ownership rights. I think that is the only country in the world that ownership right is ingrained into their constitution. There's a reason for that. Security is one of them. So you don't fear who comes to do business in your environment. That's sad. One, you don't believe in the ability of your people. Two, how do you expect to be independent when every Tom, Dick, and Harry can just come and bring money and invest in your country? We're talking about security here. We are talking about 100 years from now. How do we decide to say, okay, everything that we consume is our own if we don't start from now? When we open the border, we open every Tom, Dick, and Harry to come and compete with the local people that we are, even though they don't have access to credit, even though the government is not looking after them security or providing anything. But these people decide to say, you know what, I believe in my people, I want to invest in them. We are talking about profits. You see where we are as a nation? When I use Obi as an example, I'm not using him out of a contest. He is a private businessman. He's at the center of what we are talking about. And he's seeking to lead us. I can use any other person. He's not going to fit the context of discussion. You can be emotional, you can say, oh, I hate him. I can't hate, I don't know him. I cannot hate him because I am too poor to even hate the billionaire. But if I want my country to actually be secure and have and believe in the unborn generation to come and have the ownership of property right, then I criticize everybody that does business in my environment. What kind of business is it doing? How ethical is it? What is the detriment to that business, to those who are here with me? That is where we are today as a people.
You could also call out the government that should have taken the opportunity to encourage Nigerians to.
He was a governor. He was an executive of a state.
Yeah, I know, but he's not. But he's not now. We are talking about the current president that actually has a lot of power. The current president has a lot of power. So you can argue that why doesn't he? No, let me just make the point I'm making. You can just argue that why doesn't the president
generational point of view?
No, see, okay, I'm just trying to argue for what is happening now. They are living right now. Why is our government not saying, okay, these people that are living will encourage
the
our
man is obsessed with Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not the president. They're just obsessed with the
man. Elite class consists of business elites, religious elites,
political elites.
So all of them work in tandem. Tinubu cannot succeed without business people around him. And as far as I'm concerned, Obi is a businessman who should do business in Nigeria at the highest level. So what are we talking about?
And while the president can stimulate 10,000 businesses,
example for God's sake. I am using an example. I can point and go out.
Yeah, but the thing is, people will argue that why go after talk about Obi so much when there is a president that you could ask to encourage national businesses to occupy the space these companies are living.
I like that question. I like that question because the policy that was operated yesterday, today, and tomorrow are from the same class of people to which Obi belongs to those class of people. Obi is sitting at the top excellence of business people and government people in this country. So no business policy. Hold on. No business policy that goes around without him knowing or contributing. He said he back with it. So what are we talking about?
But he's not at the top. He's not even close to the top. He's not even close to the top. There's Dangote, there's Lelumelu, there's Tinubu, there. All those people have more money than he does. So I don't know. And Tinubu has political power.
To Nigeria, we are talking about class of people. It is sad that I'm using. Okay, I'm using Obi because Obi fit into the description of what we are saying. Government
Yeah,
policy and business
but
practice. Hold on
I
now. Business, hold on,
Mr.
Tunanja.
Ovie,
Government policy.
Mr.
Hold
Ovie,
on,
Mr. Ovie.
please. Can I learn my point? Business policy, and what? Government policy and business practitioners. Right? It was business policy that led Glasgow to leave. It was due to the bad business IQ of our leadership that actually bring Glasgow in the first place. See, you cannot separate these two. It's government. So he occupied the two. He was an executive governor of a state
Yeah, but when he was
for
governor,
8 years.
people were not leaving the
He was
country.
a
It's now that they are
private
leaving.
businessman for 40 years.
Yeah, but when he was governor, people were not leaving the country. It's
Now in
now that
class
people are
in a
leaving the
rule now.
country.
Not be in class in a rule.
No, but
Hold on.
Ovie, you
Mr.
are
Ovie,
picking on somebody that is not even at the center of events.
Ovie,
He's not at the core of events right now. Yeah,
Fathers, wait up. Let me
go
say one
ahead.
thing.
Just say your piece so as
No,
Esther can
just
say
say
something.
one thing. Everybody specializes in some way, in what sector. Everybody cannot be a manufacturer. Everybody specializes in which way it specializes on, and that is where you have to work. Everybody cannot be cannot open a company that be producing. Some we export, some we import, some we export, some we open companies, some we start producing things in Nigeria and everything. So let's realize that everybody doesn't have the same talent or the same understanding of how business works. So it is when you understand it, that's how you will work with it. So if Erico is producing something, it doesn't mean Obia to also produce something, right? So let's put that clear. So it's not by saying because I have the money, I go and open a manufacturing plant, which I don't know how it operates or how to manage it. I will fail. So that's what it is.
That's true. Thank you. Xero, please go ahead. Thank you for coming in. You are muted somehow. We can't hear you. Technical issues. Okay, let Janaba, are you ready? Yeah, you are muted at the moment. The conversation is about Nigerians leaving the country and foreign companies leaving, and what is it going to take to fix the country? Who is going to fix it? And is Tinubu up to the task?
Move to Mazi. I see him raising his hand. Mazi from California. So let him go and I'll be there.
Okay. Mazi, are you there?
Yeah. Nigeria.
Is Tinubu up to the task of filling the gap these companies are leaving when they leave the country? Because that's what the only question I had for Ovie, that he was holding Peter Obi accountable when the president has the power to encourage local manufacturers to fill these gaps. So do you think the president is going to be able to fill the gap that, the gap Nigerians that are leaving the country are creating, and businesses that are leaving the country too, that they're creating? Can the president fill those gaps? Your audio is gone.
Okay. Profathers, good morning again, and then good morning, Jonava, and good morning, Zero. Good morning, Blackstone and Odi. Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. I don't know.
There's an echo coming through from somebody.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I don't know what the problem is for Ovie today. Except somebody.
No, go ahead.
Okay. So pretty much, Ovie, I don't know what the problem is. He might think that he has the right to blame someone else for another.
Yeah, something is wrong with his audio system. It seems to be fighting it. Have you taken care of your audio system, Xero?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, loud and clear.
Oh, you can hear me now. Okay, maybe it was because I adjusted my audio. You see, I'm using a mic now on my system. That's
Yeah,
because of you
that's
guys.
funny.
Oh, okay. Just change it to 0. It'll be better.
You do sound better. You sound like you're using the microphone now.
So you can hear me loud and clear now. Okay.
Right.
Yes.
Great. I think everything boils down to, you know, we still have leaders that are living in the past. In fact,
Nigerian, long time. Where have you been? Nigerian has been hustling.
Long time.
Were you in Nigeria?
I just came back last week.
Nice one. You look fresh. And you came from Nigeria looking fresh. Okay, it's all good.
Thank God that you came back home because you really enjoyed yourself.
This people that keep saying Nigeria is on fire.
Can you guys hear me?
They come back looking fresh.
They still go to Nigeria.
They come back looking fresh. That's the one that surprises me most. Yeah, they don't look stressed at all. Please, Esther, go ahead.
All right, great. I think the problem boils down to, we just put it the way it is. Stealing. Stealing is the problem with Nigeria. If we embellish this word with corruption, fraud, it is stealing. People who are up there are stealing. If you want to repair the country, the first things first, you have to repair the infrastructure so that businesses will thrive. The reason why businesses are running away is because of failing infrastructure. And it is because there is no sign of the current government trying to fix this infrastructure. Because we have discussed it here before. For a government to fix infrastructure, they have to stop stealing. They have to sacrifice their own tenure, that 8 years, to repair the infrastructure. But every government that comes in is afraid that now then go come be good boys. After the last ones don't thief, no fixer. The ones we follow, no fixer. So now we are now the good boys to come and fix it. So that because when you fix it, this phase we are in now is the phase to fix the infrastructure before you now start collecting tax from the people or the companies that are now investing. So it means that automatically you that are fixing it, you cannot steal anything, and you cannot steal after you have left office. So instead of fixing that infrastructure for the local and foreign investors to come in droves, and then the next administration will now come and simply open their hands and be collecting the tax that you have worked hard for. They say, no, be my tenure. That's what we are facing in Nigeria. That's the only reason why everybody is in the soccer win. That's why the things are going from worse to worse 0.02.
But is it not true that even the politicians understand the concept of delayed gratification? In other words, what you are saying that when they get into office, they want to eat for now. Why should they work for the people in the future? But they themselves as politicians do the same thing because they invest in getting into office. They use a lot of money to do that. So they do understand the risk of investment, and then when they get the reward, then they're able to do it. But when it comes to Nigeria, they are not willing to risk the fact that, because if you can do something in a way that even when you are gone, your children will still be making money out of it, like some of the deals that Tinubu signed when he was in Lagos to start collecting money. The reason why I'm saying these things is because I feel like there is something else going on here, because these are our leaders. They don't have a lot of money.
There's nothing going on other than the fact that when you use corruption to steal something, you will use another corruption to maintain it. That's what is going on. All the investment Tinubu put in place in Lagos, he used corruption to get them. So he's further using more corruption by putting his own boys to keep those investments like that. Let one proper governor come into Lagos and see how all those things will go away. That is what I'm saying. And that is what is happening in different states. A person will come into a state where they voted him. He will use corruption to put a stooge. I'll use further corruption to surround that stooge with more stooges. So that as that stooge is leaving, another stooge will enter. That's why we are not going anywhere.
See, Zero, I tell you, the UK, there is corruption. In America, there's corruption, massive ones. The money
But
they are
that's not,
stealing.
the corruption has not entered the system. These ones have used corruption to take the system.
Believe me, it enters the system. There's something more fundamentally wrong with our country. Because when they steal money here, most of the money they spend it in their own economy. No matter how they do it, it still comes back to the economy. But when our people steal, most of the money that is stolen end up in foreign economies, and they don't have any way of bringing it back. Some of them die, the money just disappears.
That's what I'm telling you. For you to be corrupt, for your corruption to work, you have to hide the money somewhere that people cannot reach it, or they will easily forget about it. You can't keep it here, because if the next person that's coming in is your enemy, he will take back that money. So you have to put it in one fund, or in one tax haven, or in one corrupt government somewhere else. And those corrupt governments, go and look at it very well. Even the US, they have a policy that their interest first. If you put money in a US bank, whose interest is it?
Of course, it's in their interest to your favorite.
So before they start, they don't even care whether you kill your people, or whether you buy your people. Sorry, the only thing they care about is that interest first, America first, and the same thing with Britain. All those places are corrupt.
Then why are we not like that? Why do we always take our stuff and run to them? You are saying that because some other person is going to come and steal it from them. They too have people that steal. And to be fair, in Nigeria, how many people have stolen in Nigeria that we have taken the money back, even if the money is in Nigeria?
Bro,
how many people have we taken the money back?
The truth is, the person himself that is stealing the money is scared of you. That's one day you will rise up and the table will crumble. So he has to hide it somewhere that even when you are searching, even when you find 5, you will not find the remaining 27. You understand? You have to be more corrupt than the past administration to be able to have something. Because if somebody, say for instance, you want to take over all those things that the likes of Tinubu have taken away from you, you think you can take back everything? You will still miss some.
From what I can see, it doesn't make what you are describing right now. It means that our leaders are some of the stupidest human beings on the face of the earth.
They are.
You know that what Nigerians are.
It takes a period of austerity to build those infrastructures. That means the person who is building it will not steal, so that the small oil money that you are getting, you use to focus on that infrastructure. By the next, maybe within a period of 15 years, some infrastructures would have attracted some investment that will have started paying tax. It is more investment that will lead to more tax than a government that will come.
Ask yourself this question now: why is it that if they like money so much, Nigeria is losing currently about $50 billion on GDP every year? Then why are they not securing the country to get all that money? Even if they are thieves, why are they not doing it?
Let me tell you, let me throw the question back to you so you understand. You and I are the sacrifice. Because for them to take money directly into their pockets, they have to mortgage you. So that's money, they don't care. They want to take it immediately and then pay it later through you. So we'll be servicing debt, no doubt. But they have already taken the aid and all the money, direct money that's coming in, and put it into their pocket.
No. This one is not there. This is our money that we should be making every year in our GDP. Because of insecurity, we are losing $50 billion in our own economy. So for them to be richer, why are they not looking to plug it, secure the country so that they can get richer?
Who told you that insecurity is not in their interest? That's what I'm telling you. Corruption is bigger than $50 billion.
No, because we are losing $50 billion.
Listen, that $50 billion, does it come directly into their pockets? It has to go through.
He also comes into their pocket. No, but it does come into their pocket. Of course, it does.
Come directly. That's what I'm telling you, that the corruption and laziness of this set of people is so much that they rather take the 10 billion that is direct than to wait for the 50 billion that is going to pay in 3 years. They don't care. There's another direct one that is coming. That's what they are just taking and putting it and filling their pocket until their tenure finishes, because there's no time. They are trying to take the one that they can get and leave. Within 8 years, nothing will be done. Look at the road. Just look at all the roads.
But
Look at
see,
the killing
okay, I will allow. See, I hear what you are saying, and you are really making it look like we are some of the stupidest people on the face
We are
of
the
the
most
earth.
stupidest. Let me even tell you what.
Not they is also.
That's what I'm
Because
telling
remember,
you.
we
Now,
are the
we are
ones
the most
creating them.
stupidest. Let me even tell you what will shock you. You know how many local governments that don't have any citizen living there in Borno State, but they are still paying, they are still taking allocation.
Wow. Okay. Let's. I think Prince wanted to add something. Please go ahead.
Okay. Let me shock you just in in addition to what Zero have just said. Do you know that the NNPC MD was called to the House or is it Senate and they were interviewing him? And do you know that this man had the guts to open his mouth and said that the Nigerian oil is being stolen from about, from the crude oil or whatever it is being stolen from about 4,000 spots. And I'm looking at it and I'm said, first and foremost, if you're telling us that the crude is stolen from 4,000 spaces or 4,000 holes, how come we have contract of the security is it Tatiata or Tantita or whatever it is, and then we have the military, and then those crude oil is being stolen through a vessel owned by rich people and not poor people.
Yeah.
So what is it talking about? It's the corruption that we are talking about.
They are the ones stealing it. Let's face it.
They're the ones
stealing it. They are the ones. It's clear. They know. Even our chief of army staff today, the other day, was complaining about it now. That was it defense minister or chief of army staff, one of them. He was saying that when they arrest people for stealing all our stuff or oil, they send them to the court. The court will go and release them and endanger their own lives. The ones that went and did the work to catch them. You go and endanger the lives of the ones that are doing good work. And that's why even courts are a part of the problem. Yeah, we have to have a stronger system because what is going on right now, security officers cannot even do their job. Please go ahead.
Forefather, we are in a deeper mess because even the people who are doing this corruption, they don't even care about themselves. They don't care about themselves. That's why you see them, they are surrounded by entourage of soldiers. They don't care about themselves. I know of one governor that, you know what killed him? You know what by this governor? Armed robbers wanted to rob him on the road, the same road in his state that he served, that he governed. And when they opened the door of the car, they saw him. They said, aye, sir. And they left. But by that time, his BP has already risen. That's how he died.
Okay,
when
let's
he
allow.
He was just yesterday, governor of that state.
Yeah,
he doesn't know that he will need these things. What might our this man in the Aso Rock? Is it not COVID? If they have their senses that this thing can affect them too, wouldn't they prepare the vaccine or find a way of getting the vaccine for everybody so that even if you don't vaccinate yourself, the next person will vaccinate himself so that they don't infect you? Are their children not in that same country? They don't care. They have so many wives and so many children. Something can happen to any one of them.
I think many of them don't care. Yeah, that's for sure. But something else may be behind this. Janaba, you see, we are losing Janaba. Please go ahead. If you have anything to add to this.
You are losing me
discussion.
how?
No, because it looks like you were getting distracted. Please go ahead.
No.
Okay.
I'm just trying to enjoy you guys. Let the guy go. Then I'm a senior citizen now. Summarize.
Okay, sounds good. Niger man, long time. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. The discussion is about this Japa business and investors and businesses leaving Nigeria. Do you think Tinubu is up to the task of filling the gaps?
Sorry, I just want to come in a different way, little bit. That's what I come in before I come to the topic of the day.
Okay.
I want it's no more then. So because yesterday I still watch electricity yesterday. So I've been watching them. I don't know why electricity yesterday brought about Obi for Obi. I don't know. There's one thing I wanted to ask Obi. This is what they are saying Obi. Election is over. Litigation is over. Now we are on governance. Who is ruling? Who is in authority? It's Tinubu and the minister and the heads. We should face those people. Because I don't know why maybe the offense being made is because he come out, he want to become a president. That's why everybody now we want to build the stage, is Obi. We want to build the stage, is Biafra. I don't understand. And people mistake Obi for many things. I thought it's different, Biafra, those are another different. Obi is illegal. Obi is not Biafra and Michael. Because I've seen many people that want to differentiate all this, maybe they are looking at you with iPhone or anything. Everybody now wants just to use that man to trade because he come out want to become. It's Obi that is Obi rule only one state in Anambra. I don't know how that would make a change to Nigeria. We are talking about Nigeria. We're talking about everybody here. The government is there. No, but none of us, we are all here. The budget that was passed, fine, the money is so small for the citizen, for the about 250. Fine, okay, the little we have, they're utilizing it. They have given almost 500, 5 trillion to themselves. You understand to themselves for innovation, meal, all those things, for ND, welfare, travel to for the budget. We are not scrutinizing those ones. Look at the security. What did they give him security? We are not scrutinizing that. None of us is even going to check what is going on in the National Assembly. All of them are coming there to come and defend their budget. None of us is even looking at that. Everybody just come here. We just come. Obi. Electricity will come. I don't know how that becomes their own problem. Their state there's no road, there's no water, they are not facing their state. What is the man of offense?
Najama, your audio is a little bit, coming across a little bit muzzled.
Okay, hello, are you hearing me now?
I think it's better now. A little, say something.
So I don't know why it's
try to talk. I think when hold on, let me just check something. I think maybe it's your setting. Let me just check. It's going to improve. What I to improve based on this. This may have something to do with it. Go ahead and say something, please.
Is it better now?
Yeah, but noise cancellation is not working. I don't know why. Go ahead.
Well,
it's better now.
Because I'm using phone today. I'm not on laptop. Okay, so that is where I wanted to come in because I don't understand. We have to face the one is really the country. We have to face that. One of us is scrutinizing the budget. One of us is looking at the budget for health, for security, for welfare. Nobody is looking at that. Just come here and start lamenting Obi. Who is the person that is really is Tinubu? Is the president. Litigation is finished. Election is finished. We face the governors now and scrutinize it. That is why. We are the citizens. There's no opposition in Nigeria. One of us has to come and say opposition. They want the government accountable. What are you talking about? The Dangote is there. Your $10 is there. Many people are there. We are not talking about the day that is not even among 1/10 of the businessmen. That is just your problem because you come out. Your contract is there. That they have respect for your party. You are not facing it. The electricity. You know, sometimes I just look this channel and I see why people hip hop other. Because most people don't even understand media. They don't understand the way media work. You have to balance things. Everybody cannot just be saying this. That is why I always like to listen. You have to balance it. That is why people hate you because they don't know why. Because those people you are talking about, they want to balance it. That is it. You don't just come and just be facing one person and everything. Just talk about. You don't even say anything or maybe is afraid of Tinubu apology. Don't know. The person that is only making this thing about your destination, your destiny. You are not facing that person. The person that is taking your money, that they are not budgeting for themselves, that will better your life. You are not facing them. You are facing somebody who have contested election. Election have done. You have that one have packed and go to his own business. That is your own problem. So I don't want all those things. That's why I don't want them to come and play and argue with you. We should face the governors and leave that man alone. Is that an offense that you come out that you want to come and be a president? 2019, Obi was the best person. 2023 is declared to become the president, become the enemy of everybody. I don't understand what is wrong with people. I don't understand. Obi is saying that Obi is an evil. People should understand that to think with their brain if their brain is not working. Because everybody wants to tell them the thought that you have check how they do inside there. I don't know what is strange with people. Face the person that is human being. Face your state. Everybody should face their state. Your governor is there. Your senator is there. Obi is not your senator. He's not your governor. He's not your rep. He's not anything. He's not your local government chairman. So what is Obi is their problem? Is it Obi is their problem? Please, I don't want to get upset with anybody, please. Thank you. That's just what I want to come here. I want to clarify. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Nigerian man. ME, I think you are next. On when Jodaba is ready, he can always come in. ME, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. A nice one. He just asked, can you hear me? Then he went off. You know that when they say this, they go and touch their phone and boom, everything just goes off. So who is next? Prince, you want to say something or Janaba?
Okay, since the guy
yeah, he'll be back.
His internet is not that friendly with him. Good morning from this side and wherever you are, evening and afternoon. I think let's make one thing clear if we're going to address or trying to prepare ourselves for the future in political arena. I understand where others are coming from about the critics of Obi, and I also understand those that criticize him. In our since our democracy since 1999, there's no third party that have come quick to gain ground in our political space since 1999 like Obi did. So I think when people mention him, they're trying to say to charge him to be a full opposition leader because people trusted him to do that. For whatever reason that is not doing it the way they expected, I cannot tell, and I think time will tell. But don't go hard on people when they say, oh, Obi do this, Obi do not do that. It's expected like that. So it is a politics, and that's why I advise people that don't invest so much of your emotion or defend any of the politicians, or even if they are so close to you. They are career politicians, and they switch parties, they switch. The governor of Benue State now is lobbying to go to PDP because the APC that he won under is in the state level are not favoring him, or is not gaining popular the way he wanted it. So these are what politician does. The responsibility of ordinary citizens or media is to be critics of them and to charge them to be better. But if you think, oh, I want to defend this person, I want to defend that person, you may not have all the facts. So you don't want to put yourself in that situation. That's my advice to that. On the issue of Tinubu is up to the tax or not, we have you yourself, you know how difficult it is for you to even moderate here. And you are talking about 2 million plus Nigerians with such mentality. It's very difficult to have a control, especially in a society where corruption is the order of the day. That even when you mean well, you will not go well. The society is very gullible, and where do we start from if we don't have a system, and if people can just take a side based on religious or based on tribal, instead of saying that if you are Yoruba, you do well, your guy. If you are Hausa, you do well. If you are Igbos, instead of looking at the system, So we cannot have a better society when there is a corruption going on. There's nothing to enforce. Ordinary Nigerians, we should turn the mirror on ourselves. Tinubu, there are so many things that are not going well. And of course, once you are a president of a country, you can't shift blame. But the society should also hold themselves a little more responsible. But the greed of, oh, this is my time to chop, and the next person will come is going to be the same way. I say that in this earlier on this thing, that are we missing Tinubu already? No, are we missing Buhari already? Because he says so. He understands. Leaders understand what they go through. If you are in the position of leadership, even to manage your own life and things around you, you will face so many challenges. But I don't think the way things are going right now, we need a strong opposition leader. All Nigerians you may likely support, may well support Tinubu. Doesn't mean you cannot criticize him. You cannot say, oh, this is not going wrong, simply because you are lawyer and then you abandon your common principle. And it doesn't mean you should not be fair enough to say, okay, I want to walk on this fine line. Let's give him time. And some people say, okay, it's not in the foundation is laying. I don't think it's a good foundation that will help this. It's okay to be all of those things. But Nigeria is a complex people. We have a sentiment on issues that we are not discussing. Why are we where we are? And we don't have the disappointing part of it is not even that we don't have any strategy where we can hold them accountable through political system. That's okay. I'm going to I will say no to this or no to that. It's like Donald Trump says that he do not take oath to defend the Constitution. And I said to him, it would be better for him to say, I took oath, because there are many things that can prove that he took that oath, and several rallies that he say, yes, I want to defend the country. It could have been better for him to say that, I say, help me, God, at the end of the day, but God didn't help me. It's better for him to go that route, and somebody like me will accept it, than to say, oh, I do not take oath to defend the country. So it's like we are going around saying like all these excuses we are making for ourselves and others. We should back out of it. Let's do what. Let's say to things we know and things that we have. We can fact check, and you can say, oh, this is right. This is not right. Why our country Naira, why is Naira devaluing? Is it because the demand is high? Is it because of insecurity? Let's put things in a context so we can have a constructive debate, but we cannot be all over and we don't have those things. You can say to the people that, because all we want is a working Nigerian for all of us. And if we want to criticize people, we say, okay, this area you are not doing well. You are trying to, it's not that you are praying for them to fail, but you are trying to point to them that this is not going well. I may have a political difference with you, but I want us to have this, I want to redirect you to look at this thing, that do it so that the country can move forward. But we are just all over. It's all over. You want to defend person you are interested in. If there are things that you can't even defend yourself than to come to say, no, I take my word back, or I apologize for this. But if we all don't want to be doing this, it will be a long walk to freedom. Let me hold for now.
Thank you, Jonaba. Who is next? I think it should be Tone now. He came at the right time to be the next speaker so that he can flow. I think there's an echo on your end, Tone.
Okay, hi. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. So you can, yes, we can hear you.
Hear me?
It appears you are delayed.
Okay, hi. Good day, everybody. I came in. Am I delayed? Still delayed? You should hear me now. There's no problem from my end here.
Go
Can you hear
ahead.
me? Okay. Hi. I just came in to respond to what Ovie said. Ovie said he's knocking on Mr. Obi because he imports. What kind of statement is that? Even in the West, you have businessmen that import from China. Here in the UK, a lot of businessmen get their stuff from China. So does that make them not a proper citizens of United Kingdom? So what are we talking about? Instead of us to be addressing the present illegitimate government squarely and putting in points that matters and all that where they have failed, their recklessness and all that, we come here and we glip tongue and be defending the indefensible. What is see? Nigeria is not about Obi or anything. People that are attacking Obi and all that, it's I just don't think it's cerebral. It's not fair. If you don't like Obi and all that, it's your problem. That's just keep it to yourself. But you just come here to just show your hate for one human being have come to say the truth and all that for one reason or the other. Mr. Abba, even some few minutes ago, all he was saying, he was just like going round and round and round and round and round. That is not the issue. I've always said the issue in Nigeria is has to be forced. These people needs to be kicked out by force. We can talk from here till next week. Hold this program even 3 times in a week. They are not doing jack. We have seen what they've done recently. It's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. The only way you can kick these people out is by force. And what do I mean force? I mean force in every word of it. Force. Tinubu does not give a toss about what you're saying or his criticism or whatever. It's just going to be by force. And if we don't do it, I'll start criticizing them, giving them some hard times and all that. It's not going to happen. Let's just get ourselves together, and let us not forget that they are still illegitimate. Tinubu is trying so hard. What do you think he took all that crowd to Dubai? All it's all about is still seeking for recognition, international recognition. The man is a fraud. His team is a fraud. Imagine the other day, 2 days ago in Shiloh and all that. That stupid lady, Dr. Betta Edu, coming to give a testimony. Gone are the days that when you go on the altar of God, you fall down and die and all that. He came to give her stupid testimony of being the youngest minister. I'm surprised that I wish I was there, because I would have stood up and said, listen, you don't come here to tell lies. And I'm surprised that she's claiming to be a born again Christian. I know that you cannot tell Tinubu that what he's doing, all he's doing, and you accepting. When you accept to be a part of a criminal organization, you are a thief. You are a criminal. So all this born again thing, or I'm a pastor, or I'm an evangelist, and all that is bullshit. It is your fruit, your character that matters. So let's not forget that Tinubu is still a thief. He's a certificate forger. He's a perjurer. They came in there illegally. Let's just not forget that. We cannot move forward, and they've shown us that they don't care about anybody's opinion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Father, 1 second, please. No, he mentioned my name, and I know Obie is not here. What Obie was saying, based on my own understanding, is this. Obie was saying that Obi campaign on moving from consumption to production. That what is the evidence of what he has produced or how he's going to produce anything. Now, you may like it or not, is that all you need to say here is that, okay, Obi, when he was a governor of Anambra for 8 years, this is what he has produced. That then you silence him by proving that he has produced something, or he have opened a company that the source of it is the raw material of it is something in Nigeria that we talk about tomatoes and all of that. So it's not enough to say you are obedient, and then you think that whatever anybody says that is mentioned will become something that antagonizes you. I don't think a constructive debate is gone this way. It's gone in the way that you say, okay, this is what he has produced, and or this is what he has contributed. But when somebody say, "Oh, you say, let us move from consumption to production," and somebody say, "Okay," it's a well say. But when you are a governor for 8 years, you do not do that. So it's a fair criticism for me. It may not be for you, but the only way you can counter it and you're going to make anything is that you show what you know that he has done. But then in the issue of, okay, it's not the government of the day. You can say, okay, let's move from Obi now. It's not the government of the day. It's a different argument. And when it comes to tone, you say, okay, let's use force. I think you are an ex-military guy, and whatever the forces you want to use to remove some government in existence, whether it's illegitimate government, we are yet to see it. You still have time in your plate, who you're going to consult, or what you're going to carry on, the forces you want to use. But in this context of force that you are trying to talk, I don't think there is a very good atmosphere that you can, or in this public space, that the word you are using, I hope and I'm wishing that I see in a few months or years to see how that force yield the result. If not, it become a wish, and that never is become, I don't know. I don't think that is a space for it, that okay, we're going to use force, but I'm not doubting you. I will see how that force will work. But a force also is going to be taken with intelligence, and you're going to you want something that those people you want to direct the force towards having part of it, and not innocent people to be caught in between of your own forces, whatever the forces you are talking about. But I don't think it's something that's going to make any changes. Then what we are doing is that we are that's the problem we always have as a Nigeria or Africa. We want something to have a result right away without planning it and look at it carefully. When you see people, a country that have grown, even before they come to the spotlight, they have worked on the ground for years and put some certain things. The product we use, people tested it, even use it to human being. If it is on pharmaceutical thing, if it is automobile science, we cannot just come out with something that we are not part of, or because we run one cycle of election and we invested so much in it and it doesn't work out, and now the whole world has to go down. I don't think that has a future, and I don't think that is how things work. Get involved, be patient, do your grassroots move, build it, grassroots politics or whatever, and move up. But you cannot just come in the middle of everything and you cut everything and you think you're going to make any difference.
So sorry, forefathers. I just wanted to respond quickly to what Jonaba said. Much respect to you. I think you made very good points initially, but the topic of the day is about the Japa issue, about companies leaving Nigeria. And this is where I'm a little disappointed about where the discussion wants to slide in, and I think forefathers should not let it happen. You've offered this advice, I've heard it a few times, about people get yourself together, if you run one cycle of election and all that. This is not about Peter Obi. Peter Obi is not the president. Anybody, I know you don't like him, you've said it more than once. You said
don't say
so,
I don't like him. I
no.
don't
You
have to
said
hate
no.
anybody.
I'm using your word. You said I don't like Peter Obi. You said it.
I say it's not my fan. I don't like his
Same
politics.
thing now.
I don't like his politics. Has nothing to do with him. I don't
You
know
say
him.
you don't like, okay, fine. Okay, you don't like his politics. Let's leave that. You don't like Peter Obi as a politician. Fair enough. So, and we see the sentiment. Here's the problem I have. If you don't like Peter Obi's politics, you should be very excited and happy about what's going on now. You should be happy that Peter Obi did not become president. Let's focus on that's the point. You know, your friend on the other side does not like it. Why don't we, instead of trying to debate what did he do and number, it shows how enormous this guy is, that there's a government in power, and this is the distraction that people are trying to throw to Nigerians, which is not fair. There is the problem in the country. The problem is that there's so much corruption. People are stealing, people are being killed, no one is asking questions. Companies like Glasgow are leaving Nigeria, and people are saying we're very happy that they are leaving. What are you guys talking about? And someone is talking about Peter Obi being an importer. Importers are enemies of states. I don't advocate for forceful removal of government. We can see what's happening in Gaza. For us to know that things can go very quickly. And this is why I like your last point. People will be caught in this crossfire if something bad happens. So what when initially, before you guys came, is we just need these people to be patriotic. We said if Tinubu says on Monday, see, just one policy by Tinubu on Monday can make all the difference. That's why we keep speaking. Maybe someone maybe Sheyi will have a friend who will recommend Dr. Damages. Listen to these guys. And Sheyi will go and tell his Baba, say, make me do this thing for these people. Let's change it. Tinubu is going to be president for the next 4 years.
Mr. Odi,
Let me just finish.
Mr. Odi, you're saying that
let me finish up. Let me finish. So, you're echoing, I think, again. So maybe you just mute or something. You're echoing, I think, again. So maybe. So my point is this: leave Peter Obi alone,
okay.
Mr. Abba, and the other man. Let's focus on the government of the day. How do we get this country better? We'll come back to politics in the next 3.5 years again. And Nigerians will make a choice. Any choice that the country makes, when I mean the country, it's not just the people, the judiciary. I had one appeal court judge died before he was going to be promoted to become Supreme Court judge. Everybody makes the choice. Somebody said, oh, things are not so bad. I think forefathers made. That people look good and there's good music doesn't mean things are good. One of the, in the United States, the budget and all the GDP, about 20% is dedicated to healthcare. You cannot have a country. Look, if Tinubu has chest pain today in Aso Rock, and he has a massive cardiac myocardial infarction, he dies in Aso Rock. I'm telling you the truth. If you can't carry him quickly to London on time, there's no healthcare. The Aso Rock Clinic, it's a joke. These people are not even they don't even care about themselves. So what we're saying is,
Odi, on that Aso Rock issue, they said they went and brought all the equipment that the doctors in the West use and put it in Aso Rock. So when something happens now, they said they will fly the doctors into Nigeria to treat him in Aso Rock there. So that's their new plan.
But it's the same thing, right? It's the same distance. Whether you're flying the patient to the doctor or you're flying the doctor to the patient, the doctor is not there. Look, if you have a chest pain and you have a cardiac, you have a heart attack, what you say, you need
to treat that patient in 90 minutes, or everything goes bad. Maximum 90 minutes is the what we call the door to the, to the, from time you leave, you call an ambulance, to the time your heart is, these blockages removed. He's not going to make it. You can't bring the doctor. The man may be sleeping in the UK. How are you going to bring him to Nigeria? It's a joke. This is what you even said. Look, even think about what you said, how much sense it makes for that to be a plan for a presidential villa. What I'm saying is, my brothers, let's keep the discussion focused on how we can make Nigeria a productive haven, to keep the people we have here, instead of talking about, election and people who lost. Be happy. Obi lost. Enjoy. Just have fun. Nigeria is bubbling. Enjoy.
Why can't we disagree to agree, Odi?
Or agree to disagree, more like.
Yeah. So it doesn't have to be my way, and it doesn't have to
Mr. Odi, Mr.
and it
Odi,
doesn't have
are
to
you?
tell me, say, stop talking about this person or this and that. It's a topic that link it to it, and when that is how things go. You cannot absolutely have a monopoly over something. You can started the conversation and it road to something, but at least as a matured people, we should be man enough. When they talk about people, we don't want them to go there at all. We should still take what is called temperament and enjoy it. Even you as a person, there are things they say about you may not like it, but as a real man, you will say, you know what,
Mr. Abba, hold on.
Yes, sir.
I never advocated for a war. Let me just
I
clarify.
never say you did.
What I'm saying is a violent change.
I never said the word war.
No, that's my implication. That's what you're saying.
Yeah?
Nobody will get hurt. The only people that might get hurt is the criminals. They will get hurt. And if they get hurt, I don't care. It's the criminals. If they get hurt, I don't care.
And 99% of Nigerians are criminals. So maybe you are not careful, you also will be one of them. So you got to go after yourself too.
I think probably what he's referring to.
Okay, let me clarify.
Because often like that. I wanted to argue something that
I thought we have a rule. Can we follow the rule and not interjecting each other?
I think it was flowing, but because there are more people now, we have to make it a bit more strict so that we can do, let's say, 2 minutes, so that everybody will have their say. But let me just ask something about what Ovie said about importers being, kind of negative and not a good thing. And I think maybe we need to
call them enemies of state.
Yes. I think what he means by that is that we should have that kind of mentality. And the only thing we should be importing is things that we need to manufacture something, things that we need to defend ourselves. Any other is importing like toothpicks or rice or even wigs or other nonsense that is not enriching us in any way. We can do away with them.
Can I interject you, please? That statement in itself is very wrong.
Yeah.
The only institution that has to do with what is important, what is not important is the government. Citizens should be free to do as they like until the government formulates a policy that says,
no, that's what he's saying, though. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, but that is wrong, because citizens should be free to do any business they like. It's only the government that regulates with policies. Maybe we are importing too much. The government regulates and advises or gears the economy towards the proper direction. If the government itself is not well enough, if the government itself is assisting monopoly, that government is.
But that is what he's saying. He's saying that we should see importers as a problem.
A private citizen has no business saying, "Okay, I have to export so that I'll help." It is the government that directs citizens. There's a way of
I agree with that. But the idea is that if we all agree that this importation business that we are doing, we have to start importing strategically things that are actually beneficial to us.
Do your business. Government policy will direct you. If you do something and people are doing it too much, you will change business.
He's talking about government policy. I think you think he's attacking people, but he's saying that that's how we should start seeing it. But it's okay. Prince, go ahead, then Righteous Man will have his turn. Prince, say what you want to say.
Okay, so pretty much are we saying that importers are not helping. Those people who import pay taxes, they pay import duties. And the reason why they import is because we don't have it in Nigeria. So I don't understand what the problem is you guys have with importers. You live in UK, forefathers. Ovie lives in Texas. Do you want to tell me in Texas that what you have in Texas is what is being produced in Texas? You don't have Walmart there. You don't have Sam's that import from China, despite the fact that China is not even friendly with America, but they still do importation.
But there is a difference between an advanced economy and that of Nigeria that has not even
stop comparing things. We start from somewhere.
We have to stop.
We start from somewhere.
Think about it. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. There are certain things you import that is not benefiting the nation. If you are importing equipment to manufacture so that we can now start exporting, that has a plus added value.
Okay.
You see what I mean?
Okay.
How does importing pizza help
the person they mentioned, is he importing toothpick? Is that what they say his importation is?
No, that's what he's implying. He's saying useless importation should not be accepted. We have to change our mentality.
That's left for the government. That's left for the government to deal with. We're dealing with an issue here. We're dealing with an issue here.
Even Peter Obi believes in it. Some of all these people are saying.
The government?
Peter Obi saying we have to transform to an exporting economy. The idea is that he's saying discourage importation, discourage people using dollars. Even our own president wants to sell their private jet right now. He said Nigerians should pay for that private jet in dollars. This is the Nigerian government
doing his private
business. Okay, that's why we focus. That's why we focus on the government of the day and not people who run for election. That's what we should be doing.
I agree with you. He shouldn't have been picking on Peter Obi, but we have to look at the bigger point.
Anybody.
But there is a president in office. Why are you picking on somebody that's not in office?
John Abba, you have.
Can I respond to all this?
Too many people talking at the same time. John Abba, you guys have a new governor. You guys have a new governor in Benue State. During the week, did you hear him complain? You heard him shout.
Yeah.
You heard him shout.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is the problem?
The problem is his godfather Akume want him to be given money.
The same people.
The
same people.
If we talk that, you see, I don't invest so much like you guys. I used to tell you guys when the election was going on. I think we need to calm down as a people and we understand our differences and we can have a constructive argument. And maybe somebody says, I think it's Audi, can say, okay, this person will hear it and say, okay, Nigerians are getting aware. This is the position of some other people are talking about. Look at the word they are using. This is what they are channeling some of our energy. Let's discourage this, don't distract. That's a constructive argument. And I'm not saying that nobody, I mentioned it to you, these are
good
career politicians. So
good.
That's you that is
good. Let me say one more thing. Okay, we are over here talking about P2B and government. Our government went to Kogi State and gave women 20,000 and had them on camera saying, "Oh, they have done a marvelous thing for 20,000." What would 20,000 buy today?
Thank you. I think let's move it on so that others can.
Those are things we're supposed to be talking about.
Can I respond?
Propaganda needs to stop.
Can I respond? I actually stopped.
You have 2 minutes to respond. I think we are going to be doing 2 minutes now so that you can be able to circle around. Please go ahead.
Okay. It's I often say that we are miseducated, all of us. Not necessarily because what they are teaching us is not the things, the way they are teaching us all those things, right? And I always say that now the people who fight civil war, write the constitution, and then get the political parties. Because if to sit and teach us well,
we for know say all these characters where they govern us, now them be the problem. Both the outsiders and the insiders. What do I mean by that? In a free society, those of us who live in a developed world, in your classroom, they use the real people, the citizens, those who are doing well, who are doing evil, as to form their text, their textbook. If Nigeria is a country that actually means that we have patriotic and visionary leaders, person like Obi, suppose they be two subjects in our classrooms, even at the secondary school level, business-wise and politics-wise. Because guess what? It's a success story. The idea that we cannot use them as an example says a lot about the way we reason. They say there's no smoke without fire. How do we get to where we are? What you will say, oh, the citizen and government. Who is the citizen? Who is the government? Me, to Nigeria, you, Obi, Ponkoso, everybody, 90 Nigerians. And among us, 90 governments. The government cannot do without we giving them the legitimacy. Obi is a player in these two majors. If I'm using as an example, I'm using as a pointer to the rest. But if you ask me to stop using it, please tell me one Nigerian who make his billionaires from importation, who hold an executive position in Nigeria at one point, at the same time, who is taking the #1 seat. And I will kill that person. And let me just listen. So show me that person who is let me just land it. Yeah, let me land it up with a question. Let me land it with a question. Show me one Nigerian. Show me the Nigerian. I will stop criticizing Obi. Show me a Nigerian who make his billion as an importer, who executive position in a government position, and at the same time who's seeking for a position to be a Nigerian president. Show me that person, and I will kill that person with criticism. If Obi doesn't pay the bill.
Thank you.
Yes.
No,
Yes.
not now. We have to allow the thing to flow first. Righteous man, please go ahead. I'm going to time you. I'm sorry. You didn't get your chance to have more time to talk. So 2 minutes.
No. Forefathers. M has been there before me. He has not spoken.
How are we rotating this thing now? This thing is not going again.
No.
Somebody has not spoken all morning.
M has spoken. No, M was around. He did speak, and he had a bit more. He didn't speak a lot, actually. He went out. M, I think you dropped out, didn't you?
I didn't speak at all. The network took me out, so I had to come in.
Yeah. Without the network, he was immediately. He was like, "I'm about to start talking right now." Phew, he just went off completely.
No. Of course, I wouldn't be running from talking. Why would I
thought you kicked your phone or something by accident or something.
No. That was I even chatted you in the background. That it's like as you called me, the network just went off straight. So
okay, I think you should go ahead next. Then please go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Then after you, righteous man, Wole, then we go from the top down. Thank you.
I think we have spoken. Good evening, everybody, the panelists and the listeners. And I think we have all spoken our minds, but we have spoken a lot while speaking our minds. So maybe I should just go back to the topic again of discussion. And I think it is reading that as Nigerians and foreign investors are running away, who will fix the country? And is Tinubu up to the task? Well, to start with, I even had a discussion recently with one foreign guy here where I stay in. Let me call it Antarctica for now. The thing is, we just have to find a way to see how we can make the country work. Because if all of us continue to run out and run away, eventually we'll become cowards. That's it. And in whatever way we can, we should just try and have a reverse thinking. We have to rewire ourselves that come. We just have to fight for the country and take it back. We have to see, they are not more than us. Eventually, you get the point. This is like, as Patrick Obayagban always says, that this is a microscopic few that is piloting the affairs of this country. They are really, really small in number. So if everybody just try to become nationalistic enough to fight these battles, eventually we would make headway. That is it. So and together, so that is how I think we can fix the country. But however, is Tinubu up to the task? Well, he said that he was prepared for it. But so is it. So was Buhari in 2015 to prepare. And for those who have continued to blame the Nigerian people in terms of what is happening, that we've not questioned enough, we've not done this and that. We have to also please cut the average person a slack, because one way or the other, this suffering has been since 2015 in another level entirely. And the idea was, okay, let us suffer a bit so that we can make progress, and from then we begin to enjoy. But it now looks like the suffering is even to more poverty, and we are simply suffering into frustration, and it's getting worse. So you just have to question yourself, so what's the essence of the suffering again? And that will lead me to the discussion where you guys are talking concerning importation. Where Obi was making reference to Obi was making reference to Peter Obi's as an example of how we have this set of people who have not been making the right decisions for the country, and that they are not saints, which I get it totally, and I think I also buy that. But still, he had done his part, and he has not been at the real ends of affairs in order to make these decisions. I'm not cutting him slack of what he has done. I think all of them are all responsible. But the thing is that at least somebody was also saying that, okay, if have you made a mistake, but I think this is the way to go. And he kept hammering on from consumption to production. But then we all went against it, like he doesn't know what he was saying. You get the point. But he was the only one on that mantra, and we know that he can do it. Not that we don't know that, at least he might not do it perfectly, but he will put us on that track to keep on going. Well, that is just a story that should go ahead, because elections are over. Governance is on point, and we just have to see how we can hold the present set of people who are governing us accountable enough. So I think that is what we should continue to. That's the solution that we must continue to pass across on this platform. How we make this set of people accountable, how we can query them, question them, so that they can know that the Nigerian person is no more accepting bullshit. Please pardon my language there. You get the point, because we just have to move on. We have to move on. Well, it is tiring. It is tiring, and there's no excuse for us not moving on. When you have all the resources available, we have natural human resources. Please, what is it that should be keeping us? These human resources, if we say we are not skilled enough, these are people who are intelligent enough to learn. We just have to, and that's why even for us to say, we have to continue to endure in order for it to get right. The question is, are we even going in the right direction this time around? Are we going in the right direction? Does it look like we are going forward? That was how it looked like we were going forward with Buhari, but eventually it doesn't look like here we are now, that we have to even say maybe return us back to the times of Buhari. So it's crazy this time around, and I just hope that we can continue to find solutions on how we can make these people accountable. And I think that's just what we need on this platform. People, learned fellows, we just have to find solutions to see how we can make them accountable, how we can inspire the average mind in Nigeria to begin to see that they must question their leaders. So that one person will say, go and tighten your belt, and then that same person is buying a Jeep of 140 million naira for his fellow, that he knows that even an average professor in the university can never make that money throughout his lifetime. So we just have to find a way to make this thing work, and we have to question ourselves. That is my point for now. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. Next person should be this in Righteous Man. You spoke beyond the time because you came earlier, and your turn was supposed to be longer. But we have to start sticking to time, and no extra time, no extra listening. You saw the other day when Ify was here, it worked quite well. So let's do that. this is a righteous man. It will come back to you again. I know it will look like it's unfair to you.
Forefather,
yeah.
I don't want to be forced to believe there is a gang up against some certain personalities in this platform.
No,
I don't want to be forced to believe that. Hold on, let me make my case.
I know
I've
you're
been
going to go this
following
way.
Dr. Damage's platform for over 3 years. I decided on my own with my friends that I should be part of this platform. And if it is not handled without partial intention, I think it will go well for all of us. It was around to 4 I was in this platform. You backstage me maybe because I was driving. So I don't know the rationale behind you trying to say I should speak 2 minutes and this person spoke over 7 minutes now, thereabout. I don't want to believe there is a tactics to subdue some people or suppress them.
Hold on, I think you made a valid point because you were here earlier on. Only fair that we gave you the same time. So take 5 minutes and have your say, so that all the people that came after that didn't come, after you, then we can start going the 2 minutes, because I gave the benefit to ME, so it's only fair that I gave it to you too. Nobody's ganging up against you. Don't even start that nonsense now. Please go ahead.
So you are not giving people extra time?
No, come on, Exero, don't start now. All these people, it's not extra time. It's his time. He came early, but he was driving. I put him backstage. The same thing happened.
No, we should be giving righteous man extra time because it's in Nigeria. He needs it.
No, it's only fair. After now, 2 minutes for everybody. Please, righteous man, please go ahead.
So back to the topic of the day. Let me give you some details about what is going on in Nigeria today. On Thursday, I went to the bank to pick up some money so that I can pay my workers. I virtually went to 5 different banks, and there was no forex to pick up. That's number one. And I decided, because I was to pick up money from the dummy account so that I will have enough to pay my workers. That couldn't happen. I have to use my Naira account. If you demand for 500,000, for example, you will be given 200 or 150,000 because there is no Naira. That is the stage. We are back to buying Naira right now as I'm talking to you. People are using Naira to buy Naira. Number two, the fuel scarcity has hit Lagos State again. We have started queuing, and the price of fuel is no longer what they told us it should be with an NPC, which was then 568. I bought 588 from an NPC, and ordinary independent marketers, I bought 630 Naira per liter. Then thirdly, the killing in Kaduna. Gumi stated that it was a planned deal, that it was not a coincidence or a mistake. And so that there are some individuals have decided to punish the Northerners for whatever reason he claimed. Now, the main issue in the country today is not even what the panel is discussing. There is a reverend father called Father Oloma. He made a speech during the week, and he said the Nigerian people should stop praying against all those.
Where is it coming from? There's a
No,
bit
it's
of a
coming
noise.
from the kitchen. It's coming from the kitchen. They are cooking.
What is going on in your house? It's a bit distracting the viewers now from what you are saying.
You are eating my time. Okay, but let me go to my room anyway. Let me go to my room. Is that okay?
Yes, yes. So that people can hear you.
Okay.
Please do that.
We hear you. Why are you running now? It's
in the meantime,
a righteous man.
People are saying that Wole should be allowed to do 5 minutes because he hasn't said anything at all. So I don't know. Wole, do you think it's a good idea we start 2 minutes from you?
I don't mind.
You see, that's a patriotic Nigerian there. He's willing to take a hit for the team. All these some people will be like, no, don't start from me. Oh, you have to be 5 minutes first. That's how it's supposed to be.
Yes.
Why don't you make it 3 minutes or 5 minutes? Because 2 minutes is too short, really, for anybody to.
Okay.
I think because he goes around faster. We tried it before. It did work quite well. Yes, please go ahead, righteous man.
Yeah, so Father Oloma said something that Nigerians should stop praying against all these witches that they believe that suck blood in the night. That the main witches and wizards that are disturbing this country are the Nigerian politicians, the Nigerian businessmen, the Nigerian leaders who have decided to kill Nigerians in multiple dimensions. That if Nigerians should pray, they should pray against the politicians, because the politicians took money that belongs to the people, thereby making many people to die untimely death. Contractors who are giving money to construct roads or repair roads, they will embezzle that money and there will be accidents and tens of people will die. They are the real bloodsuckers, not the witches that fly in the night where they were unable to find the blood to suck. They will go and suck the mango and eat the pawpaws, and they are not the problem of Nigeria. That the problem of Nigeria is the politicians, the elite class, and the Nigerian people should rise up and pray against them, because they are the problem of Nigeria. That is the trading issue in Nigeria today. It's been discussed on TV, been discussed on radio, been discussed on every platform, that are trying to find a solution to the problem that it has engulfed this country. Men, because there is no lady there, the truth is this: Obi is not the problem of Nigeria and has never been the problem of Nigeria. And when we have a national discourse like this, I don't think it is correct for anybody to begin to portray Obi as if he failed. Let me tell you, during the time Obi was the governor of Anambra State, he won many awards. And the awards were not coming from the Nigerian government. It was coming from the international organizations that recognize his input, his administrative input. You can't find any fault in Obi. Obi has never stolen anybody's money, the one that belongs to the state or to the federal or to individuals. He's not a corrupt person. So sometimes it irritates me that when we have a national issue to discuss, some people, maybe they are sponsored by APC, or they have bitterness or hatred against Obi, we tactically drag Obi into the issue to divert the attentions of the panelists, which is not good. Let's as gentlemen focus on the problem of Nigeria, so that, see, Nigeria is going down. You guys that are in abroad, thank God for you that you escaped the evil that is happening here. So we need to come together in this platform and provide a solution, not to begin to antagonize Obi and say he's this or he's that. Obi owns nobody, and he has made his proposal. Nigerians voted for him, but some people say he can't be president.
There's no 30 seconds
thank
extra. Thank you. You're going to get your turn again. What was that I wanted to say about this? Okay, Wale, please go ahead so that we can go around quickly.
Very much, everyone. All protocols duly observed, as I always say. Sticking to the topic, I'll just go quickly into, because I have to write it down. Looking at importation is not a bad thing. It is good for any economy. Without importation, no nation will survive. Let me put it that way. It is good. But the question we should ask is, what are we importing? What are we exporting? Because if we are only consuming, we are not putting anything out, we will become a dumping ground. That is my only little understanding about importation and exportation. So anyway, for those economics people, they will know what it entails. About the problem, who is going to solve the problem of the country? I think it's every single one of us. Directly, indirectly, no matter how little, we all have to contribute. If I fold my hands and say, oh, because life is better for me today, it's just a matter of time when Nigeria will happen to me. And by then, nobody will come to my rescue. So if we all think, oh, I don't have anything to do with Nigeria at the moment, maybe until we face what I would call external aggression wherever we are, and then that is when we will appreciate where we come from. As Yoruba always said it, like Odo to bá gbàgbé orísun, as the river that forgets its source will definitely dry. It's just a matter of time.
Wow, that's an interesting one. There are a few proverbs that I cannot question, but that one is solid. Go ahead.
Yeah. So the numbers of people jackpotting from Nigeria now, I can even see some people thinking the amount of money they spend to Japa, I wouldn't blame them, one. But when I think of that money and when are they going to make it back, when are they going to recover that money, it's entirely up to them. But looking at how the country can be fixed and what can be done to avoid even the companies and everybody leaving the country. Campaign has gone. Governance is what's supposed to be the main thing. We all want to go back one way or the other. Either we want to go back temporarily or want to go back finally. If the enabling environment is not there, it will be very, very difficult. And that's what I expect anybody in government to do. Create enable environment. We all stayed in different countries abroad. The question I always ask myself is, who are the angels or the spirit that built these countries where we all jackpot to? It's you and I. We do our work. We work whenever for us to get paid, we do the work.
Wale, your time is up. Thank you. And we'll come back to you. I think people will be looking for you to finish your thoughts. But we have to stick to the time so that, and maybe you will be distilling your ideas so that we get more of your condensed wisdom. Odi, you are next.
Yeah, I'm going to pass. So I'll come back again.
Thank you, Odi. Exaro, next. You see, he's coming around again very quickly. Exaro, are you there?
Yeah.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My take is that is Ovie not here? My take is that
no, he's not.
My take is that the person, I always say this, I know he's going to come back, definitely going to come back for me. But the person that Ovie was supporting for this election, we don't know how he made his own money. That's Kwakwanso. So Obi, at least Obi was a known businessman, but what was Kwakwanso's claim to fame? Was he when he was a defense minister, or how did he make it? How did he become so rich? That he's now the legend of a party, So Obi was a private individual from the banking industry and was led into politics. He was actually chosen to come and test his hands. He happened to succeed. He never knew anything about politics. Unlike the other ones who were career politicians since we knew them. Obi's inroad into politics started during the late years of Ojukwu. I think when was that? So he's new and fresh.
But from what I gather, he did work with Abacha at a point.
At what point?
They said at some point
he said that he was fresh. He was picked out from the banking industry, so he didn't even know anything about politics. So for somebody that came into politics late in his life and then has been able to achieve this much, we should give him kudos. So whatever the yardstick is, it is the government that reserves the right to policy making. The government looks at the country and looks at the employment figures and looks at where we are lacking and says, okay, these are the areas we want to encourage people. So how do we encourage people to go into this area? Do we increase tax here, or do we place embargo on certain areas so that it is strictly government policies that adjust businessmen from importing to manufacturing? The government has to encourage. in some countries, governments go as far as, you know, wiping out their debts to encourage employment. In our own country, you are left alone in a business that no government fund supported you in, and people have the guts to say, don't do this, go and do this, don't do this, go and do this. Have you even stopped the ordinary Ashawo on the street to stop him from doing immorality? You want to stop somebody who's doing his legitimate business? I think that's totally wrong. That's his legitimate right, inalienable right. He has right to do anything he wants to do. And if he's going to politics and he's preaching his politics, it's a different thing.
Exactly, though there are certain things that are for the national interest.
Okay, what did he import that is bad? Did he import drugs?
No, it's not drugs. If somebody is prioritizing importing toothpicks versus importing machinery part that they can use to manufacture cars. No, don't make it about Peter Obi. I'm not making it about Peter Obi. I'm just arguing the concept.
That's what I'm saying. The country does not.
There are types of imports.
Yeah, don't forget. You people should not forget that this country does not encourage manufacturing. They are talking about the country that just closed down because of no light, no road. OVA is here. No light, no road, no internet. And you want to encourage manufacturing? How?
Thank you. Janaba, please go ahead.
Okay, I want to respond since he mentioned here and his light is on driving. You want to respond? I can.
Okay. Let's give him 1 minute. 1 minute to respond. Try to condense it. Thank you.
No, 1 minute too small. So let me wait there.
Condense it now. You are a smart man. You can condense it.
So well, I think he mentioned me on Coco. So I don't know the Coco is a rich man. I beg how much you want, because then he has never claimed to spend his money or anything that I know of. Maybe you can prove me wrong. You understand? You say he'll be geopolitics at a young age. The guy become governor in his 40s at a young age. But that's not the point, though.
I didn't say he joined politics young.
Hold on, though.
I said he joined old.
But let me. No, it's my 1 minute. But that's not the point, though. It is sad that we cannot use Nigerians who are successful as an example. Obi is a successful man. If I don't use Obi as an example, who do I want to use? Show me a man who is successful as a business as an importer, executive office, and want to rule us, and I will criticize that person. Just nobody. So it fits the bill. I'm not criticizing him that, I don't know him to who hate him in the first place. I don't know him. It's business that I'm criticizing.
Yeah, technically, Atiku fits all those things. So Atiku is also an importer, if I'm not mistaken.
Show me Atiku business and an executive office that he had, and I will criticize him. He has never had an executive office at any point.
VP is an executive office.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe.
Then what are his business? What are his business?
From what we heard, Atiku has more powers even. From what we heard.
Atiku has more money than Peter Obi now.
I know. I say, what are his businesses now? I'm criticizing business.
I think he's into some seaport stuff from what I gather.
We import this tomato. We get farmers for Niger middle belt all over the place. We are importing tomato. That's how he make his money.
But they say he owns seaport too. So he even literally owns the stuff for importation. No, but Ovie, they said Atiku owns something to do with seaport. So he literally owns this. The apparatus that he used to import people, literally.
And so, do we prefer China to own our seaport? Are we saying China to own our seaport?
No, I'm not saying that, but I would have thought you would prioritize him as an example. But that's fine. That's fine.
No, as I said, show me a man who he won't make his billion from importing, hold executive office, and want to be president. Show me the man.
Who was importing?
I think that's Atiku. Now, Atiku is one of them.
Atiku has never held any executive office. But do you prefer
vice presidential position is executive?
Do you prefer a foreigner to come and own our seaport instead? That's
vice president is executive.
God. Forefather.
Where?
Vice president is executive position now.
Forefather, do you prefer Chinese? Do you prefer Chinese to own our seaport?
Of course not. Of course not. No, I'm not talking about the example you gave. You could have used Atiku instead of Peter Obi.
Last week,
Atiku did not.
Last week you were making sense. This week you are just out of point. I don't understand you.
Atiku did not make his campaign.
Last week you were on point. This week you are really out of point.
It's okay.
I don't understand.
Atiku position, he wants to be president. As a matter of fact, I've never seen anybody that wants to be president more than Atiku after Tinubu.
Father, you are missing the point. What is Obi campaign team? Production to consumption. He is not practicing. He has every opportunity to practice it, to show us in his way. He refused. That is my criticism of him. Not anything
that's
else.
a fair point. That's a fair point. If you are saying he is not doing it himself. No, let's face it, that's a fair point.
He had the opportunity to do it. He refused to do it. So I'm criticizing him.
Then you can.
Why you have to be always Peter Obi? What of Kwankwaso? What of
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Thank you, Mr. Henry.
Why always Obi?
Kwankwaso did not pride himself as a businessman. He never tried to produce anything. He never tried to use his money. So what
about that?
I don't know how much you want. Tell me how much you want. I never see him as a rich man.
You know how much Peter
Tell me how much you want.
You know how
Peter
much
Obi is a successful
Let's go back to order. Let's go back
He's
to
a
order. This is not going to fly.
businessman.
Let's go back to order. These people are just shouting
He's a
at each
successful
other.
businessman. It's a success story.
Let's go back to order. Jonaba, are you ready to say something?
No, I'm a senior citizen. Let me wait.
All right, please. Mercy, please.
He's escaping.
Okay, Odi wants to retrieve his time. Please go ahead.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
I just
2
came.
minutes.
People should give me space to speak. I just came.
Don't worry. You're going to get your time after
so
1 hour.
Here's my issue. John Abba many times talks about people stop being sentimental. This, maybe it's a joke for him, or maybe he's having fun, some that I don't know, that he keeps trying to. This is a serious discussion. People are poor in Nigeria, people are dying. People can't get the right medication.
I don't think
Let me tell you what happened in Lut in Lagos. They closed a ward.
Mute yourself.
A medical ward
talking
in Lut because doctors were not available to man that ward. My brother, don't get sick if you go to Nigeria or if you live in Nigeria. That's the problem of the Japa problem. Lut used to be one of the hospitals that people in Nigeria could go to. Now it's done. And your obsession is talking about a failed presidential candidate. You're not even, when somebody talked about opposition, the only person that has stood in opposition against this government is the man you're criticizing. Your godfather has gone to try to, do whatever Tinubu says. He has stayed quiet. He has not criticized the government. He hasn't said even one thing since Tinubu was in government. All the ideas. It's not said these guys are not going the way I thought I would have been gone if I was president. He's not in opposition. He's in cahoots with the government. But you're obsessed. We talk. This is our problem in Nigeria. There's hatred, deep hatred for some reasons that I don't understand. You're obsessed talking about, show me one person. They gave you Atiku. You say Atiku is not the problem. Do you want another person to come and own? What are you talking about? Man, get it together. Thank you.
Thank you. I wouldn't go as far as saying it's due to hatred. It could just be that because Peter Obi is more visible. And it's also possible that is the case. Who is next? I think it's Tone. Tone, please go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I can't add more to what I've said before, and I'm just going to reinforce it. If these people are not kicked out by force, they are going to repeat the same. You think you've seen fraud? You think you've seen election malpractices? I tell you, the next election is going to be. Everybody's jaw is just going to drop. They've taken over. When we say we are in a state capture, people think we are joking. This is a total state capture by criminals. The only way you can, and I'm talking about taking them out by force, and somebody is saying that people will be hurt. Revolution is not a nice thing. Blood is going to be shed, but I don't care. Even those people in the office, if their blood is shed, so be it. Do you know how many people that are dead? Let me just remind you guys. I don't know whether any of you remember when the chief of staff, when he was going before the election, some of his security men shot dead a newspaper vendor. Did anything happen? Did that case not die? This is the Nigeria we talk about. If you're nobody, you can just be taken out anyhow, and that's it. Why should this sort of thing continue happening? Thank you. This person can go.
Forefather, please start to control the panelists. Somebody's muting himself all the time. Check the mic, please.
Forefather, unmute yourself.
Thank you. I heard you. Thank you. You know all these people, they will let me keep talking without telling me to unmute myself. I think it's Ovie that is next, based on the arrangement. I would like to take that.
No, it's supposed to be me before you took me out.
Yes, but okay, please go ahead. Please go ahead, Prince.
No,
I was calling you.
Was supposed to be.
Okay, Ovie, let me address you directly.
Ovie is Prince.
Okay,
Prince. Yeah.
Ovie, you are my friend and you are my brother. But what we are saying is this, okay? We are not saying you can use Obi as an example, but don't make him the focus. Okay? We have a lot of problems going on in Nigeria. They just told you a few of them. Okay. What would I say? There was a little thing I did somewhere, and if you see the massive people that came over there that need things, you will cry for Nigeria. These are able-bodied people. Okay? The policies that Tinubu is kind of like is written right now is not helping. Are we going to talk about the 15 billion to build a VP's house? Are we going to talk about 21 billion for the chief of staff office? Come on, people. Importance are not our problem. No matter what, they are not our problem. Our problem is the government that makes the policies, that take the traffic, that don't utilize the money. And they look for places to give a handout to people and get praise. If I tell you, I'm even disappointed at the senator representing FCT. I heard her the other day talking about she's using her basic salary to give palliative. That is not why she's there. She's supposed to be there speaking for the masses, not giving her palliative. Nigerians don't need palliative. We need things to happen.
Thank you.
By next year, I don't know how many families are gonna be jobless.
We have to respect the time. Mazi Prince, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. I think it's Ovie now. Ovie, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
I think we are missing the point here, right? Maybe because Obi's name was loud. I started my submission by saying that the foreign company we are living, Obi and his followers should be celebrating. Based on what? 2 things. 1, because of his business will flourish. 2, because of what his followers believe he can do, from what consumption to production. Foreign company living is an opportunity for importers to accelerate their importation now, or it's an opportunity for those that believe in what Obi is saying to take advantage of that space but start producing. That is the underlying point. But of course, they say at the Obi is our success story. Whether we like it or not, we have to use him as an example. I'm not criticizing him for his choice of marriage. his height, the way he speaks. I never criticize him as a person. Why? Because I don't know him. I am criticizing what he is presenting before us. A grown man who decides to leave his comfort home and say, come on, I want Luna, it's open for every sort of criticism, and he knows that. So, but the topic of discussion is centered on his lifestyle as a success businessman. We have to underline that. But what makes him successful is because of importation. Then we have to also put that into context. How is importation going to take us to production level, right? These are questions. But no, we are not serious on now. They criticize Obi. Who do I criticize? If I want to teach for school today, I will use him as an example as a business teacher. As a politician also, I will also use him as an example. Somebody who comes from a private institution and become an executive governor. That's what we should be celebrating, right? And be encouraging, not staunch politician as Unase Obi. So I still don't get it. Why Unase I'm wrong here?
Thank you. I think the only thing is that you could have just said, okay, Peter Obi is arguing for something that he is not done himself. So that is a fair criticism.
Let us start thinking. What could they think deeper?
Henry Gabriel, you know, I'm becoming a fan of Henry Gabriel. He always sly and always try to be funny with people. Please, Henry Gabriel, go ahead. It's your turn now.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. First of
all,
it's
not Gabriel. Sorry, it's Omorigi. Sorry, I apologize for that.
You know me. I get both names. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, I think you used to be Gabriel, isn't it? So fair enough. Yeah, go ahead.
I have the three names on my passport anyway. So as I was saying, Peter Obi is not the only man in Nigeria that is successful, that is doing well. But it's so sometimes it's getting on my nerves. Every little example they put Peter Obi in. Peter Obi says Peter Obi becomes stick from Showore. If you want to criticize anybody, they face Peter Obi. Showore do it often and often. I never see somebody criticize Dangote here. Dangote sell expensive cement to people, Nigerians, under Nigeria, where they produce cement. They are buying the expensive in Nigeria. You know, that African country cheaper. And people are here, could not even talk about it because they don't have balls enough to speak about it. Because Obi is a free man, people love him more than other politicians. He's the most loving politician all over in Nigeria. So you should let him breathe sometime. So it's getting on my nerves. Every example is Obi. We have a lot of businessmen that were in politics. They should sometimes shift the topic. I mean, the constitution, the talking to these people. Dangote is there. He's escorting money from Nigerians, under Nigerians, he's stealing from Nigerians. Nobody want to talk about it because they are scared to talk about it because it's a multi-billionaire. Who give a F about him? Look at our roads in Benin. He destroyed the roads they built in Benin there. Who's going to hold him for that? So when people always time, every little example is always Peter Obi. Sometimes it's getting on people's nerves. People should shift it sometime. But I know people will not like what I said, but it's all good. But it's the fact. Shift this. Tinubu is a businessman. They said where he make his money from. Nobody want to talk about that either. Because people don't have balls enough to talk about Tinubu. How did he make his money? People cannot talk about it because you don't have balls enough to speak about him. I will speak about him. Where he make his money? Where he got his money from? Remember, you guys are talking here. The wife.
Thank you.
People, they are very rich.
Thank you.
They don't need Nigerians' money. What are they doing now?
I think your time is up.
Give me 30 seconds, please.
There's no 30 seconds. I'm sorry. They don't. This is no. There's nothing. It's strict now. Very strict. The only I think it's fair. We should hear people out because of we are talking about this now. It's come out.
It's okay. Give the next
Peter Obi. I hear it's come out that Peter Obi talks about this in production to this thing. I think something about importation to production or something like that. But he didn't participate in it himself, even when he had the opportunity to do that. Question now is, what was his imports? Hold on. No, I think it's fair. It's really fair. We have to examine things. What were his imports? So, because the type of import you import to matters. What if he was importing machinery for manufacturing in Nigeria? Maybe he's not doing the manufacturing, but he was importing machinery for manufacturing.
What was he importing?
So where were his imports? If anybody knows, they can share it with us.
You just want wahala, Kofara. You just want wahala. You just want.
No, I don't want to have. No, we have to scrutinize stuff. I have said it before. There's no sacred cows here. We have to know the truth of everything.
Dangote too. Speak about Dangote.
No. Dangote is manufacturing. That's the thing. Dangote is also exporting. Dangote is a next positive.
Obi importing tomato and alcohol. All we can produce in Nigeria.
When your politicians like drinking 2,000-year-old wine and alcohol, and somebody discovered that as a market, is that wrong? Is there no market for it?
No, it's not wrong. That's why I said it's not wrong. You cannot separate Obi and his friend. No. You cannot separate Obi from his friends and his business associates. That's wrong. Atiku is his leader. Is his brother. Wike is his friend. Now they supply them. So you see, we are saying the same thing.
You are breaking it. Let me get the time back up.
Obi have respect, that's all.
Righteous man, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, correction, please. Obi inherited the supermarket of the late mom, and he continued to build on it, just like Trump inherited the real estate of his father. All these things, you guys, is Obi your problem? What's all this now? Leave Obi. There is enough yam, orange, mango, lavishing and decaying in Benue State that can feed a whole nation. There is no individual from Benue State that will put up a manufacturing or producing a company there to make use of the mangoes. To make use of the mangoes.
You have a point.
To make use of the mangoes and oranges that are decaying there. And Jonaban is abroad. He can attract foreign investment to Benue State. He had been over there for a long time. He's a learned man. He has money. He should contact his white friends and bring them to Benue State.
You don't scatter table. You are right. You're on point. Where are the factories in Benue?
He really likes. You've been mentioning mango a lot today.
One of them. See, Jonaba and David Mark, the president. They have Audu Ogbe. You have a lot of Nigerian leaders there. Where are the factories, Jonaba?
Jonaba is a challenge for you now. Talk now.
It's not my turn yet now.
I think it's KJ.
I am not on your side on this one.
Let us follow the line. KJ.
Wow, righteous man, you finished before your time. I can't believe righteous man finished before 2 minutes. Righteous man, you finished before 2 minutes. You know that's surprising.
Can I talk now?
And he made a great point too.
Yes, please, KJ, go ahead.
Okay, I want to support righteous man, and I want to advertise my people in Benue State. See, if you go to Otubo, there's a cement, a bond bricks factory there that has been abandoned for many years. That is something that can bring money immediately. You don't have to go far. The raw material is there on Otubo. The factory is there. You just activate it to bring in what you need. We don't have to depend on Dangote cement. That bond brick is there. If you go to Benue, the whole of the tea land has oranges and bananas and mangoes that are wasting away every year. They have soybean, they have all kinds of yam and all that. These are exportable materials that can be exported. Find out from Ghana how they're managing to export to every part of the world now. Let us get into that. It's not that, but that's what the Igbo say. If you are talking, you be doing. Talk and do. Talk and do, according to Ghanaians. So there's no need for us to be going around the world looking for who should come and invest. Let us our own self, first of all, begin to use the low-hanging fruits, like we keep saying every day here. Low-hanging fruits. Let's use them and advancement. Think of people who invest in our country. Having said that, you ever think, and I want to show the line of people here. You guys think something is going to come out of this guy? Guy, make una wake up now. Nothing. It's a normal spending and bruising Nigerian money to the extent that they can do that. Okay, a friend of mine who works with Chevron called me the other day and was crying. The money he used to earn before that make him a big man now. When he collects it, he can't even pay his children's school fees. He's somebody working in an oil company who has a steady income, okay, and who is an expert in his field. So it's not as if he's working as a laborer.
That's how much, my gentlemen, that the Naira have become. That's what it has become. Think about it. He gave me a scenario. If you were earning 100,000 Naira by 2015, and now that 100,000 Naira, what is it when you convert it to your this thing? It's just single $100. What are you going to do with it? That is how much. That is what it is. So this is the situation
Thank
we are.
you. Thank you, KJ.
We like it. We keep
My
calling
brother,
people. We
your
have only
words
do.
no dey make noise, oh.
Thank you.
Your words they
KJ,
manipulate
hold
here.
on. Thank you. It's not manipulate. It's the time.
They ring now here.
I'm not rigging anything. I can't even rig if I tried. Wole, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Okay. Back to my point. I think one thing I'll quickly say for 30 seconds. One, really just to be aware of where we are, and let's try as much as we can to stick to the topic. Otherwise, people will be looking at us because we're on YouTube. Like, are these jobless men that just come here every weekend and they just rant, abuse each other or something? Or I know we have to be critical in our thinking or in our analysis, but if we can, try as much as we can stick to the topic, hear your views, your opinion. That is fine. Going back to how we can fix our country, from what everybody said, enabling environment is very, very key. The reason why we all find ourselves here, not in Afghanistan or not in Ukraine, is because the environment allow us to, close our eyes when we sleep, go to work without the fear of not getting paid, have our house, switch on the light, your road is good. Nobody wants to go and invest in Afghanistan or Ukraine at the moment. So why can we not do that back home? And it's our government that will do this. I don't want us to be picking on an individual, either Peter Obi or whatever. Let's think of what we can do. I showed something earlier on, like these people that make policy or who rule us, they are minority, and it's only minority that rules. But if the majority doesn't know, if they don't know what they really, if they don't know how powerful they are, they will be taken for a ride all the time. And that is what is happening in Nigeria. So what can we do to ensure that this, our country is fixed? One, every single one of us, including myself, need to be accountable for any action or any inaction. So once I'm accountable for that, and
Accountability. Sorry, you were able to get out what we need to do. Accountability. You are going to get your chance to finish the list, and that is a solid one there. Accountability, probity. Emmy, please go ahead. 2 minutes. You are muted.
Oh, all right. So okay. I'm trying to see where I can come in from here even now.
Start from wherever you want.
All right.
Now Obi is a failure. Start from there.
No, Obi is never a failure. I support Obi. He's never a failure. He's never a failure.
Obi, you're just trolling people now.
Somebody like Obi, Obi, look. Now, all in our politics, where you talk before, say now, all in our governance now. Politics don't expire already. So please, let us really see how we can make this governance work. And I'm looking at, because now somebody also suggested concerning the agricultural efforts that we can harness from Benue State. Imagine what Benue can do for us. And if you look at also security, manufacturing, we are really lacking behind, and that is just it. So we have to see how government can really come into you, how we can help the government, or how we can continue to make the noise that government invest properly in these sectors. Education for me, manufacturing, and when you talk of manufacturing, we have to talk of infrastructure. What is the road network like? How good are the roads? What is the rail system like? How do we, even with good infrastructure like rail system, road, and electricity alone, at least Nigeria's problem for the average person, can be half solved? Because you can imagine Nasarawa and Benue and Plateau State, these north centrals, making agricultural produce and export, and taking it cross country into those urban centers where we can really they can leverage that. The farmers can earn more from that, and food will still be cheap enough for the average person to buy. So we just have to see how we can work all these things together to see how it can
Thank you.
get better for everybody. But in terms
Thank you. I'm
Okay.
sorry, 2 minutes. Yeah, this phone that I'm using to time it does ring, because some people it rings loud, other people it rings slow. I don't know how it does it. I'll figure it out so it rings the same level for everybody. Steph, welcome, and thank you, Emmy, for your contribution. Steph, welcome, and yeah, this has been an interesting one. It's mostly about the jackbarring people and the investors that are leaving the country, whether Tinubu can fix it. Somewhere along the line, Ovie came in and started going after Peter Obi. So people felt like they needed to defend Peter Obi to an extent. But personally, I think it's half and half because Peter Obi preaches consumption to production, but he didn't participate in it himself. And that is interesting because right now, I don't even have anything, but the little I have, I'm doing a little bit of production. So it is what it is. But let's please, Steph, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, my brothers. Greetings to all of you. Actually, I've been in the background and I've been listening. I don't know if I'll be part of those I'll be given 5 minutes.
We can't.
It's only Fathers that knows that. It's only Fathers that knows that I've been in the background.
There has to be level playing field. There's no favoritism here. You are backstage. KJ will complain big time. KJ will not accept it at all. He would like he too is a honorable member here. Why did I give him longer period of time? So I'm sorry.
Okay, my time starts now. Actually, I think it's wrong when we deflect from important issues. Somebody said that politics have ended and governance have started, which is the truth. That does not mean that you can't talk about somebody else if you bet. When you, as much as you talk about somebody else, you are diverting attention from where it should rest. You understand? When you begin to blame other Nigerians like you for how things are now, then it means that you are just trying to give the government a leeway to shy away from their responsibilities. The question is, the Nigerian that you're talking about, is he doing an illegal business or is it a legitimate business in the land that the person is doing? If it's not in line with what you think will help to solve Nigerian problem, then it's not that person's issues. It's the government that should be able to design policies, economic policies, that is geared towards solving a problem in the society. I don't know if that makes sense. Government encourages productive activities through direct interventions. So when the citizens have been the ones that have been at the receiving end, and they are doing whatever form of business or economic activities that is legal in the country that can help them to survive, how do you turn around to begin to blame such people? It doesn't make sense to me. You live in developed countries, some of you, and you know that when the government of any country is interested in any particular sector, they design policies to encourage people to participate in that sector. Most times they do it through grants. So that is how it works. Somebody talked about the low-hanging fruits or whatever in Benue. Have the government come out to declare emergency in the agricultural sector?
Thank you, Oga Steph. Next time you complete your thought. You want to I think this may be a good thing that our intelligence, we want to condense it so that we get the key ideas out. Henry Omorige, I think it's your turn, but I'm getting a little bit more hardline about what Ovie said, because one of the reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing in Nigeria right now is I'm not enjoying it in terms of sending money all the time to Nigeria to work and do stuff in Nigeria. But I know that I'm doing it for the right reason, because I felt like if I just live, eat, enjoy myself here, it's not going to get us anywhere. And I'm doing it with the little I have. So if Peter Obi all his campaign is about consumption to production, and he's worth millions of dollars. I would have thought he's into production somewhere along the line. And I'm surprised nobody called him out on that during the campaign, but it is what it is. Henry
Let me
Omori,
talk now because
Forefathers, you can't use every opportunity you have to drive a narrative, and you will not give people
no,
opportunity to
I drive
actually
a
drive their
narrative
own
that is
narrative.
factual. No, that is factual. You may not like it,
No,
so
you
but it's
no,
just factual.
it's
It will come to
factual,
your
but
turn.
also give people
Allow it go
give
round. It's
people opportunity
It's
to
Henry time.
drive that
Go round.
Hello,
Well,
narrative.
Mr. Man,
it's
mute
just 30
yourself,
seconds
please.
Yeah,
I
when you
spoke.
reach your
30
time,
seconds.
you use
It's
the time
just for
of
30
narrative.
seconds.
Mute
Let it
him.
go round.
Forefather, don't discuss too much. Mute anybody who's trying to challenge you. Mute
it's
him.
my turn, right? If I want
Is
to
it your
talk.
turn? Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
Okay, pass to
you gave
Abba.
your turn up. Yeah, Janaba, please go ahead.
I think one of the things that I will encourage every one of us here is that let us do things like you do not, you can say it, but it's not going to resonate. That so you cannot, and it's, I think it's disrespectful to say to another you cannot say this, or except you say it jokingly. Everybody, anyone, when it's his turn, he can change and spin the narrative, and he can link it to make his own message. It's nothing wrong. If I use somebody as an example to make my comment, not I'm changing the topic. It's just like I follow up to spin it. And when it comes to the Benue the food that are wasting in Benue State, and I think it's a good challenge. And I think there are so many Benue citizens that have been in the government that would have offered citizens in that area. And it's our local problem, but this is an attention, and I want you to take it. I want to take it for a good advice, and this will speak a volume to the politicians and or whoever person that want to invest in. Don't forget that the Benue people also sold their Benue cement so to Dangote. So it is an issue that on this platform that bring attention that the well-wish is Nigerians are seeing this and something has to be done. And I will take that take it as a lesson and not of anything bad. Even though I think for righteous man wait for Idoma, wait for Benway, I'm too long. And when I get to Nigeria, I'll bring one to him in his own bedroom. Thank you.
Somebody should mute themselves when somebody is talking. Mute yourself. We are all adults here.
I think forefather is frozen, right?
Forefather, you are not supposed to mute yourself. They say make all of us mute ourselves, not you.
What are you doing? Are you
Sorry.
sleeping?
I'm just listening. This thing is not sounding the alarm, so I can stop you. Sorry about that. Janaba is done.
Get a nice phone.
Yeah, this phone is I need to get a proper app.
We are starting all over again, starting with zero.
So,
yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's see who can arrange it. Omoroge, please go ahead. X0 next, then Tone.
People are talking about election is over. Let's talk about governance. We should talk how we're going to solve the problem. Are you people expecting anything positive from your president now, your governor now, your government now? Government who went to Chatham House, told you people when they ask him questions, he had to throw his questions to other people to answer for him. He have no clue. He's clueless. What do you expect? Are you expecting something positive from this government? No. Are you people expecting something positive?
If Dangote refinery works,
don't take my time. Let me talk. Don't take my time. Don't leave me. Let me be.
Okay.
So they asked him questions. He could not even answer the question by himself. He gave it to different people. And these are people who is in his government now. What do people expect? You have to enjoy Tinubu government. You have to enjoy it. Who is criticizing? Also cannot come out and criticize Tinubu because he's looking for a position in his corrupt government. Peter Obi is the one who is coming out boldly and criticize the government, tell them what is right to do. None of these so-called politicians, you people said is the best one, is intellectual or whatever. Nobody's coming to criticize this government. You people are talking of good government. This government is not. This is the promise, body promise. It's on. What do you expect? Things are not working. These are not organized. Corruption everywhere. Other country we limit their spending, but Nigerian government they are borrowing to enrich themselves. While Nigerians, other Nigerians are crying, suffering. What do you want me to do? My own is just to talk here. My own is to talk. For them to hear. If they don't want to hear, let them enjoy most of this one said Emilio Kon is my tribe man, it's my religious man. People should enjoy. Welcome to Nigeria. Turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. What do you expect?
Thank you.
Look, it's clueless. The government is clueless. We need to change it for them. They enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. I get furious sometimes. I saw something this week about one man that came to talk about our refineries. He was the head of NNPC once, and he revealed so many things that nobody knew about what they are doing at the refinery right now and what the issues were. And I asked myself, where was this man? People kept asking questions about this thing. He doesn't show up. Some Nigerians, I don't know what is wrong with them. They know the truth and they will hide. He's revealed that the refinery that they are fixing in Port Harcourt is the old version. They have a new version there. They want to fix the old version that produces even less petrol first. That they should have gone and fixed the new one, but they went and fixed the old one first. And so many things that he revealed about the kind of petrol fuel that we can sell and all the rest of it. But this man could have come out to reveal all these things, and he revealed that clearly the work that they are doing, what the possibility that they are going to actually deliver on the refinery is working properly and all the rest. It turns out that the refinery is going to be performing about 30% of its normal or 40% of its normal capacity, which is not what we are expecting. But he is not there to tell people. And why people are quiet all the time when they are supposed to be telling us what they know about the state, I don't understand it.
And you are blaming the man, forefathers.
I blame him. I blame
you
him
are blaming the man.
Because if you know the truth, come and tell people.
This country,
No.
May God help us.
Are you all not here telling people the truth? Are you all not here telling people your truth? Why is it not coming out? You are here telling people your own truth. Why is it not coming out? Is it not a patriot?
Father, you are monopolizing the whole thing now.
I'm not monopolizing. I'm not even
2 minutes now.
It's not 2 minutes. I'm not talking about 2 minutes already.
Father, listen.
I'm not talking about 2 minutes. You're saying I'm monopolizing
2 minutes.
No, Exero has
use your time. Plantation is calling. Abe, make I use your time. Make I go. Abe. Plantation.
Oh yeah, use my time now.
Might use your time, Exero.
And then you borrow Exero your time.
Yes.
Are you going to use 2 minutes or 4 minutes?
Yes. No, 2 minutes. I will use.
Okay,
I don't get much.
So I will speak during his own time.
On those who are calling Konkozo out, I totally agree with you. And you guys said it all. He's not criticizing the government because he's looking for position. Everybody can see that. That's a fact. And my man with Crystal BS is saying that politics is over time, so it's not time for governance. And I think that's the problem here. What is politics? Politics has to do with the activities of the citizen of a particular society. And that's what governance is all about. What we are doing here is playing politics. That is ability for us to coexist, looking for that give and take. That is politics. Just as some people are taking advantage of it and usually are greedy about it, right? That's not politics. Then people who are criticizing me for using to be an example, they miss the bigger picture, but they end up making my point. My boy again with the crystal beer. You said that it takes a government to actually enact a policy for those productions to take place. Again, that is where Obi fits in the bill as an executive governor of Anambra State. It's not just any other state. Anambra had Inewi and Oka.
Do you want me to reply you that?
The people of no, sorry. Anywhere that has the people, the brain and the people of Oka and Inewi is a good mine. He presided over those people for 8 years. He not enact any policy, and you say I should not blame him.
No, you are missing something.
I don't get it.
You are missing something.
So
you want me to explain it to you?
It is about his public service and what he failed to do or what he should have done. That's the whole point here. So it's not about him. You guys are missing the point. He had the opportunity twice as a businessman and as an executive governor, either to make policies or to practice production. He failed. That's my criticism of him. But you guys are not seeing it. It has nothing to do with him. A lot of people, I should criticize Atiku. Atiku's Obi's boss. He's acknowledged that every opportunity he gets. So make sense Obi, because Atiku, they are one. You can't separate Obi and from his friends. It is not about Obi, it's about what he represents. He is a businessman and a government official at a
No,
certain
if you
point.
want us to
These are
talk
the two
about
people who are
economics,
ruining
let's
our
talk about
lives.
economy and
The people.
economics. I think that's my specialty. Let's leave individuals aside. Let's put Obi aside.
All right. What is the economy of importation?
What we are discussing is that importation is part and parcel of national economic policy. It's not something you
Not
address
at the
just at the
point.
state level. Now I'm coming. If you are somebody now that has billions of dollars, you want to invest it in Nigeria in a particular sector, say tomato paste, like you said, one government policy can make you to fold within 6 months. Are you aware?
Great.
So that's what we're talking about.
Yes. Yes. See, but
Okay.
he was executive
Obey, your time
governor.
is
He
up.
was making
Those policies are
hold
they
on.
Obey, your
enacted at
time
the
is
state
up.
level,
Your
at the
time is up.
federal level?
Oh my
Obey, your
God.
time
Are
is
you
up.
serious now? Really?
Yeah,
You
I'm
really want to go
serious.
into that?
I'm
You know,
serious.
no, to make
You're all
hold on.
monopolizing the conversation now. KJ, you are not saying anything. No, you keep quiet now. You are monopolizing the conversation. You keep quiet. I've not spoken for 30 seconds. You say I'm monopolizing the
No.
conversation.
You see, when we come to this platform,
I
a lot
have
of
to
people
leave.
have
I'll come back. I have
every
to leave. I'll come back
ideas,
for
and
this
when they're
one.
making those ideas, we should listen. Steve is making a good point. Obi is making a good point. We
So
can
when you don't
all
like the point I'm making, you
no,
say I'm monopolizing the conversation.
now you always making all the points always after everybody's coming, which I think is
I
becoming
like to. Sometimes I do that. Not every time, to be fair. Yeah.
Forefather, please let me correct Ovie. Let me correct him.
1 minute.
You see, sometimes you have to check records. And those of you that have escaped this country for donkey years, you have lost touch with the state of the country. It's only what you read on the pages of newspaper or you hear that you kind of build up your story on. When Obi was the governor of Anambra State, he encouraged production. Who brought Innocence Moto to the limelight? Was it not Obi? Obi gave him 1 billion. Obi gave him 1 billion because he called him and asked him, why is it that your vehicle is not up to date? He told him, he said, okay, he's going to release 1 billion to him, which he did. And he gave order that all government officials in Anambra State must use Innocent Moto. And that was what he used. They were telling him that it will involve an accident. Then he told them that this one he had been using had no cause for alarm. That even if you want to involve an accident, let it happen.
Okay,
and that was what he did.
Thank you.
At the end of the day, before he left office, he spent 50 billion naira in patronizing Innocent. So what are you talking? He brought about the manufacturing of vegetable oil in Anambra State.
Thank you. You see, that's a fair defense, isn't it? That he's also supporting production, even if he's not engaged in it himself. That is the kind of stuff we want to be hearing. But people should verify, though. Peter Obi says you should verify what
no, but you know, Forefather, but you know that you didn't even say anything about what Righteous Man just said now.
Peter I said it. I said it's a fair point.
His official vehicles were homemade. What can be more?
Oh, he did that. You see, that is what you should be talking about. When somebody
you research on this now.
No, it's not my place to research. My place is to air what I know. I didn't know that.
You believe Ovie in Toto? Ovie that
no, what I said was
his experience in Florida son.
No, Peter Obi was not engaged in production himself. But what Righteous Man said just now clearly shows that he supports production, isn't it?
By far,
that is the second best thing.
If every governor in Nigeria supports local production like Peter Obi, Peter Obi will not necessarily need to contest.
Ayade supported a lot of production in I think Cross River.
Which Ayade, the one that was crying. That's
please don't mention Peter Ayade.
Hey, hold on. I thought that was a fact. It's a settled fact. They said he founded so many industries. No, there are companies that make chocolate from Cross River, and they manufacture all kinds of different things from different local governments. That's what I know that they said he did. I don't know why we can check the information to verify.
If Ayade was intelligent as he claims to be, the low-hanging fruit will have just been to revitalize Obudukato Ranch that was attracting billions of people that are coming to Nigeria.
He was against tourism. He was more for local production. You see, that's the interesting thing. I don't know why he had to choose one, but I don't support that policy of his too. Why he killed tourism in the state.
So much
terrible
money
thing to do.
was invested in that project.
Yeah,
Father,
terrible thing.
if you went to Obudukato Ranch and you come back, you'll be pleased with yourself and happy with Nigeria.
You see,
but he decided to mess all that money up because all that investment up because he does not seem to support Donald Duke. Until we go away from these nonsense policies that we put forward in Nigeria, we are going to continuously go forward and backwards, forward and backwards, forward and backwards.
Yeah,
if you go to Obudukato Ranch, and in fact, I'm trying to do a story on some of these things so we can see the potentiality we have in the tourism in Nigeria, which they refuse to use.
Nigerians refuse to use anybody. They refuse to use their people to secure their country. They refuse to do anything. Please, it's your turn actually. KJ, please go ahead.
Now, what Peter Obi did in Anambra State, I think he did a lot of good job. And you see, for you to only the ecosystem, for you to complete the chain of the distribution, you have to be in production and also be in distribution. You cannot be in just one. So Peter Obi is a typical Igbo man who is a trader, and he has never hidden it. Okay, but that's not where I'm going to. If you notice, I went to while they were discussing this too. I went to my list and I brought a very good soft drink, and I'm drinking and laughing because we're just in day one. Okay, the system is not built. Look, as long as the people do not put pressure on their government, and you think they have become lord and master over you because they're occupying an office which you gave them authority to be, we are going to continuously go in circle. You see, yes, if you look at me, I totally believe in dividing the country, but that's because I've got to a point of frustration. I don't want to commit suicide because of Nigeria. Okay, so if dividing the country is going to help people save life, save us to be able to develop, good. But if not, when most people when they go to that extreme, it's because they have become tired. I give an example. A state governor who you know that your people produce vegetables, okay, and you're busy investing in space technology. Are you okay? Your people every month, every 6 months, tons and tons of vegetables are turned out, and they are all wasted. But they are busy developing how you want to go to the moon. Is the person okay? That's exactly what's going on in Nigeria. If you go to the West, you can invest in cocoa. You can decide to revitalize the cocoa industry in the West. If you go to the East, you can decide to revitalize the oil industry, the palm oil industry in the East. If you come to the Middle Belt, enough. In fact, till tomorrow, if you can still find those things in the plateau, okay, you can still find potatoes, you can still find carrots, you can still find cabbages on the streets.
This phone wants to ring it for you. He finished 2 minutes, he didn't ring at all. I think you are doing bad way here. So something is not right. The phone it just went silent after 2 minutes.
Okay, I leave it there. But you see,
we get your argument. It's interesting that you are actually frustrated by the cattle ranch stuff. So that's quite interesting. Wole, please go ahead.
Right, okay. With my 2 points. When we talk of all these leaders and everybody we are talking about, sometimes I used to wonder, where are they from? They are from you and I. And if we look very well, we'll find our single, if not all our family members, we'll find our friends, family, aunties, sisters, or wherever in this government. What policy are they making? Are they actually doing something? Because it's easy for us to blame either Tinubu, Obi, Kwakaso, Atiku. What about other people in these local government? They are our people. We are not even holding them to account. There's no transparency. Once it's benefiting us, we call it, oh, it's a connection. But when we are not benefiting from it, we call it, oh, it's corruption. Whereas we can't really pull the plug out of our own eyes and say, I'm contributing to that corruption myself. I want to jump the queue. I don't want to do things according to how it should be done. I want to oppress you because I have more money. I want to show that I'm better than you. How many of us abroad here will go to the store? Even if a surgeon who earns times 10 of my salary comes to the store, he will pay the same amount on the till. It doesn't really matter the guy who is at the till. He won't come with a security guard or a policeman or the policeman carrying his wife's bag. How come? At what point are we going to learn? Because traveling is part of experience, it's part of learning. It doesn't really matter how many books I read. If I travel, I learn from other people's culture. How do they do things? And we cannot keep doing same thing, same way and expect a different result. Until we all look inward and tell ourselves, I'm going to contribute to how Nigeria is going to be great. How? I need to be disciplined. I need to hold myself accountable. I need to learn to allow other people view their own opinion. And if I'm religion, which is another thing, what did the God say? Do I have a conscience before I will go and steal your money or do any evil to you? What is the point? How many rooms am I going to sleep at a time? How many cars do I need to transport myself from here to another city? Until we start looking inward and ask ourselves. Otherwise, 100 years to come, we'll continue be on the same spot, complaining that the country is bad, the country is bad. Who are the people who made it bad? It's you and I.
Forefathers,
I
can I please make my conclusion
sorry,
quickly?
my
I'm
two
about to
minutes is
hit.
not up yet.
I'm about to hit the highway. Can
No,
I
hold
just
on. You
make?
no, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You can't do it on the. You are moving
If I
too.
may
You
oblige
are
the rest of
driving.
the
You
panel
can't.
members.
You can't do it when you are driving.
Just pull us.
No,
You
no, no.
have
Pull
to
I'm
be
not
us.
parked.
driving. I'm not
We are
driving.
moving
I'm
now.
just saying I'm about to hit the
My
highway.
2 minutes
I'm actually parked right
is
now.
counting
So
Okay,
can I
against
can you
me.
just
just
quickly?
allow him? He's got 15 minutes, 15 seconds left.
You see? Okay.
I
Now,
Uh,
apologize, Wale.
okay. Let's look at how easy is it to govern a state. Look at the way we are here now. Forefather, you are the president. How many of us can you control and tell to do the right thing, even if you come with a quit? I mean, you come with a clean hand. But the rest of us, we have different opinion, different perspective. How are we going to make the platform become a society, or how it's going to be convenient or conducive for everybody when we all have our own? I want to do this, I want to do this, I want my own opinion to count. Let's look at it that way. Thank you.
thank you, thank you. Well done. Yeah. Use your. How many seconds you needed? Olumide.
Just 2-3 minutes to kind of. I just want to make my
Three
own points on what
minutes. You don't have
you guys.
to. Maximum is 2 minutes. You get.
No, you know what? Okay, give me 5, and I will leave the panel and go and watch from the.
Okay. Give you 5 minutes. Okay, yeah. Go and come back.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for
Yeah,
participating.
your
So
position will
I
be
just want to
held.
weigh in on what
You're
you
not. You
guys
don't have
started.
5 minutes. So don't
I
think
want
you
to.
have
I
two
want to
minutes.
weigh in on. Okay, that's fine. I want to weigh in on what you guys started with and the point that everybody has made. Okay, I don't want to call. I want to refrain from calling out names, but when I begin to make my submission, those who I'm referring to know themselves. So yeah, I think it is very disingenuous to kind of blame one man or mention one man in a country of 200 million people because you want to create manufacturing. You understand? This man came out, offered himself to the president of the country, and the election was supposed to be free and fair. We are not making assertions as to how we are going to create an environment where people can vote and their vote can count. And you are blaming importation for our problem. I mean, it's just a silly. I mean, we are supposed. It's a country that is supposed to have a lot of educated people from different ethnicities in that country, and yet people are talking like they're not even educated. People living in America, enjoying the benefits of that system, and then making useless arguments in front of the whole world, in front of camera. You understand? We have institutions that work in Nigeria. You understand? We have the National Bureau of Statistics, for example. As the current president of the country relied, or any other president for that matter, relied on information gathered by the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics before deciding to say, okay, we don't want to import any of these products. You import products because you want to meet up with demands of your people. And if you are going to, without evidence or without reasoning, sitting down and saying that these are the things that benefit my people, and just wholeheartedly say because I want, just like what Buhari did, very senseless and callous action. Ban rice importation, close the border on the southern side. You understand? And yet, as the country benefited from it,
I think the country benefited from it too.
what kind of benefit? How much is the bag of rice today?
The rice
How
yield
much is
in
the
Nigeria
minimum wage
has
today? That's
increased.
my father. You will counter me when I finish. Listen. So when people start to
Your
import
time
that,
is up. That's why I was able to talk.
I'm sorry. When people import,
No. When KJ can be stopped, you will be stopped too.
I'm
You know,
sorry.
KJ
No. I
Steph
said
has
5
been
minutes now.
stopped.
It's my 5 minutes
No,
up.
who is going to give you 5 minutes here? It is 2 minutes. So,
Okay,
all these gentlemen here,
1 minute
you
to
are not
round up.
going to get half a second more. I'm sorry.
But I think I'm
It's
just going to
just the
round up by
rules.
saying
No, you're not going to get
that
more.
it is unfair to blame one person when you should be looking at your president and
Okay.
focusing on his current policies. You understand? He's will be responsible
Thank you,
for
Lumide.
manufacturing
Don't
plant.
make us stop you. You are a gentleman, eh? Yeah,
Why
you can drive.
manufacturing
Who
plant?
gave you a license, even? This guy refused, man. They gave me a turn. You will stop, eh? And he's a driver. Who gave you license to drive? Please, who is next? Najaba, please go ahead.
Why did you jump me? I'm the next.
Did I jump you? Oh, sorry, Najaman. It's Emmy. Emmy, please go ahead. Sorry about that, Emmy.
Forefathers, you see that it's difficult to even govern people now. Even yourself, you can just manage this. You are jumping, you're making mistakes. And also somebody like Olumide, it's difficult to even follow the law, and yet he's complaining about Nigeria. So you see how difficult it is just to follow rule of the law. Anyway, still, you just have to follow the rule of the law, number one. And I think eventually it's either that we go back to regional system of governance, or we let go of our differences as a nation and all of us together. And when I mean all of us, everybody included, including the elders and the youth, everybody must come together, but that battle will be led by the elders, because the youth have tried to lead that battle while they were folding their hands behind. They didn't talk. They are like, oh, it is your fight, go and fight it. Yeah, they enjoyed the best of the country. They were the ones who went to universities in Nigeria that they were laying their best for them, eating chicken in the canteen at the university sessions. They were the ones that as soon as they graduated, there were jobs opportunity for them. They were the ones that without knowing anybody, they were taken into juicy positions. And now look at what they are living. So this set of people must also come to fight, because I realize that what's going to come is going to bite so hard that everybody will feel it. And once everybody feels it, then everybody will get to the streets. Because you know something, even Peter Obi said something. He said, even me, I'm part of them. But if you don't fight us, I think, okay, is it also Amechi that also gave that statement? That if you don't stone us, you won't change. And if you look at it, let me tell you this, saying what these people are doing, they are not really feeling what we are feeling as a nation. No. Remember what Amishi said? Amishi said when he got to Abuja, that's when he knew that Nigeria has money. That on the corridors of power is a different Nigeria entirely they are seeing. It's a different thing. So you see, if we don't question, if we don't stone, if we don't flog, until we get to that level, we must get to that point. That's the only way we can demand this thing. But you see, we should just, because you know something, the attitude that we have is the attitude of peace. We want to make peace with all men all the time. Yes, peace is good. But remember the story in the Bible where the Nehemiah and his group were building Jerusalem. The Bible said that they had the sword with one hand and they were using the second hand to build. We need to get to that point in Nigeria. You know, the point where even talks, if they think they want to come and pack your electoral materials.
Please, this is twice now. This phone, it knows you. Every time this guy is talking, it rings very loud.
And you want to take your electoral materials, you should fight them to death. That's my
Yeah,
point. Thank you.
you're right. You got a point. And let me just play some of this just as a kind of a break from this thing so that we recommend subscription and all.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, well done. So I just wanted to share something that I find peculiar from our security agencies. They use a specific term. So let me just share it so that it's very, very short. It's not going to be 30 seconds because it's just those terms I want people to understand. I don't know why they use that term, and maybe there's a reason why. If somebody knows, they should tell me. There's a bit of noise coming through. Who is that? Okay, so let me just play this quickly so that it's 10 seconds.
Of 1 to 400 is not attainable in Nigeria as of today, because the ratio in Nigeria is 1 to 1,000.
So what he's talking about is the police officers to get them. He says it's not attainable. Now look at this again. There's another one. Listen to this man again. This is our former national security advisor about protecting Nigeria. Will you hear what he says?
So we need to rely on human intelligence, which is the most accurate. But if you are averse, if you are inhibited, then it makes it difficult for all of us. So that is what I mean by that. Well, someone also said that I'm always saying the president is not happy.
Oh, no, hold on. Let me go back a bit.
That type of ubiquity is not possible for us. So
you see what he said. Okay, let me go back for a second so you hear what he said.
We have the policemen we have are not everywhere at the same time. That type of ubiquity is not possible for us. So,
you see that type of ubiquity is not possible for us. They keep repeating that term. And then you have our national security. This one is begging that we should get mercenaries. And this one, okay, this our current national security advisor, what he was doing.
The world can do it. Let us be given back our freedom. We want to live like the rest of the world. They have robbed us of our freedom of doing basic things.
So, what does that mean? It's not possible for us. What do they mean? Because every other nation is doing it. Is there something that is supposed to sign on to? Why do they keep using that term? Because they could have qualified it and say it's not possible for us because of this. But they'll say it's not possible for us and stop there. What do they mean? Please, KJ, go ahead.
You see, I would have liked to open up certain things, but I will not, because again, I just want to protect myself, not for myself, my family. But I've been able to discover that many things that are behind the scene, who the leaders have refused deliberately to let Nigerians into. And they go and take part in those things. And that those are things inhibiting the progress of the nation because they want to answer to the puppet masters. Now, even though, let me put this, and I think I can say this openly. Among the Nigerian generals, Mongunu is one of the very least intelligent one. So why they choose that guy to be national advisor, I don't know. Because you have superior intelligent officers who could have been able to do better job than himself. Because he helped to build what is destroying Nigeria today. He helped to build those forces called so-called Boko Haram and all the insurgents or kidnappers around. Before you came into government, was Nigeria not secured? Was there not a time that Nigeria was operating night buses? That people travel from Lagos to all kinds of parts of Nigeria without being harassed? So how can it become ubiquitous right now? Because you are in position. Now, having said that, I want to say something. I don't know, there's a video I may want to share with you for that, maybe sometime later. It has security implications for different nations and what those idiots called leaders in Africa have gone to engage themselves in. Okay? And so when it comes to the public, you'll be wondering, how come this nation cannot do this? How come the most intelligent of you are not in positions to make a change? How come those people who have the best of ideas do not ever get into office? How come those ones become, in quote, the enemies of the state? And then the ones who know little to nothing are able to get into governance and remain in governance and do whatever they like, whether it is human rights record or not. They break everything and nobody does anything.
I'm worried that it's like, it's not because they are not clever. Maybe they are, but they are just not revealing the reasons why.
You want me to let's not take, for instance, Nigeria as a whole. When the first republic came, who did we have? In that republic, you have Awolowo, you had Nnamdi Azikiwe, but who became prime minister? After that, you had after the civil war and the war ended, okay, and Gowon took over. All right, was Gowon the most intelligent officer in the Nigerian army at that time? Was he most educated? He was not, but they choose to put him. At the end of Gowon, who came in? Murtala Mohammed. At the end of that, we went back to a political dispensation. Let us go back again. When they contested, there was Nnamdi Azikiwe. There was Awolowo again. There was one guy for GMPP who became minister, who became president, a primary school teacher. Who was his vice? Somebody with a PhD. Let's move forward. After their end, who else took over? Muhammad Buhari was one of the least, and I say it with my open face, one of the most least. The only thing I know him in the military is that he's a good infantry officer, not intelligence. Okay, what happened? He became president. He became minister, head of state. When we went back to the civilian era, what happened again? Check it. At each point in time, we present formidable teams in Nigeria, but they never get elected. We always elect the worst of the people. And those opposition people who lost become enemy of the state. They are so frustrated that they either run out of the country or they just go and live a low life. I'll give you an example. Olufalaye, where is he now? Where is he? He has returned back to his farm. He just so I can have my life. So this is the situation in Africa. And until we decide to arise, you know, as you and I are speaking now, Niger have become one of the fastest growing economy because they moved their gold from $8 to $200. Okay, and people are buying. If you want it, if you want it, you buy it at the cost. So until we have a radical that will say, "Look, I have enough. I have had enough. I must move our people forward." We're not going to. No slave gets freedom from his slave master by going to bend down and beg, say, "Please give me freedom. I don't qualify for freedom." Nobody.
Never. They will never give it to you. You have to take it. But the question is, how is it that our press are not picking up on this? That something is wrong with our people. Again, maybe they too are compromised. Because I kept hearing them say the same thing. It's almost as if they are trying to give people a clue, but not wanting to say it out loud. Like, oh, you keep saying it's not possible for us, but clearly the numbers indicate that it's very, very possible. If we wanted 5 million soldiers, we'll get them. If we wanted 5 million police, we can get them. There's no reason. Other countries are doing it. Countries that are 5 million are using 10% of the population to secure their country. So if that has nothing to do with any inability of us. Sorry, who is this? Somebody is having a
step.
Yeah, it's Steph, is it? Yeah. So I don't understand that. I don't know whether anybody can shed light on it, but I think you have come close to actually shedding light on what is going on. But
can I say something here?
Yes, please go ahead.
when they say state capture, that is exactly the meaning. Look, when the press are also captured, you see, once they've weaponized a lot of things to make everybody kind of fall align or fall out completely. Because you can't survive as an opposition. That's a fact. In that country, you can't just survive as an opposition. So you won't be able to even look, for example, look at this guy. There are two guys I would like to make reference to. This man that is rapping now, Obadiah Milafia. Look at the things that he spoke about. Look at the information he gave. Was there any further discussion about it? That such kind of information should even trigger national debates. Same with somebody like Kunde Olaumi. If you know that Colonel, that Kunde Olaumi of a guy. He gave say statement, gave a lot of things that people should chalk on, but the press just after that point went silent about it. And once they went silent about it, everybody just simply moves on. Nobody queries it. The same thing with this issue of corruption. You hear somebody is money has been stolen, the money has been embezzled. It will just be an headline, and afterwards, no TV station, no radio station cover it. So you can see all of these things. These are pointers to a capture of the media, and that is why you see that Twitter had to come into play. Thank God for Twitter. In fact, it was Twitter that is still keeping a little sanity in that country. Look at this lady that was in prison because of supporting, making a case for the girl that was killed, this Christian girl that was killed, this lady. She was jailed for 18 months until people started shouting again this last week. That's when they released her. If people haven't made noise on Twitter, that lady will still be in prison till today.
Thank you. Steph, what do you think about what you've heard? Sorry, I thought you had finished. You wanted to add something?
That's just my point. My point is they've all been captured, and we ourselves must now not capture ourselves with them. Because the only warrior that can fight this fight successfully is the people. The masses must just fight together.
I think I skipped Nigerian. Nigerian don't like nonsense. So when Nigerian starts right now, nobody will hear it. Nigerian, are you there?
No, you did not skip. You did not skip him. You were going from up to down.
Okay. Because he was. I think he was supposed to speak before.
No.
It was between him and Emmy.
It was you that made a mistake.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I went and chose him instead of Emmy. But
after Emmy, then comes me. Then after me, him. Then after me, the other guy.
Okay, let's go sequentially. Let's go back to the 2 minutes then. Please go ahead. What do you think about what you heard? Do you have any explanation for why they keep saying what they are saying, or is it just coincidence?
I don't have any explanation, and I don't want to engage in conspiracy theories because I don't really understand much about them. The only thing I can say is in the general context that I keep saying that our leaders are the most unpatriotic set of the citizens that we have. They are very unpatriotic, and there is a kind of a very big divide between the led and the leaders. They're in a different world. They are disconnected completely from the true feeling of an average Nigerian. So this is not the first time we brought about this kind of security issues, and I keep saying the same thing. If they are affected the same way, they would have found a solution, but they are not affected at the same level, So that's why they believe that certain things is not possible. So they've not declared a state of emergency to security situation in Nigeria. So
that surprised me too. Me too. When are they waiting to declare state of emergency? You have IDP camps in your country.
When it begins to affect them personally.
Exactly.
I don't think it's affecting them. If it's affecting them personally, they will declare it. If their children start missing and their loved ones start missing, then they will do something about it. Maybe they hire more personal guards for them anyway, because the solution to pothole is Homer Jeep. So maybe if it gets to that level, they'll hire machineries to guard their family members.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable situation we are in. And that is a question that I would like to ask them. Why do you keep saying that? Because it doesn't make sense. Nigerian, welcome, and thank you for your patience. As always, you're looking fresh from coming from the homeland and all. You know, all these Oyibo people, all this Oyibo land in Nasafahead, though. Look at him, he's looking so fresh from coming from Nigeria. Please go ahead, Nigerian.
Are you hearing me, Papa?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Good evening, everyone. I think there's something we too will need to do, because we can't just keep on this way every day, you know, because we just come here and we never scrutinize the government. You know, this is what we did during Buhari time. We just leave that man that we throw to death and destroy the country and leave it. The country is in a shambles. Because now, today, there is no opposition. There is no opposition in Nigeria. It's just a state capture, and it's just a one-party system in Nigeria. It's we that we have to come together with this platform, find a way to always scrutinize and hold this government accountable. This is supposed to be our duty. Every day, bring everything they are doing. The website of the National Assembly is there. We can bring everything they do during the week is there. And scrutinize that the news are there. The newspaper will bring them, we scrutinize that we have to speak. We have to speak everything about this
I
government.
don't like cookies. Is that the end of my own?
We are just going back to what we met after the case of Buhari.
Yeah.
We have to help, because there is something I see in Nigeria that can go and lead you. If you go to Akwa Ibom, you will know that yes, Akwa Ibom is different from Nigeria. That we will praise Lagos today. Majority of the citizens are into politics. Honestly, in that state, if you give a Yahoo boy a house, the citizens, if they know, they will inform the police to come and pick him. If you have a hand over your house, the citizens, they are working with the security 247. It's so very well organized, secure. But the citizens, most of them, all of them, they are ready there, working with everything. So the whole manifesto for governor, the whole manifesto, the citizen, they have group, the whole manifesto for local governments. If you want to come and contest election, they collect manifesto for all of anyone that win. They start only their responsible one by one. This is what you say you will do. It's 1 month now. It's 2 months now. You see there. This is what we need to do, because I was so amused for many things I saw there. This is the only way we can, because there is no opposition in Nigeria. Let's forget it. The only people that are supposed to be opposition is supposed to be the obedient. But because of people like the movie, the Methodist are the enemies of Nigeria, that for them to leave the messenger and take the message, they will turn everything to one kind translator. I don't understand it then. Having hatred, when you know this for everybody.
Thank you. Yeah, that is true. Calabar and Akwa Ibom, those two states, they are quite secure, and you never really hear anything going on there. I don't even know how they pull that one off, but you did say that they report to everybody. And Righteous Man, Steph is not here now. Righteous Man, please go ahead. Your 2 minutes is up. It's on.
Yeah, Nigeria need a charismatic, radical politician as an arrowhead that will spearhead the revolution that is going to cleanse Nigeria. Nigeria need total cleansing. And for us to achieve that, we need a charismatic, no-nonsense taking politician. The group of politicians we have today, they are very careful of their life because they want to enjoy the wealth they store. So I'm yet to see that charismatic politician that is ready to lay down his life like Mandela did in South Africa, in opposition against apartheid regime. We need a charismatic politician, the like of Sowore. The only thing is that he missed the target. He missed what he's supposed to pursue. Had it been there was no Obi, being in Nigeria right now, I tell you, the youth would have mobilized around Sowore because he has that charisma. He's ready to face the bullet, to tell the truth, without minding who his words are hitting. So Nigeria is a captured state. Imagine spending 15 billion to build the house of VP. When Nigerians are hungry, when a bag of rice is 68,000, when we don't have electricity, when there is no good road, teachers are not paid, pensioners are dying every day, no security, and you're spending 15 billion to build VP's house. I mean, it's only in Nigeria this can happen. But I also throw my challenge to the Nigerians in diaspora to begin to mobilize, civil mobilization, create awareness over there, mobilize. You have the liberty, you have the freedom. Nobody is going to come against you. If I start it here, they will come against me. And if anything happens to me, my family will be in turmoil. And I don't think any of you will run for help or, to ask what is happening to this man's family. But you guys, you have the liberty. Nobody's going to come against you there. So please, you guys have the work to do.
I think you one evidence to what you are saying to being correct is how Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa was able to make such an impact from overseas. If they were in Nigeria, they wouldn't have been able to. So maybe that's a very strong point you just made. Who is next? Wole. I think Wole is next. Wole hasn't spoken for a long time. Wole, don't worry, I will preserve your turn. Take your time. I don't want you to rush it. Enjoy your food, eh? Maxi, welcome, Maxi. I hope your cows are looking forward to the festive season. I'm sure they are not looking forward to it, actually. they are going to be facing
a lot.
Right.
I'll take my time. I know I have only 2 minutes. It's okay. Let me take my time.
Oh, you want to talk now? Okay, go ahead.
Yes. Sorry about that. I don't even know. I'm eating something in my mouth.
Yeah, it's not encouraged. Eh? We take your time. We don't want you to choke on live TV or live stream.
I try to hide it. Okay. What am I going to say? It's just about how we're going to fix the country. Let me take it from security point to start with, because security is one of the basic things every single one of us want in our life. You want to sleep and close your eyes. When I look at what is happening in Nigeria, we take security for granted. I don't know why. Let's say for example, in my village, we all know each other. We know the new guy, but the moment we turn a blind eye to the guy who is doing a business that it's not even straightforward, we don't know where he gets his money from, and we all keep praising him, making him a chief, or making him the head of the village or something. I'll go back to another Yoruba adage that says, your child is not or what do they call it? Those people that do dry cleaning. Your child is not a dry cleaner and is bringing clothes home. Have you not seen a thief? You've seen a thief, you just turn your blind eye to it. So when we all know that in our society, this guy's business is not clean, we don't know where he's getting the money from, but we are praising him, we are hailing him, definitely we are aiding and abetting to what we are going to suffer at some point. Because if one day, let's say he's a kidnapper, he's been kidnapping in a neighboring village, he's hiding his business, but he comes home with the money and everything, one day he's going to kidnap my own child. And that's when I will now raise my voice and say, oh, this is happening. But we all know that someone's business is not clean. So that's the way I want us to look at it. I was looking at the army bumping in Kaduna, I mean, in that village where they are celebrating. And I was thinking to myself, I'm trying to look at it from the critical point of view, like, these people will probably know one or two of these, what do they call them? The terrorists or whatever they are. And they'll probably be a Muslim, they're rejoicing with them, but the army will probably look at it like, these people we are trailing, they're within this area. The people should have come out and say, look, there is this particular man that is, this Boko Haram or whatever he is, that we don't trust him. But one way or the other, is part of them. Then people, innocent people, now suffer the consequence because when they're supposed to speak up, they didn't. And we're all going to find ourselves in that situation where, forget about where you're coming from as a tribe, what is your religious background. If you don't have humanity as part of your religion, forget it. You're just a religious person, you're not godly. So that's the way I look at it. Like, let's every single one
Thank
of
you.
us repent. Let's repent and do the right thing to save our country.
Thank you. And next person is Maxi. He came at the right time, and he didn't have to wait long at all to have his say. Maxi is 2 minutes each, and it's strictly 2 minutes. There's no extra 30 seconds, 50 seconds, or 5 seconds extra. So the topic is about Nigerians traveling overseas and the foreign investors leaving Nigeria, and whether Tinubu can be able to plug the gap, like create companies that can fill the gap that these current companies are leaving, and fill the gaps that the people that are leaving Nigeria are creating, because that's a serious problem now. We are facing a lot of shortage of manpower and industry. And you think Tinubu can deal with this problem? 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, and good evening to everybody on the platform. It's quite a pity what is going on in Nigeria, but to Nigeria, will you prefer to send your money in a place where the judicial system is so badly corrupt? Would you like to send your money to such a country? The answer would be no. Because at the end of the day, you will not get any justice if you have issues in that country. That is what is happening. I saw a report from IATA. IATA is stopping airlines from coming to Nigeria. I saw that report, and I'll still verify if actually IATA said that. The investors are pulling away their C&C, certificate of it's a corporation or something like that, from Nigeria. It is going to be a Herculean task for Bola Tinubu to fix that country. As we speak, there is no country, there is no production, there is no factory, there is nothing that you can use to substitute these people that are pulling out their monies. Remember that majority of them are portfolio investors. It is going to be difficult. And I would like to disagree with a righteous man. Righteous man, you don't need strong men and women to rule a country. No. You don't need strong men and women to rule a country. You need strong institutions. Strong men will come and go, and they will reverse to the same old system. The corruption and the criminality is what they are going to go back to. But when you have a strong institutions, these strong institutions will channel or direct anybody, even if it is someone who is insane, that is going to take over there. The system will whip him. I remember what Obama told us when he visited Ghana with his wife. He said, Africa, go and build strong institutions and not strong men. What did they not say? What did they not say about Buhari when he was coming in? He was a strong man, but he didn't deliver. Thank you.
Yeah, to come back to you again, this is the beauty of this speed comments, and we want to be condensing our ideas, because the more we condense it, the more we can get round and get ideas. Instead of us to get 10 ideas for 1 hour, we'll get 20. AY, 2 minutes. You had me summarize the topic now. I take it.
Can you repeat the summary?
The summary is that about the jackparing of Nigerians and technically jackparing of industry. You've heard of the industry leaving the country, and if Tinubu has the capacity to fill the gap that is being created, the manpower gap, which is the brain drain, and the industrial drain too, because we are losing industry. So is this something that you think that can be handled? And there is a second one that I shared. I don't know if you saw the video I shared about our police head saying something about Nigeria. For Nigeria, we are incapable of recruiting people. And then our national security advisor said also for Nigeria, we are incapable of recruiting people. And then I showed the video of our current
what does that mean?
NSA.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
That is what I don't understand. That's what I wanted to ask you. Whether do you know what they mean? Why? What did they keep saying for us we can't? They always do that. Like for us we can't. Why? They don't tell us why they mean, why they say that. So those are the two things we've talked about so far.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, the comment section. To be honest with you, Tinubu is already appearing as a failure already. He needs to act fast. You see, we had discussion around this topic. Tinubu does not have plan. I can tell you this for free. A man who is ready to work, who has plan, when he's in government, you will know. Now, Tinubu came in. Tinubu has traveled to up to 3-4 different places looking for foreign investors. That is a great mistake. I don't know who is advising him. What Tinubu needed to do is to focus on Nigeria, focus on the economy. Now, industry are leaving. The question is, why are they leaving? This started long ago. He needs to invest in infrastructure. Electricity, we don't have electricity. This is a big problem for industries. You don't go outside and be begging people to come and, investor, come and invest. No sane investor will come because we don't have the environment for investors to come and invest. Once the environment is ready, investor will look for Nigeria. Nigeria is a country of over 200 million people. Trust me, if Nigeria is working today, investors will come. Investors will come. So you need to put parameters in place in form of giving incentive to investor, providing security, providing infrastructure. Investors will come. We have the market. We have having the market is a big thing for investors. We have it. So all they need to do is just to do the right thing. Forget about investor abroad. Focus on the country first. Once things are working, you will see investors. Even Nigeria, we have Nigerians that will take their money and invest in the economy. Nigeria have money abroad. Nigeria have money in the country. Everybody is scared. The other thing, I'm not sure what the police meant by that statement that, they don't have the capacity to recruit or what. But I think that is dumb. Again, problem of what's it called? They are inefficient. We need people. We need leaders. Leaders, when I mean leaders, from the president to the chief of army to the chief of staff, whatever they call themselves. We need the right people in place. Look at what army are doing. You go bob over 100 people, and this is not the first time. This is not the second time. This is not the third time. It showed the level of how these people don't even know what they're doing. You can't put.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. There's no nepotism or cronyism here. And if I you to say I'm giving you, I'm a cronies. But I want to share this thing that Aerofy said. You see, they say something different during their campaign, and then when they make it into power, they start saying it's something else. However, I must say, could this be the reason why Aerofy is not part of the government right now? Let me share this.
We are struggling with just less than 200,000 members of the armed forces for a country with a population of 200 million plus. the numbers, the equipment, the skills, and the training of the armed forces will be scaled up, will be increased rapidly to meet the asymmetric nature of the security challenges that we face. Because today, the armed forces are not fighting with other countries, they are fighting with non-state actors. And the doctrine, the training, the numbers must change. And the Bola Tinubu administration already has a blueprint which is embedded in our action plan to address this. We'll scale up the numbers of the armed forces, we'll ramp up not only the numbers, but the training and equipment. In Nigeria, in 1967, the total size of the Nigerian army was only 10,000. Because of the civil war, within a year, we ramped it up to 250,000.
That is what is possible in any nation. That is not strange for us to be able to do. But yet, these new ones keep telling us, it's not only the police saying it. Our national security advisor is saying the same thing. For us, we can't do it. Then the other, we saw him, the new one, going to beg people to free us, and we need to be able to do our own thing, enjoy our life. What is going on here? This, when they were campaigning, you heard him say it clearly. This is what we are capable of doing. And once they get into office, they start doing something else. What is going on? Because I know if they do those things, all these business that are saying that is leaving Nigeria is going to return back to Nigeria. All of us are going to start going back to Nigeria. All the money that is going to be flowing into Nigeria, expertise that is going to flow into Nigeria, we don't need anybody. We don't need a GlaxoSmithKline. Let them go. All those Nigerians will do everything themselves.
Yeah.
But
even the issue of Japa people are complaining about. If you fix the country, you will see Japa will reduce. When things are working, it will reduce automatically. This is just the honest truth. You will even have more Nigerians living abroad, going back home.
But what you see, why I blame our press is that if El-Rufai said this, he literally said we were able to recruit more than 250,000 in 1 year, or just about 250,000 in 1 year into the military. Why are they not questioning these people that why are you not doing it now? Why are we still insecure? Why are they kidnapping our people constantly?
Yeah.
Why do you leave our people jobless when you can give them good job inside the military and inside our security forces? Nobody's pushing them for it, and they keep telling us that for us we can't do it. For us, what is it for us we can't do it?
Okay,
what does that mean?
Prophetess, I think there's an explanation.
Okay.
You know, you can use economics to explain that line of thought. Because in economics, the actual cost of a service or a good is not how much it costs you to buy it, but the alternative, what you would have used that money for. That's what they call it, alternative cost. Is usually the real cost. So the alternative cost of recruiting more police, more army, training and retraining is actually this money that they are looting now. So it's misplaced priority. It's misplaced priority. So that's the reason.
That's why they say for them they can't. For them,
yeah, because it means devoting more resources to that area.
Okay.
Also, to add to that point, another thing we have to look. We can't just overemphasize corruption.
Sorry, should we free up the conversation a little bit so that it can flow? For a while. For a while, then maybe we can return back to 2 minutes again. Amadioha is behind, and he's going to come and start his. He changed his name to Amadioha. It's actually Uzokalo. He's just changing it right now. Let me bring him out. Why are you doing shaking from backstage? You are muted. It doesn't matter what you're saying.
As I was saying,
okay, back now.
You see, there is also this lack of trust that they've instilled into the average Nigerian. That whatever they say, we just can't trust again. For example, just to buttress the point of what, apart from the other political nuances that may make them not to make that decision easily, maybe geopolitical nuances, you get the point, slave and master stuff that one way or the other has been said, without saying it directly on this platform. But the thing is that even if they want to, there is this lack of trust that they've instilled into the people now. I have some friends that they made complaints about even giving directions. You know, when you tell the soldiers that this is where you should even go to fight, and it's a wrong direction, and they themselves know that it is even wrong, but they just have to obey the last order. You know, if you look at that style of leadership, if you look at that, and also look at you're asking people to tie their belts, but we are seeing you living lavishly. All these things breed lack of trust within the system, that eventually everybody will begin to see how can we find our own way out. And we can't have a nation like that. We can't have a nation. And if there's no nation, then it is better that everybody should just go their way. That's just it, in my own opinion. So we can't see how the issue of security can be solved, because there is no trust on all sides. And if you look at the amount even spent in security, you question yourself, where is this money going? Nobody questioned anybody. Buhari spent a lot of money, but where was the money? What were the things we achieved with that money? Nobody was questioned. Rather, they were even given juicy appointments afterwards again. So all these things breed lack of trust, and eventually we just have this kind of state we have it like that.
You see, to add to what you said there, you said it all. Sorry, KJ. To add to what you said, see, everything this government are doing, if you look at what they are doing, I see on seriousness. Okay, recently you have 1,400 people going to Dubai. To do what? To do what? Why are you even taking 100 people there? What are you going there to do? If it's a government that is serious, you would prioritize things. This is what we need to do right now. All our money, this is where the money is going. I want to see this project work. I want to see this thing working. But they are not thinking what ordinary people are thinking. Just like you said, you are telling people, don't worry, Pastor, it's just we got to get through this. And they are seeing you doing otherwise. People are not going to trust you. You have to do things as a government for the people to believe in you, trust you, that even if they are telling the people, hey, pay 5,000 naira, we need to do this project. The people will look for the money and bring. But what you have now, you need to make the people trust the government. What is going on? People don't trust the government. So it's all, they don't even show direction. This is where we're going. This is what we're doing. You just wasting money. The Senate, the Rep, they doing their thing. You know, nobody. The summary of the whole is they don't care about the country. This is what I see. They don't care. If they care, even the Senate President, the Rep, there are some things they will not do. There are some things they will not even try to say, oh, no. How do you budget 50 billion naira on Vice President house, a house that is already existing somewhere? Why can't you renovate it? Student loan, 5 billion naira. Who does that?
That is a scandal. That is a scandal. I don't know how they can live with themselves doing such
things.
You
are telling the people, the youth are the future of tomorrow. You are not developing your youth. Country are working on AI, working in tech.
But that isn't that our problem, though? Isn't that our problem?
That is hold on.
Isn't that what I was talking about? The way we spend 1,000 pounds for our hair. What is wrong with us?
That is what I want to say to
build a house.
I wanted to say this to you. Is it the problem of the government? No. You see, if you carry your money and give to your house help to go to the market, I don't give him give her or he the list of what he's going to buy. You know, whatever he like and buy. So if you come back with bag of kuli for your children, you and lunch and dinner, will you blame the person? You didn't give any direction. We the people have refused to hold the government accountable. If not, why will you keep quiet and sit in your house when the government at this critical period is buying a yacht, is spending so much money to buy vehicles for legislators, is sending 150 how many people to a conference that means nothing to Nigeria? How do we keep quiet? How do we go to sleep with those things? How? Okay, and then see, let me say something very very key here. since we are no longer subsidizing the the petrol, where is the money going to NNPC? The money that they sell from crude, where is it? Where is the money? Why has nobody asked for that money? Which
Well,
account?
they say that that's part of the money that they use to pay off the debts. You know, they pay debts and all that kind of stuff.
We're earning money every day. Where are they? Who is holding it?
Nobody's checking, to be fair.
These are questions people. You see, let me tell you something that is so painful. We were all sitting there when they prioritized NNPC, our own public property. Nobody bidded for it. Nobody told you, okay, we're now about to sell NNPC. Or you're not going to prepare our money. Come, they just woke up one day and then sold it in, and then told it's sold, and that is it. You see, we have taken so much, and as long as we keep lying and waiting for people from forefathers, you're even asking, why would I not even Japa? What's the reason? Should I just live my life wasting it and hoping that somebody's going to make a change when there's anything to point to that direction? No, if you think seriously about your life, you just go. You need to go and find somewhere to express yourself. That's the truth. And so there's still going to be more brains going out. There's still going to be more people. In fact, it's going to get tougher.
Yeah.
Okay, fact check, please. Fact check. Okay. People are listening. KJ, they've not sold an NPC. They are preparing it for eventual sale or to sell part of it eventually.
No.
But now they've not actually sold
it. They privatize. They put it in private.
It's in phase.
It's owned by Nigeria 100%.
It's 100%. It's 100% owned by Nigerian government.
No, now
presently.
It was the name now. What's the name now?
PLC.
It's made a private company, but owned by the federal government 100%.
Okay, yes. Great. I withdraw that. Where is the money going to now?
So Nigeria.
No. Where is the money that for the petrol that's being sold? What I say? That's being sold every day. Where does the money go to?
Debt and
is it NNPC that pays our debt or the federal government that pays it?
No, the federal government gets the money from NNPC now.
That's why go and check now. So since we are fast checking, check the last time that NNPC gave government money. Please check for me so that I don't make another mistake.
I think that's a fair comment. But I'm not sure how it works. Maybe there are other arrangements the federal government has with the oil companies.
I'm telling you, that's not
directly to the oil companies.
There's no money being remitted to government. I'm giving you this thing. There's no money being remitted to government by NNPC because they claim to be a private limited company. Okay, so the question be, where is their money? We have to ask those hard questions without being afraid of anybody.
I think it's a fair question, but we don't necessarily know. Most people don't know the structure of these things. But we can research it and find out, okay, NNPC, but I don't think NNPC is disappearing with any money. And Nigeria, like you said, Nigerian government, 27 billion didn't come from anywhere. It must have come from somewhere. So they are getting the money from somewhere, and they are still buying petrol. Remember, we are still buying petrol.
You see,
so some part of it is going into that too.
When a topic like this comes, I think glossing over it will not help anybody. Okay, the last time NNPC for 46 years, NNPC never audited the account. Okay, and I'm giving you a fact. The only NNPC had audited that when this Naira came in, and that audit was done. But after that first audit, which was forced after Jonathan's government, there's not been any other audit of NNPC. And NNPC does not account to neither the central bank nor to any other person. This is the question. This was the problem that Sanusi had for asking, where do you put the money? Where is the money coming from NNPC? Okay, and it was forced out. We are still asking that question. And look, the truth of the matter remains that any people are saying people should come from diaspora to come and help you. Who will help you? Nobody's coming to help you. And then who was saying that people should be distant? I not go die for Nigeria. Read my lips. You know, because if you do that, you will do it for nothing. You'll be forgotten the next day, and the country will go on the way.
Well, KJ, can you die for journalism?
Look, I am a professional. I didn't.
I'm just asking because KJ tends to defend journalism like he's going to defend it with his life.
I cannot die for another person. Take the one Jesus have done and hold it for all of us.
So you're not going to die for journalism. You can defend them, but you're not going to die for them.
No, I won't. You see, that's another thing I wanted to tell you about forefather. You see, most of those Nigerian journalists are putting their lives on the line every day to ask those questions. I'm telling you the truth. All right, they are trying their best to remain on the side of the people. Okay, but in a nation where majority are poor and looking for how, and you just have a means of sustaining your family a little bit, you see, you have to be careful. Sometimes you just have to dance to the tune of the drum beater. You know, we said this thing before. Look, I was one person who said when they were saying Buhari wasn't corrupt, and I asked the question: Alibaba and the 40 thief. What's the difference between the 40 thief and Alibaba? Simple. If you can answer that for me, then I know that Buhari is not corrupt. Because if he's not corrupt, Alibaba will not have 40 thieves as friends. But the mere fact that he has 40 thieves as friends, Alibaba is one of the thieves. It's simple. And
nobody will say Buhari is not corrupt. I think he may not be individually there's among that 40 thieves, there's one person that doesn't care about taking booty, like when they go and steal. But he's still part of the thieves, So he is enabling the thieves to do what they are doing. They stole at an industrial level when he was in office.
That thing. See, that's the same mistake they are making to say Buhari is not corrupt.
I'm just saying.
Appointed. Let me tell you, Tinubu came in, and I like what Tinubu said. He said the buck stopped with me. Whether it's good or bad, it's me. It's me. So don't go and be looking for somebody to say it is this person. No, he said if you don't perform, and any day I feel I'm not doing what I need to do, I will remove you because the buck stopped with me. That's somebody.
You know what I think Buhari's superpower is? Getting people to trust him. People trust Buhari for some reason. That's why they made him the first the military leader at that time, and that's why how many million people kept voting for him. And that's what I think was it somebody that came here to say that they trust him. They believed he was going to do the right thing. That's what Maska was saying. That they really trust him. That's his superpower. He can make people trust him, whether it's justified or not. He just somehow knows how to do it. So, what can we say about that? Amadioha, welcome. That's one of the pantheons of the gods in Nigeria. So, what do you think now with this Japa thing? Do you want to tell Nigerians to stop this nonsense jackwaring because they are going to go overseas and suffer anyway?
Let me say something. First, I want to Nigeria, you have really improved. You have learned from the congratulations to you. For the past 1 month, the delivery travel and put you in charge. You know what it is. You really improve. Secondly,
I see never kick you out now.
I just want to make my point. I just want to make my point. My first point I want to make, we are talking about holding people accountability here every day. And we all see a opportunity for us to shout, hashtag, let the chief of army staff go, let the chief of air staff go. They kill about 8,000 people. And all of us are here, nobody is even talking about it as if it's a chicken. Okay. Those guys should not even they should be suspended and face what it is. Even your own citizen, and you are telling us that is this, is that. Then that's where we should start from. If we really want a better Nigeria. This is not the first, not the second, and it's not going to, if you don't take time, it's not going to be the third. Until it's going to happen to our own villages, they will know what it is. Because it didn't happen to us, nobody is safe. By now, the whole Nigeria will have start from there. Let's see them a lesson from there. By the time chief of air staff and army staff is gone, the other people will learn from there. But all of us are keeping quiet, talking of import and no import, export or no export. Secondly, AY says something. The situation on ground is not what is different from what you are saying here.
Good thing. I see to Nigeria justifying that in United States, 80% of goods usually are made from Mexico. Almost everything made from Mexico and the body country. All right. So it doesn't matter if things are coming in from other countries. You become an enemy of the state. It doesn't work that way. And secondly, listen. Company didn't start living today. In Lagos,
company have left, and what did he do? He threw people into poverty. Ikeja industrial estate, everybody there is gone. Our friends, everybody, Indians have moved all their companies back, and nobody is saying anything. All right, we are just that it's a good thing. When it's a good thing, you don't have people that lost employment on that. You don't have people employment that listen. If you go to Abakra, if anybody know Abakra,
You go to Abakra, go to Liberty Industrial Estate. The kind of people you see that goes to work every day, it's millions. But what happened to them right now? They are all laid off. All of them, we are all laid off. We are not talking about that. We are justifying it. We are listen, Ikorodu Industrial Estate, I work in all those places. I know what it is. Tell that meal. Start catching almost all of them. All of us are buying Ankara here. Made in Ghana, Ankara. We are all happy. Before Nigeria used to stop letting people making Ankara that we wear. But today, where are they? You're not talking about that. We are all spending money, all of us, we are spending money, buying Ankara from outside. And we're blaming some people that we are just buying it. And rather, sometimes, the way we talk sometimes, Nigeria will say we are. We are not telling us the truth. Because we are not telling the truth, we forget everything we are doing and focus on this chief of army staff, chief of air staff. So those guys need to go. Because there's not no excuse on this one. Because if it's an excuse, they will do it again and again and again. Until they do it to our own families, our own villages. They will not understand the pain of those people are feeling. Right? That's just my point here. You know, let's start from
that. Let me say this though, but militaries, they do make mistakes sometimes.
No. Imagine,
I'm just trying to. America is happened to America too. It's happened to America.
Like, the guy will not spend 2 minutes in that office. They will cut him back. He will never spend 2 minutes.
In America, they have friendly fire all the time.
Listen, there's not the fire that is not assignable.
I'm not glorifying it. I'm saying that it happens.
No. How many times has it happened?
If you listen to the statement, if you listen to their statement, what is happening is they are clearly inexperienced. You have to train your people. They are talking of human life. See.
You're talking about America.
Don't start with me now. Don't start with me, Uzo. Because America does have friendly fire too. Let's not pretend as if they don't.
Let me correct you on this. No matter what you say, if a drum pilot or whatever pilot that's in that position operate anything, he misfired. Even me as a professional here, if I'm inspired, guys, they are calling you back to order. It doesn't matter the mistake you make. They are calling you back instantly. You can't spend 1 minute on it. Even our job site, you make any mistake, you misfire. You are calling you back. Or killing 81, 30 people in your own country, not outside. In your own. Imagine the American Air Force bombing a part of Texas. 84 people died. By now, the whole world will hear about it. All right? So
they are not even Air Force. These are army. They're army. Like, they're supposed to allow Air Force to do their job.
You call it collaboration, though. Air Force army cannot fly a drone without the Air Force specialist in there. They are all collaborating.
Go listen to what is going on. They did this without knowledge of Air Force. Go and confirm.
Then let those guys go. That's my own problem. Let's start the hashtag. Let it for army staff go, man. Let it go so that
I think they should be accountable and they should have a better this thing, because you can't just kill people and then they said they went away, came back and did more again. So it's quite
the first one.
That is terrible, massive. You are supposed to have eyes on the incidents. I don't understand how they just start bombing places. This is the problem I'm talking about. They are not everywhere. They can't be everywhere. That's the problem. I can see you, Maxi. Those are your two large fingers.
Intelligence. You don't have intelligence that will tell you what's going on.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, to Niger. You see, it's just like you have the Marines. The Marines are a branch of the United States Army, but they are trained to fight in the water, in the air, and on the land, on contract basis. That's why they call them Marines. On contract basis. They have aircrafts, they have drones, they work with all those things, and no Air Force personnel is there with them because they are properly trained to carry all those reconnaissance and surveillance operations and deliver. When you go to Nigeria, that is the military there that we are talking about. When we were there, 1990-91, till the time I left, There was nothing like drones. These are different equipments now that they are being brought to them. And there is no how you will set up a drone firing system. Most of these drones you have that are airborne always have cameras that can see up to 500 to 1,000 meters away.
True, true.
When you see them, look at when they are bombed. In fact, when I was in in Yugoslavia, you see how they bomb. They will tell you, the Air Force will come and tell you that what I'm looking at that particular place are not armed people. He will come back. He will go back. That plane will go back. He will reroute. He will go back to base until they make sure that those people. But listen to me, my people. There is no how you will engage your enemy without having accidental killings. It is common. But once it is one too many, that is the time you have to ask questions. Are these bombings deliberate or just mistake? Even in Liberia, where I spent 3 years, 8 months, we had accidental discharge. My location was bombed by Air Force, Nigerian Air Force plane. But fortunately, we were inside our bunkers and trenches. It didn't affect us, but it didn't camp on top of us. It went just across us. These are the prices people pay. Supposing they mistakenly that bomb came close to us, let me say 100 meters or 50 meters close to our bunkers, we could have been, some of us would die today. Some of us would not be talking today. That is how it is. So I will give it to them. But once it is one too many, my people, we need to ask questions. And remember, most of the people that they are recruiting today, remember that some of them are repentant Boko Haram. I do not know how much they train them. I was trained for 6 months, intensive. And after that, I was sent to Jaji for how to handle just weapon, because you can even kill your neighbor with it. There are some certain things you have to take into consideration before you are able to handle those weapons. Because any mistake you make can lead to the death of your colleague.
Mazi, let me ask you this question. Sorry. Mazi, I know you're a military guy. So are they not supposed to have have men on ground that are also giving them intelligence?
Sorry, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah, go ahead, Tone.
Come again.
You're muted.
See, this is when I heard about this, I just laughed, because we know this sort of thing is going to happen. Because when we talk corruption does not just affect the positions. Corruption cuts across every sector of the country. The military training, the standard had fallen. I'm one of those people that believe that changing Nigerian Defense Academy, incorporating a university, is to water down the military aspects. So people are now concentrating on academics rather than being treated as a pure military officer gentleman. Okay, that was my time there. Now, what we are talking about, I've never heard that it's not even a time of war or anything. Just go drop bomb in Kaduna. Not that Kaduna is one remote village and all that. These are basic things you're taught as a pilot officer in the Air Force. Do you know how much that Nigeria spends on one pilot? These are basic stuff. So I don't just understand. I don't want to comment very a lot about it, because I think there is more to what has happened. That's my own personal view. I think there's more to it than to what happened that we read and all that. I see Nigeria, a lot of things is just going on right now that is so strange. Human lives are not valued. People are taken out for political reason or for one reason or the other. I have never heard when I was there that
like the friendly fire that Maxi commented about in Liberia. Yes, I knew about it. I can understand because it was a war. It was a war theater. It was a war situation. I can understand. But for you to go intentionally and not once, you went twice. See, listen. If it's this country, United Kingdom, or even the US, I know some generals will be court-martialed by now. They will be court-martialed by now in their guard rooms and been waiting for strict court-martial. But what did we have? That tells you how corrupt Nigeria has become. They just waved it away. We're sorry. It was what kind of, I don't want to use the F word, but these are people. These are people's life gone. You know, this is just a basic. It's a basic schoolboy thing that shouldn't happen and all that. Nigeria has been taken over right now. The complete takeover has been orchestrated by Tinubu and all that. The only way to take him out, see, guys, I just want to speak broken here right now. It's not about all this English and all that. It has to be by force. It has to be by force. Force is not nice. Is not nice, but it's necessary sometimes. Even the Bible and all that, there were some things that had to be done by force. Blood had to be shed. I know it's not nice shedding blood, but blood has to be shed at some point. This is
Sorry,
the
Tom,
same
that is against the law.
forefathers.
You can't be saying things that you know could get Dr. Damage's channel in trouble. There are certain
Okay. I'm
things you're
watching
not
my
allowed to
words.
say.
Apologies. Okay, apologies. Okay, this is the same. This is the same forefathers that is advocating for a nuclear weapon or whatever and all that. What if with the set of politicians we have now, the way they think, they have some more lethal weapon? They will not have any compulsion at all to go to one part of Nigeria and use it.
See, Tone, we can't
You want to give Tinubu
these incidents. We have to be careful about using these incidents as a metrics. What is going on with the Nigerian military? They are trying to cut corners. They don't have people everywhere. They are meeting themselves. They are supposed to have eyes on that occasion. They don't have people. They are doing basically using drones to try to do the job that human beings are supposed to help them do. We have to remember this in the case of America. They don't let me finish the evidence I'm trying to provide here.
Excuse me.
If I finish my evidence, you can carry on. It's not going to take 30 seconds. America doesn't necessarily bomb people in his country because there's no war going on in his country. But America goes, when they bomb weddings, they will go, after they finish bombing it at first, then they will turn around, go again, come back again, and do the same thing repeatedly again. So the mistake will double down. That is America doing the same thing. So there is something about that process that they use. When they've started, it's hard to stop. They'll just go on and do it because they believe that they have to do it twice to finish it. You go and check it online, you see multiple cases of weddings getting destroyed because they are looking for one person. And a lot of innocent people get killed. There was a time they killed about 50 Russian soldiers at the same time. When they've already had an agreement with America to cooperate, America went and bombed about 50 Russian soldiers all at once. Russians or Syrian. This happened in Syria. It could be Russian or Syrian soldiers. I think it was Syrian soldiers, not Russian soldiers. They just went and bombed 50 of them all at once because they were ganging up against ISIS. But the moment they had an agreement with Syria, they went and bombed Syria military. So this is something that happens often, and we shouldn't necessarily think that it's a systematic thing that Nigerians are going after. Think about it now. Do you think the Tinubu wants to go after northern people? He wants to last in office, doesn't he? They're going to remove him from office if he does that repeatedly. So let's try to
forefathers. What I'm saying, what I'm simply saying here,
I disagree with you.
Wait. What I was trying. Let me just land, please, in my point. What I'm trying to say here is that bombing is not excusable. Some commanders and general needs to be court-martialed. It's just as simple as that. I know it's harsh because that shouldn't be happening. It just shouldn't be happening. It shouldn't be happening. What else? Because I just lost it. There was something very important I wanted to say. Yeah, about drones. Drones is a modern way of warfare. It's very, very important as a matter of fact, because when you don't want to expose your troops to casualty and all that, drones are very, very effective method of carrying out modern warfare. Okay, even during my own time, there were no drones. There wasn't anything like drones and all that. You plotted everything and all that. You're in communication. The ground troops are in communication with the air force and all that. You give them your coordinates and all that, coordinates to bomb and all that. The artillery too are giving the coordinates to send their bombs and all that. That's how that was how warfare was being done. But what I'm trying to say right now is because of corruption, a lot of things have gone wrong in Nigeria. Even it's affected our military. But we're supposed to train more people. Even the people that are existing, they are not paid very well. And we're talking about employing more people. How much are you going to pay them? When our politicians are spending so much money to renovate, okay, the house of the VP, is the roof leaking? Somebody should ask me, is the roof leaking? Is the roof of those are they dilapidated, and they are spending billions and billions and billions but people that require money, like the soldiers that every day they are out there, are putting their life on the line, are not treated very well. Even the food that is being given them in the war front and all that is nothing to write home about. So that's the point. That's where Nigeria has got into. Everywhere, every sector is just so rotten and corrupt, and that is why it pains me when I see people coming out here and they're supporting Tinubu and all that. All right, now the mandate, we will enjoy them. All of us are enjoying it. We'll all enjoy it. But the thing for these people, for you think that these people are going to voluntarily change and be born again, a lie. These are vampires. They need to be hunted like one and dealt like one. Thank you.
Father,
if you can just
please
allow me to chip in to support what my senior Tony just said right now. See, what
Righteous man, please hold on. He's a military man because they are talking military stuff. You'll come in just after him. And Maxi, please try to keep it brief so Righteous man can talk.
Okay, my brother. What he said is the truth. Do you know how much I was paid in Liberia per day? $5. $5 for 24 hours in the work front. And out of that $5, I fed myself in Liberia. I bought uniforms for myself and boots. We were hunting for firewood in Liberia. We were going to hunt for firewood in Liberia to come and cook. You cannot eat the ration they give to you. There is massive corruption going on in that defense system, in the military. Entire defense, apparatus. There is massive. People are using. Do you know how much they pay these people that are fighting the terrorists in the north? RCA, ration cash allowance of 1,000 naira. It's huge. Is huge. The corruption is gargantuan, is on a gargantuan level. So there is no way anybody. In fact, I don't think the current leadership will walk around unless they just walk around it, leave it for another person to come in. Thank you.
Go ahead. Please go ahead, Righteous man.
First and foremost, I want to respectfully disagree with forefathers, because when this incident happened, I tried to research a little to find out if the American military has ever bombed Americans for whatever reason. They can carry such acts outside the United States, but not against their people. This is within a space of 3 years, we have had 10 incidents of the Nigerian Air Force bombing innocent Nigerians, killing them in mass. And they comes and tell us cook and book stories as a way of cover up. So, and one man was analyzing this in Arise News. The flying helicopter or the flying jet of the military is well equipped, that you use the GPS to get exactly the target and monitor the place you want to strike. You know, so what they did, like what Tom said, I quite agree with him. These people should be court-martialed. For me, it's a deliberate act against innocent Nigerians. There is no amount of money you are going to give to replace a soul that is lost. Okay? Then my brother that is in Ghana.
But what is the purpose if it is deliberate? What is the purpose?
From what Gumi said, no,
from,
righteous man, they need to explain to us why they.
Yeah, from what Gumi said,
they did say why. They did say why they were looking for this thing, bandits. So they thought the bandits were there.
From what Gumi said, we are still expecting them to tell us why that bombing took place. But my brother that is in Ghana, my very beloved brother, who happened to be half Ghanaian, half Igbo, you misquoted me when I was making a submission about having a charismatic leader. I did not say we need a strong man. We need a charismatic leader that will champion the cause of fighting this corruption that is endemic in Nigeria today.
Hold on. Why did she say that you don't need a strong man?
He said we need a strong institution. Right now, the institutions are corrupt. So the only way to revive it and change these corrupt institutions is to have an incorruptible leader that is charismatic. Just like when Obi was in Anambra, he refused the padding of the budget. He refused the buying of SUV from abroad. He decided to use Abba-made shoe, Abba-made clothes, and Anambra manufactured car. That is leadership. And every other person working under his government, you know, followed put. So when we are talking about leadership, I am referring to somebody who is not corrupt. I'm not talking of you. You can't have a good institution when the leadership is corrupt. It's not possible. Obi said, I quote, Obi said, it is easy to reduce corruption if the leader is not corrupt. His family members are not corrupt.
Let me add something. When you said a leader should not be corrupt and should be charismatic, and think that those two things don't imply that leader being strong, it's not going to work. That leader, because to enforce lack of corruption, he has to be strong. Because there are people that want to be corrupt and they are powerful. You have to go after them. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
That leader cannot afford to be anything else than a strong person.
See, Maxi made a submission that he did not actually give us a green light. It is an individual that builds or that wants an institution to work. If you have corrupt leadership, there is no way an institution will stand. Now, for example, when Jerry Lawrence took over the reign of leadership in Ghana, you know, he did a massive cleansing of the land. And that brought about the institution, because I was in Cameroon some years back, and we had issue with their road safety, equivalent to their road safety corps. And when they took us to the police station in Kumba, precisely in Kumba, then they gave us tickets. And that ticket, when the driver paid, he paid in the police station there. He was given receipt for the payment he made, for the law he contravened. Because I think at the initial, at the commencement of this program today, we're talking about whether police normally generate revenue or not. Yes, I witnessed that for the first time in my life in Cameroon. I went to Kumba for business. I spent about 3 months there. There was no single minute that light went off. And they were not allowing frozen things to be eaten. Whatever you want to buy, or chicken or turkey, you go to the poultry, you point, and they will get it prepared for you. Then it was in that process we were going to this famous mountain in Cameroon. I've forgotten the name of that mountain. Near the Cameroon University.
What's the point? Because you're not trying to tell us that Cameroon is not corrupt. So
that's just man. You're going to make us start timing again.
Forefather, please.
Let me, sorry, 1 minute. Sorry. You see, forefather, I need you to pay attention. Stop making excuses for these people, for the military guys. Just like Righteous Man rightly said, they've made over 10 mistakes in the past 2 years. Hold on. This is too much. You cannot be eliminating people you are supposed to protect. Even if you are not a trained military man, you know you're dealing with human beings. You gotta pay attention, serious attention. Before Bobby is not Tea Party, man. You gotta know what you're doing. We can't take this. Even for a doctor to make mistake on human being, like 5 times in a year, your license needs to be withdrawn. No excuse. Now you're talking of military. See, the whole system is messed up, we know. Now, look at the military structure. The Minister of Defense, both the Minister of Defense, the State Minister of Defense, bullshit. Why are you giving these people Minister of Defense? A man that governed a state that was ravaged by criminals all through his tenure. You took the man to be a state minister of defense. Who does that? That means we are not serious. A country where we have brilliant trained military generals. What is wrong? Looking for one of them and say, hey, come, get these people together to get this job done. See, you can't play politics with a lot of things. That is what the government are doing. Look for competent people. Forget their face.
Okay, can I please quickly come in, please?
Yeah, you're going to come in, but let me just.
I'm not going to stay long
because I'm not going to stay long. Are objecting to what I said. See, sometimes when these things are happening, you have to act, and sometimes when you act, you make mistakes. If you look at the casualty levels, because from what I'm reading just now, from 2017 to date, we have lost about 400 people due to airstrikes, accidental airstrikes in Nigeria. If you look at what has gone on in Israel just in the last 6 weeks alone, 4,000.
So, did you consider the bombing in the east? Did you consider the bombing in the east?
I think
the Nigerian Navy bombed many towns in the east and killed over 250 people. Are you aware of that? Innocent people.
The security. I think they didn't specify a location. They just said 400 something people by mistake. Civilians. By mistake. That's what they're talking about.
That figure is more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please.
They say, the righteous man, it's not good that you interrupt me when I'm trying to make a specific point, because it looks like you use that to obfuscate what I'm trying to say. We are talking about in Israel, where 6,000 children, or maybe now up to 7,000 something, when somebody was saying children, not adults, but children have been killed in 6 weeks by one of the most advanced military in the world, claiming that they are looking for people underneath in a tunnel. So when we criticize our military, we have to also, because our military are getting killed. They get killed, they destroy a whole outpost of a Nigerian military over and over again. And no other nation takes that kind of nonsense lying down. So when we are criticizing, we have to look at it in context of what is happening. But I understand loss of life has to be investigated. People that are responsible have to pay. But please go ahead.
Please, can I come in, please?
Yeah, Richard. Okay. Long time.
Okay. Yeah, it's to work.
Okay, I have to thank each and every one of you for allowing me to come in. I really appreciate that. I'm not going to stay long. Now, this is the deal. For those on the panel that are served in the military, I want to say thank you for your services. But personally, somebody like me, when things happen, I paused. I always want to act like King Solomon in the Bible. When two women came and said, "Oh, this is my baby," the other one also said, "This is my baby." It now depends on the judgment of the leader. We cannot make mistake. Hey, Chief of Army Staff, Chief of Defense Staff, you are fired. No. Now, I don't really box myself in one corner when things happen like this. I want to look at the other angle. I want to call your attention to something in the military. The leader of the military right now is from a minority group, General Christopher Musa. Hausa Fulani, they don't want him to be there. They don't like him. And immediately this thing happened, they were calling for his head. You can see the politics and the religion coming into this. And the only thing the president can do right now. Why do you
say it's a minority? Is it Fulani?
Is from Kaduna? No, it's minority from Southern Kaduna.
Okay.
So right from the beginning, that part of Kaduna has been going through hell for many decades. And so when this guy was made chief of defense staff, they never liked him. So I want to call your attention to that. They want, go to Arise, go to everything. All the interviews they had with the northern leaders, that was what they were saying. That how can you make the chief of defense staff has to go? They said he deliberately is killing Islam people. Don't forget, those people came out on the holiday of the birthday of Prophet Muhammad. So they thought because he's a Christian minority from Kaduna, that's why he is killing Muslims. So the investigation, if it's thoroughly carried out, we'll find out it might be somebody in the military, a northern army, a junior army, who wants to cause problem and get Christopher Musa fired. So I don't want you to just say fire Musa, fire. No,
it's not. Excuse me, sir. With all due respect, a junior officer cannot carry out. A junior officer cannot authorize that raid.
John, hold on. Thank you, John. Hold on. Now, Oga, I want to respond to
you need to ask Mr.
Hold on.
No, AY, you are going to get your chance. AY, you are going to get your chance. Let's KJ, please. KJ, please keep it brief.
I will like. Here's what you have said. I would like that this should be investigated, and that's it. But to say that because of the tribal this thing, I don't think that's one. Two, it's even more political than tribal. Okay, just like everyone else have said here, these machines are very sophisticated. You know exactly where your bullets are going to land. You can teleguide where you're going to land. Before you will take off from the airport, from wherever you're taking off, you already have a well-defined map of where you are going. And before you even press the trigger, you get a command from the station saying, okay, this is where I am now, and this is the area. They say, okay, go ahead. You don't just fire by yourself. You don't just fire. You don't just go there and release this thing. Somebody is giving you a command of what you are going to do. Okay, you're constantly in touch with your base. Okay, and so if that be the case, and anybody says, look, the chief of army staff or even the defense minister has failed in a civilized country, they don't even have to wait for them to be asked to go. They should have gone. Okay. Yes.
No.
Now I'm coming. So I'm addressing two issues. Now, forefathers said that even the one of the best armies in the world made mistake. There are more political issues on that thing than that meets the eye. For instance, it's against the ethic of war for you to fire into a civilian area. But when you now put the ammunitions under a hospital, under where civilians are living, why you now make it a military base? Then are you going to blame people who you decide to carry war against for firing to that place? You see,
how does destroying the hospital get to the tunnel underneath?
Well, that's not even a new thing now.
No, you don't destroy a hospital to get to flood the tunnel. You don't destroy a hospital to smoke out a tunnel.
No, but if you are from the hospital, you are firing at the enemy. You don't want the enemy to fire.
Mr. KJ, let's limit ourselves to Kaduna issue. Let's limit ourselves to what happened in Kaduna. Don't go to
So
Gaza.
it's some of our Nigerians that are supporting killing 6,000 children, but then when they come to Nigeria, they said if we lose 80 people, it's okay. When they kill 6,000 children,
Let's just limit ourselves to what just
I don't
happened in
understand
Nigeria.
how Nigerians think
Let's
like
come back
this.
to Nigeria. What we are saying, what I'm simply trying to say is this: it is not it's more difficult for you to misfire than to fire properly. I mean, it's more difficult for you to misfire having a vantage position of an eye view, having a vantage position of being guided by a map, having a vantage position of being controlled by a tower from where you took off. It's more difficult. Okay, and just like Max said, yeah, sometimes you get some of these mistakes. It's possible that sometimes there is a wrong instruction. There was one magazine I was reading about a particular guy who survived, and he said that at the time he asked the people to come because they were under fire, and the guys took off. Even at that time, it wasn't even a modern plane. So this is old war, old Indian war, and the guy almost cleared half of his troop. Okay, because at that time it was a guesswork. But now those planes are not guesswork any longer. You know where you are. So, and this is my own opinion. I could be wrong. This is all about land grabbing. I mean, if you finish the people who are living in that community, they will have to leave now. So more people will come and settle there. So, but that is my decision. I mean, that's my personal opinion. Okay. The government is, if the government is sincere, we'll investigate and find out what happened.
Try to give it okay, you wanted to say something. Yeah, Wole will come next to you.
To add to what KJ said, Mr. Richard, you see, when we come here, we're talking of tribe, religion every time. It's a problem. It's a bigger problem. Last week, we were discussing issue how they demolished houses in Lagos. Instead of us to deal with the issue, we are talking, oh, they are Igbo, they are Yoruba, they are Hausa, they are... It doesn't matter. You have to deal with the issue. They've been killing, military made same mistake more than 10 times in the last 2 years. Are you saying, okay, if the chief of staff is Muslim, you will say, oh, because they are Christian, that's why it's Bobby there. If they are people bring all kind of stuff. If he's from Yoruba, if Bob in the East, Igbo. That is the game you play.
Listen, AY, no, don't say hold on. You have misrepresented my thoughts. That's not.
Let me finish. Let me reply. Hold on. The other thing, even corruption, where we are today, why we get to this point. Now, an announcer man we embezzle money. The people from the north, they will support him. Oh, they want to punish him because he's from the north.
Please, I got to go back. I got to go back to work. Let me just respond.
We can't be thinking like this.
Listen, hold on. You have made your point, right?
We have military guys here. Let me finish. No. We have military guys
here. I might have to take my leave.
Hold on. We have military guys here. They are telling you this person needs direction to fire anything he want to fire. There is what we call intelligence. What happened to the land intelligence? You don't have intelligence on the ground before you will be throwing bomb at people. No matter where
hold on. Can I respond? I gotta go back. Let me okay, thank you very much. If you follow what I said throughout, I did not bring in religion. I said immediately that thing happened. The publicity secretary of Arewa something, Professor something, they brought him to Arise. It's still on YouTube. He was the one that said, hey, the guy is a Christian from Kaduna. The people were killed on an Islamic day. And if you follow the history of Nigeria, those Christians from Southern Kaduna, they've been under attack for time immemorial. It was the Arewa people that brought in the religion that these guys has always been under suspicious because they never wanted him there as the chief of defense staff because of his faith and where he came from in the north. If you listen very well, that was what I said. Every interview are still on Arise.
You brought in tribe. You said it's from my.
I said that is what the Arewa guy said. That this guy.
What you were insinuating. Don't change it. I want you to.
I insinuate. Listen, thank God you are. Hold on a while. Thank God we have more than 5 people here, and everybody heard me. And that's one thing. Secondly, everything I said is recorded. I said you have to look at things from every angle. Number one, the current chief of defense staff before now, people like El Rufai and Co, they never wanted him there because of his faith and his tribe. You can ask everybody. At the second day that thing happened, the person that spoke for Arewa Consultative Group, Northern Leaders, that was what he said. That they think the guy is trying to revenge everything they have done to them in the past. That was what he said on TV, it's on YouTube, an interview on Arise. The same guy was interviewed by Shane channels.
Who ordered the killing?
I don't understand the chain of command in the Nigerian army. We don't know. The chief of defense staff might not be aware of it. The chief of defense staff might not be aware of it. We don't know. Let them carry out the investigation. Tell us who was the boss. Military guys are here. That's what they have. They call chain of command. It does not mean that the chief of defense staff is aware of it.
Mr. Richard.
What is going on?
No, Mr. Richard, yes. You do not need the authorization of the chief of defense. You do not need the authorization of chief defense staff for an airstrike. The important component who is the commanding officer, because when you go on air, you will report back to ground and saying that target acquired. Should I strike? It's just as simple as that. Then they will say affirmative or deny. So who was the person that authorized? And then the person that now
that is why they have to carry out the investigation.
Like in secular, the person next above him, his line manager, if you want to put it that way, and all that. Why did they authorize for this to happen? See, this is not a mistake. Why it happened, I don't want to go into that because I do not know. Only things happen in Nigeria, like you and I know. A lot of strange things are happening right now in Nigeria. We do not know. So it shouldn't be happening. That's the point. That's my whole point. It's just as simple as that.
Oh yes.
You know,
I condemn it too. I condemn it. It shouldn't have happened.
Why will Forefather be comparing Gaza with Nigerians? Why will Forefather be comparing Gaza?
Because 6,000 people died there. Stop.
Nigeria.
Let's not do that. 6,000 people died in Gaza. That's why.
All right, guys, I might have to go back.
Can I address Gaza? Can I address Gaza again? Forefathers, you keep saying Gaza. Let me tell you one thing you do not know. When Israel said, "Listen, you guys can evacuate. Let the civilians move out." Do you know that there's a certain clown that held them at gunpoint and they shouldn't move because they were using the civilians as a shield? Israel was left with no choice than to bomb. Listen, anything that happens in Gaza, I know it's not nice. Listen, these people have been taking the piece. They have to bear the brunt. I don't care. I don't absolutely care. It's unfortunate that children and the women had to die. I know that, but you cannot have civilians as human shield, and you don't expect them to react. No way. It doesn't work that way in real world. Let's just be let's be guarded in the way we think. See, all these what is happening in Gaza right now is a lot of political, political stuff and all that. I don't want to get involved. What I mean,
I really can't believe. Hold on.
Is the stuff that is happening in my country.
I can't believe what you just said. I really can't believe what this double standard you people have, and this is the problem. We act as if 1 minute you say one thing somewhere else. You say you don't like tribalism, you don't like anything. No, hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. You can't excuse.
Hold on
now. Hold on. Let me make my point. Let me make my point.
Went off.
You cannot say that Nigerian military. And let me finish now. Let me finish. Of course, you are willing to stand with anybody, no matter what. But your own tribesmen, you are going to make excuses for it. Let me give this example now. The Nigerian military want to go to somewhere and bomb somebody, and civilians were there. It turns out that civilians were in that position. What is the difference between don't you know that the bandits blend among civilians in Nigeria too? You see them wearing specific uniforms. They don't. So Nigerian military is good for Israel, one of the most sophisticated military, to kill 6,000 children in about 6 weeks, and you excuse it in this world, then you really have to question what your morality is. You seriously have to question it. Something is seriously
Okay,
loose.
can I ask
If
you
you
one
think
question again? Is
killing
it right
6,000
for
children,
those terrorists in Gaza? Is it
Forefather,
right for those terrorists in
I'm very shocked.
Gaza to
Sorry,
use children and
respectfully.
women as human shield?
no, see, do you know
Is
who
it
actually
right
officially, hold
to
on, you
use
see, that's something
women
people
and
don't know.
children
Hold on.
as human
Do
shield?
you know the institution that has actually used civilians as official human shield? The Israeli army. This is documented. You want me to pull the evidence? They have officially used Palestinians as human shield so that the militants are not going to be able to attack them. They've done it officially. They even passed a law to ban it, but yet they were still doing it. They were breaking their own law, doing it. So I don't know how you people just decide to side.
Forefather, can I ask you a question?
Children, that doesn't question your conscience. Jesus Christ.
Forefather, can I ask you a question? Because I've not seen you being aggressive against the Nigerian state that were killing people in mass in the east. That the governor of Imo State ordered the bombing of a whole town, and it was raised down. You didn't come to this platform to cry was against it.
Is it 6,000 children?
But they are Nigerians.
Really, forefathers?
Really? They are Nigerians.
Yes.
Forefathers, really?
Yeah,
really,
whatever Israel and Gaza is doing, that concerns them.
No. So you value the life of.
You see what they are doing now is because some of
oh my God! No, forefathers. No, forefathers. No.
With this one. I'm not going to let people get away with this one. And Nigerians,
no.
All right. No, you need to let me talk.
No, forefathers.
You need to let me talk because it's three of you at a time. What you are doing here is exactly the problem we have in Nigeria. You are not level-headed. You are not level-headed. You pick and choose where your justice is, and that is
where is your own justice, forefathers?
Because I'm level. If somebody is
you can't be level. You can't be level. How can you be level? How can you sit on the fence? You have to stand for something. No, stand for something, forefathers.
Do you see me supporting killing people in Nigeria? But you support killing people in one place, but not support killing people in another one.
Is either what they see for
why would you
this guy asks you a question. What have you said when thousands of people are being killed in a village in Igbo land? You said are they up to 6,000?
No,
how can you make that comparison?
Hold on.
So you're waiting for it to be up to 6,000?
What he said was very specific. No. I have to address one person at a time. Let me address one person. I cannot talk to everybody at a time. Let me address one person at a time. What he said was,
let's come back.
Can I say one thing? I hear what you're saying. What he said was, he has not seen me this angry or passionate about what is happening in the Southeast as much as what is happening in Gaza.
Yes.
And I said, is it 6,000 people that died, children that died in the South?
So you are waiting for it to be 6,000 in the Southeast?
No, your passion has to be proportionate to what has happened.
Really?
So are you telling me seriously that 6 million people die? 6 million people die. Hold on now. 6 million people die in a situation is the same as 100 people dying. I'm going
to be more passionate about 100 people that die in my own village than 6,000 that is dying in Gaza. Yes, of course.
Then you value human beings less in certain
I did not.
And that is my point.
You are just pretending.
I am making. You are valuing human being life based on what I do close to you. That is what they call tribalism.
Because human life is human life.
Human life is human life. You see, this is very revealing to Nigerians.
How is it revealing?
When people are closer to them, they support them. It's okay when they commit atrocities.
No, you are the one. No, you are the one that's playing it light. When it happened in Igbo land, there was no war in Gaza. No, listen. When it happened in the Southeast, there was no war in Gaza. And it did not shake you, did not move you. It was okay for them.
You are sounding as if I'm justifying killing in the Southeast. No, I am not.
The comparison you raised made it look like you are justifying it. How can your reaction be zit up to 6,000? Why would your response be zit up to 6,000?
I'm saying that 6,000 children is more than 500 or 50 children.
You ask this question repeatedly. Can you allow some people to just answer you in the way we should answer it? Look, let me tell you, there is no way, even me as a professional or a conventional soldier, and you use human shield innocent children and women to get at me. Look, there is something we say. Senior Tony will testify to it. It is the person that fired first, and how accurate that person is wins the day. That is the general principle of the military, and we work with it. So when we come out and we begin to tell you, please listen. You cannot use a human shield, a pregnant woman, to get at me, and you allow me to save that pregnant woman. Never, it can happen, because I will not be alive to speak. That is how it is. If you remember what you go back to Gaza, when Israel complained that the Hamas are using the building under where Al Jazeera was, what did Israeli soldiers, the defense force, did? He ordered them to evacuate that place, that they are going to bomb this place. And they sank it, just like you are doing controlled demolition. I do not know the kind of missile that they use. Al Jazeera left. Al Jazeera left. And they sank that place because the shells were coming from that. For if you don't know, there is no missile that is fired that Israel doesn't know where they are coming from. They have the system. Even the bunker busting missiles, they have it. But there is something they want to show you. That is why they want to get at that place and penetrate, enter into those tunnels to show the world that these things are real. In warfare, people use human shield to fight their enemies. And if you are using human shield in my own line of duty, I will decimate you. But the passion that you are showing here today, if I lost one person as a soldier or a platoon sergeant, and I'm asked to lead some soldiers, if there are no officers within that can lead, the responsibility will be on me. And I go into a confrontation with the militants, and I lost one soldier, it is going to be on my head. My senior comrade know about that. It is going to be in my report till the day I will resign.
So we don't know.
And it can make me not to leave again.
So we don't know
the passion you are showing here for Gaza, you have never shown this kind of passion when they were killing the Biafrans in Southeast. Olu was bombed. They use Olu to, they bomb them. One death is enough for someone. But there are situations where you don't care. There are situations you don't care.
You see, the way you talk sometimes, the way you talk, I really don't understand you. That for me, I don't consider that a sensible way to look at life. You have to be proportional about everything. 6,000 is simply not the same as 1 or 2. And we are talking about specifically children here.
Is it one that were killed in Southeast?
But if you don't have conscience,
is it one or 2 that were killed? Didn't you see a young boy that was shot?
He just finished talking. He just finished talking. If anybody interrupts me again, I'm going to take them out. Because when you talk, I let you talk for how many minutes now? The moment I talk, he starts interrupting me.
Officer in charge.
Of course. I'll have to. You have to be respectful to each other now. He finished talking, he should let me talk, and you are interrupting me again. Now, this is the game you will play. Whenever I try, the first time I try to talk about this 6,000 Palestinian, this thing, first thing, the moment I want to mention the 6,000 people, children that died, righteous man shot me a question. What is your problem with Israel? You are a Nigerian. You barely fought for, you didn't even bring Southeasterners up to date until I talked about Israel. And you are pointing fingers at me. You people are hypocrites. And there's something seriously wrong with our head. When you are pointing finger that I'm passionate about Israel, but you never brought about Southeasterner deaths. You were talking about Northerners until I tried to mention the deaths involved in Israel. So who is the hypocrite here? Do you care? Am I going to accuse you of not caring about your own people now? Why didn't you bring it up earlier on when they were talking about it?
You want me to answer that question?
Sorry.
No, I don't need you to answer it because I know it already. You've already demonstrated it. The point is that people don't value human lives except it's close to yours.
Sorry, can I talk?
That's the only time you value human life.
My brother,
and that is our greatest sin.
My brother,
I started this show. Let me finish my point. I started this show talking about how we go and cut human hair. We are not even superpowers. We are a poor people. We take other people's human hair. By the time we get power, we are one of the most corrupt people. We sold our own people into slavery. We are one of the worst set of people on the face of the earth. I don't know any people that exist in the world today that have done that recently. And yet we keep pretending as if we have changed. We have not changed. 6,000 deaths. You are comparing it to 100. 6,000 children. Jesus Christ. People. I can't help you.
Yeah, forefathers. You said they don't. You said they don't care.
They're making a very great mistake. I'm telling you. And we have to tell you.
6,000
we have
children.
to tell you that you are making a mistake. If you are trying to be a dictator in this platform, that whatever you decide, you can take anybody out and bring him in because you are moderating. Then you are insulting. You are insulting our sensibility. What are you talking about? Why will you be threatening us that you are going to remove and bring?
No, you are not letting me talk.
How? Who is not letting you talk?
Because you interrupt me when I talk.
Okay, can I talk, man? Can I have the floor now?
Yes, please.
Forefathers, you said that some people. I'm on the floor. Can I talk, please?
Sorry.
Can I talk?
Let him talk. The guy with the
The moderator just gave me a chance to talk. Are you shutting me down?
Every time you know what they asking you up and down, you're nonsense every time.
One person is moderating this forum.
Let's allow Steph talk. Okay, we are going to start timing it now. Let's back to timing so that we enforce discipline. Steph, 2 minutes strictly.
Steph, go ahead.
What I want to tell you, forefathers, is that if you accuse some person here of caring only when it is only when people die from people that are close to them die, but it means that you yourself care only when people that are far away from you die. Because that is just the same thing, the same way of looking at it. If you care much, what I'm saying is that war in Gaza started just how many weeks ago? And this thing that been happening in Nigeria all this while, especially in the southeast, where any young person that is moving on the road stand a chance of being tagged an IPOB member and being killed, and it doesn't mean anything to you because they are not up to 6,000. I'm saying that is wrong. Even one person that is being unjustly killed in your country should make you to be furious. It doesn't work that way. I can't pretend to sound good or try to balance things up because just to go along with popular opinion. I'm not justifying whatever Israel is doing in Gaza, but I know that they are doing what they got to do to protect their people. And you can't compare it to your own government that refuses to protect your own people. It's not the same thing. Israel are not killing Israelis, and your government are killing your own people, and you are comparing it. Compare apple to apple, not apple to orange or mango. We're talking of your own government killing your own people, and you're talking of Israelis killing people from another country, not Israelis. When we want to talk about humanity, it's a different thing altogether. Thank you.
Thank you for sticking to time. Who is next on the queue? Stone, do you want to say something before I go to the next person since you're at the top? Stone, you want to say something or should I go to the next? Sorry, because it's 2 minutes. I want so it doesn't get confused because Tone might just say later on he wants to speak. So I wanted to go from the top so that we just go down like that. Tone, you want to say something?
Let Wally go. Or AY.
Okay, so he's going to circle around again.
No,
okay.
let Wally, AY or Wally, let them go.
Thank you.
Hold on. I want to make it orderly so that it goes around the screen. You see what I mean? So that I don't get confused with one person jumping the other. AY, can you be patient so that AY goes, then you can.
I'm not even going to spend 1 minute. The only thing I want to say, to be honest, when we discussing issues, a particular issue, let's face it. Let's discuss the issue, because the kind of comparison we make sometimes is very it's somehow. I mean, the guy that came in, Mr. What's his name, Richard, he started this argument. You can't come when they are discussing issue. You are talking tribal. Same issue I addressed last week. Righteous man, I understand we also have a lot of challenge in the Southeast. But we can focus on today. The issue we are discussing was Kaduna and the security apparatus. I don't know why we discussing Israel and Gaza. I'm not interested in that topic for now. But thank you. Let's try and stick to our issues.
Thank
Wale,
you.
go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Ton. I don't know where to start, but after this, I'm just going to go to the background and quit. Now we see that we can't find a solution to Nigeria. Honestly, we've been on this program for the past 6 hours. Now you can just see we are less than 1,000, and we can't even come to, a solid agreement. Rather, we keep fighting ourselves. We keep going from one point irrelevant to another. We keep, just talking about we are a movie, an episode. What is next? Who is going to be killed? What is going to be suffered? Our main problem, we completely deviate from it. People who are tormenting us, they do their own meeting in the middle of the night. They strategize what they're going to do in 2027. They're spending the money that's supposed to be useful to you and I. But we are here. We can't even. Now, let's see if we make myself the head of this platform. What is one thing that we can say we've come up with as a solution? What strategy or what policy or principles or what can we pinpoint and say, yes, this is going to be a way forward, moving forward from now onward? We are adults. We have all these new generation, all these kids. They are not even involved in this platform. Probably they are watching BBN or listening to music or doing their own thing because they just look at us and laugh at us and say, look. And our common enemy, which are these leaders, they are just laughing at us. Let's give them something to talk about. Let's give them something to fight themselves over, either tribe, religion, or this, and that. Something that is not even relevant. I mentioned it 3 or 4 weeks ago and say, do we actually have a strategist on the platform? Because everything we are discussing now, I
Thank
know
you.
it's 2 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Righteous man, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, forefather, I know you are trying to manage the platform, but please, I have respect for you and for every other panelist here. But I would like you to refrain, please, sir, from threatening any panelist here, saying you are going to remove that person. It now looks as if we want nothing before you. And for me, we're of age, and that is not correct. Nobody have insulted you here. We're only sharing ideas and saying no. Somebody saying no to you shouldn't warrant you threatening to remove that person. It's disrespectful. We are all age men here, probably with wives and children, and I think we deserve to be respected. So that's just what I have to say now.
We can't hear you, forefather.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, please go ahead, KJ.
All right. First and foremost, I would like to draw us back to our topic. We can as well discuss this issue later, because it's a very, very wide topic. It has a lot of angles to look at it from. So trying to squeeze it into what we are discussing now that has to do with Nigeria will be doing injustice to that topic. So I would like to draw us back to what we are discussing, and that is how to move, or whether we are expecting to see something different from previous government with this government. And I was discussing earlier on why there's no remittance coming from NNPC. And somebody, there's this guy who loves me so much called Kulata or whatever his name is, always trying to, rebuff what I'm saying at the comment section. Not that I'm bothered, but I just want to say, if forefather will be kind enough to play Sanusi, Lamido Sanusi, discussing on this issue again this week, it will be good to give clarity to what I was talking about. NNPC does not remit money to the government of Nigeria. Where is remitting the money, we don't know. That's something we all should be suspect, and that's also something we all should interrogate, whether we belong to the north or the south. Because some group of people cannot just continue to pocket the money, and the majority of Nigerians are suffering, and we just dismiss the issues. And that's all I have to say for now. I'd like to welcome Loco, my man. in a
Loco
long time.
P.
So, welcome.
Not
Thank
my,
you.
not my local Joe. Don't mind him.
Loco, just hold on for a second. I need to you want I will play that this and I saw the video you sent KJ. I will play the video later on if you are here so that we can go through the questions Sanusi was asking. That was an interesting video actually that he was talking about. Aaron's, thank you for coming in. Yeah, go ahead. You got 2 minutes.
All right, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. First of all, I think thank God AY is still here. My brother AY, I specifically entered the program because of you. I know you have good intention. What you were saying is I believe you said it out of good intention. But what I want to ask you basically, do you want everybody to start pretending like you are more particular about why is the person painting the tribal narrative? But the person is saying what somebody said on live TV because I watched that program myself. And you are saying he shouldn't say it. We should not pretend that was never said. We should not pretend that it never happened. That's one thing I don't understand. Why are you insisting that let's not just say boot tribe this thing, let's not say it. But this is something that's somebody who is of status in the society came on live TV and said. There was even somebody that tweeted Okoro, and a lot of people blasted that person on Twitter that said order that this thing, and that thing subsided. All those things are in the public domain. So do you want us to just pretend and hide it and say it never
So
happened?
let me answer you. Aaron's, you see, I know the reason why I said it should stop. I didn't watch that interview. Even though, how does
Sorry, your 2 minutes is going to be affected.
the
Let
head
him
of
finish. His 2
military?
minutes
No.
is going.
Okay, if my 2 minutes is going to be affected, then let him allow me to finish.
No.
Chief of defense
Okay.
staff. How are
My brother, hold on, please.
We are
If
talking different
you are going to use my time, I can't allow you to use my time. So let me finish. Let me finish my time. Then that's one. Because we all know, for instance, these are things that are happening in the country, and we cannot pretend not to know about it. We all know what T.Y. Danjuma said. We have some former military officers in this platform. None of them can tell me that they know more than T.Y. Danjuma when it comes to military in Nigeria up to date. On 2 occasions, we know what he said. So was he lying or what? Or he didn't know what he was saying? Secondly, my last statement is forefathers. People have actually addressed you, and I think I will not take it too further. But my observation is that you are trying to skew the program to how you want the narrative you want to paint. You want everybody to fall into your narrative, which is not how to do it. Because you are the anchor of the program. You can't be forcing everybody to say what you want everybody to say. You are even spending more time than the people who are supposed to present. You are once somebody is talking, you will interject and you spend more time than the person who was talking. Then the next person will. So probably next time after each program, go back and watch and see how your performance is. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go to the next person. Maxi, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Sorry, sorry. Hold on, Mazi, please. I think allow AY to respond first. Then
exactly.
Mazi can continue.
I think we're doing 2 minutes strictly so that it can go
give
around.
me 1 minute now.
No, I understand. Just allow AY to respond, please.
What happened? What that man did was wrong. I'm going to call him out if he do the same. Look, let's face issues. There was a strike. It's not even chief of defense staff that ordered the strike. Who ordered the strike? Who gave the order? Who did the strike? These are the people which should be questioning. Let them explain to Nigeria why are they killing people. We cannot investigate it and say, okay, there is a conspiracy, there is an issue, this is another grand plan. Expose the people. If you are saying what is some people that want the head of military removed, prove it, show it to Nigeria, because this is a tactic we use since I was born. I grew up as a child. If what is going on in Nigeria, where the corruption, if an Igbo man embezzle money and an Hausa man want to probe, they tell you, oh, because it's an Igbo. if an Hausa man loot our money, a Yoruba man want to prove, oh, because he's Hausa, this is a problem, and we are not seeing it.
All right,
Let's be
thank you.
Nigeria.
It's one
Everything
minute
must not
now.
be looked at tribe and religion and all those kind of
Okay,
stuff. Let's face the issue.
Okay, Maxi, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. What I will say here today, there is no unity of purpose when it comes to Nigerian issue. There is nothing. There is a lot of injustices that are going on in that country, and you cannot wish it out overnight. Since independence, all these things has been there. It has never been solved. Can you continue to do the same thing all over again and expect different results? I said it here. I said there is no way you will get a sane society without a proper foundation. And I will continue to say that as long as I will be coming into this platform, your constitution is we, the Nigerian people. It is not you, the Nigerian people. It is the military. That is the foundation. Once you get the foundation right, every other thing will follow. And that same system will provide charismatic and people with strong vision to develop that country. You cannot be laying foundation on a sandy soil and you expect that building to stand. It can never stand. And take, for instance, this is what it has been reoccurring in the Nigerian system. There is no progress. And I will live with this. Bola Tinubu, that most Nigerians voted in there as the president of Nigeria, will make Muhammadu Buhari a saint. And if you are in the diaspora, please gather money and begin to send to your families at home. The last time I checked today, a dollar is 1,200 and something. The last time, I don't know whether it dropped now. That is the reality on the ground. Nigerians, tighten your belts. It is going to be worse under this regime. Thank you so much.
I will come to Ghana. Bro,
thank you.
Make a place for me in Ghana.
Loco, please go ahead. 2 minutes.
We are married to Ghana, don't worry.
I would like to have your number, Max, please.
Please keep it. Let somebody talk now. We should respect each other. Please go ahead. I have to start the time again. Local P, please go ahead.
See, it has been long I came now. Just give me more time.
Extra 1 minute for local P.
Can we stop trying to bend the rules every time? Let's follow the rule. We have to follow the rules.
I've been out of the system since now. I just came back. So let me just share my experience.
Does everybody vote in 1 minute?
Yes.
No.
1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute extra. 1 minute extra.
No, I overruled.
Okay.
1 minute.
Is it no 1 minute? So to look on 2 minutes then.
Okay. Is it
2 minutes?
They agreed now.
No, the blacks don't say no. Many of them say no.
Not everybody.
As you people are dragging, 1 minute has gone. 1 minute you don't pass.
Look, you don't know what you walked into today, though. You know.
Please, let me share my experience.
These people don't take nonsense. So we are enforcing rules here.
Later, I can do that one, not now.
Okay, later I can do that one. Okay.
Yeah, let's follow the rules.
Okay, meanwhile, hello everybody. I hope you are doing okay anyway. Thank God. Please, we are still healthy, we're strong, agile. We still have Nigeria at heart, That's why we came back here to discuss more. What do I have to say? I think we should see, because my experience in Nigeria, I think it's still affecting me. First, I will apologize to righteous man. We in the diaspora who have not traveled to Nigeria for some years now. I believe we owe you an apology. We are sorry. You understand? Please, we are sorry. Yourself and what's it called? Ngozika. Come on, my friend, sit down. Yourself and Ngozika, you guys have been in Nigeria and you come out here to say, please, we are sorry. I am sorry, at least I am. because going back there, my brother, is we are just here talking because we think we are comfortable here and we are arguing some things from our perspective. Sometimes I guess we should go to Nigeria and come to this platform and see if
Yes.
we will talk the same way we are talking.
Yes.
You get my point.
Faith, you know, Faith, come back. There was Faith that was in the background. He went away. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Oh,
no
okay,
woman
yeah.
has been here.
Oh, okay. So yeah, virtually like that. So for the airstrike you guys were talking about, right? I think Tone is here. Tone should know better. What I expect is this. I wouldn't want to put any maybe format to it like there's an attack to any set of demographics, whether religion or political otherwise. That at least it's common sense to know that look, before you have you want to get a strike. Hold on, let me land on this stuff now. Let me land on this stuff.
You seem you are not aware of what is going on here.
No, I want to land on this
extra
now.
5 seconds. Nothing.
No, I want to land on this one. If I land on this
I will let you 15 seconds to round up. Then next time you want to condense your thoughts. Okay, please go ahead.
So what I'm trying to say is like at least for you to for the guy to go ahead, he have a commander who would like, sir, I have this target. Should I strike? When the commander say yes, go ahead, he strikes. You understand? So and if you want to strike, there ought to be somebody on ground who will tell you, yes, I have this. You understand? This like yeah, I think so. A, B, or C or this crowd, they are the ones. They will not give it will not be like trying to communicate with somebody who's on operating the drone elsewhere and say, yes, this is at this coordinate, at this distance, at this coordinates, eastern and northern, whatever degree, you can strike this point. You understand? These are all there. But if there's nobody on ground to give him information of what is happening over there, no matter how clear things is seen from the virtual whatever, is wrong. Somebody else to be on ground to give him, yeah, this is what I'm seeing on ground. Now you can strike this coordinate. You understand? Then you can go ahead. But if he doesn't have that and he strikes, then somebody has to definitely roll for stuff like that, you know. But to say if it's whether Christianity or tribe or whatever, that is no, we don't have proof for that, so we should not amplify that and cause chaos for them. You know.
Thank you. The Blackstone, 2 minutes. Go ahead. Next time, Loco, remember you have to condense it. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. The Blackstone, please go ahead.
Not too strong for this platform.
Why have you become a dictator in this panel?
I'm not a dictator, don't mind them. All these people are just people. They call me dictator. I'm not a dictator. They don't like to follow rules. They want to bend rules when it suits them. I'm not a dictator.
Sometimes I'm a dictator. Anyway, for me, you know, in Nigeria has 3 big elephants. The 3 major groups. When they are fighting, the small major ones, those which are the grass, the minorities, they are just talking at 2 people. You understand me? It is time to stop. All this fighting, tribal, party, Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, or differences you have. Let's try and bring all these things to an end. We in diaspora, when we are talking, we are bringing all this also into consideration, into the point. You understand me? We have to try to unite the country, unite ourselves. If the 3 major tribal groups that are actually supposed to bring changes to the country are fighting against themselves, then who's going to bring the change? Is it the minority who nobody listens to, who has nothing to say, who don't contribute? Nobody will listen to you because they're not from here, they're not from there. You understand me? So let's try to understand that we thought that let us argue to agree, not only disagreement. We know the issues there are many issues in Nigeria. There are many clips going everywhere. Other very few ones that have been announced or being brought to the limelight. People are dying every day in Nigeria. But all this argument related to my region, to this tribe, to this descent, does not help us in any way. So let's try and unite ourselves, no matter where we come from. You understand me? Everybody cannot have the same perspective to an issue, to a situation. That's why there are sometimes arguments. So we can argue, we can do those things, but let's come to a conclusion and say a point of agreement, right? Which is that Nigeria has the problem in Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you.
Time's up. Together and
time's up. Thank you. Niger man, you know, For some time, I did confuse you and the Blackstone. You know, someone like you who have some connection, but it's all right. Well, welcome. So, what do you think about so far?
Yeah, and please, you said this your 2 minutes now is come problem. That's why I'm just going to. Don't let me
Condense your thoughts. You know, you'll
let
be
me tell you.
surprised how good you are.
Don't let me do. I don't know why there's something that's only happened in this platform that I don't understand because I work with so many platforms. Why is it that any time popular talk, you have to balance something? People will just come, just say, why you don't demarcate your own self to people? If you don't have somebody say something, you counter it. This is the fact. This is not the fact. Maybe you just say hate Igbo. We see the comment section, see the people in the platform start saying hate Igbo, hate Igbo. Okay, when he's condemning Hausa man, a Fulani, he doesn't hate Igbo. He like Igbo like that one. But when you talk about Igbo, you hate Igbo. But when people talk about Fulani, nobody should talk there. You cannot live like this, honestly. If I say something, you have the fact, keep the facts. That is it. Don't turn it to travel by your own self. If you don't have the all these are weak defense, people doesn't have facts, they will just turn it to travel for you to know, just to guard forefather, not to say what you're supposed to say. And you say forefather is the dictator. Whereas you are the dictator. We have to look at ourselves very well. Don't just come and be telling somebody you hate Igbo, you hate Igbo. How does he hate Igbo? How does that mean say A is A, oh no, A is not A is B? How does that hate Igbo? Every time this is the same thing with the P here. Please, I don't believe we can live all this way. We all of us in abroad, we are in the diaspora, so we still go back to Nigeria and be speaking all these things in the midst of people. But if you have a girlfriend, if you like the girl, it's Igbo girl, when you take it to the bedroom, you don't say it's Igbo girl or it's Yoruba girl, it's Hausa girl. No tribalism in the bedroom. Please, let's
Thank you. Now it's my turn. It's my turn now. You see, they want to start interrupting me after they call me dictator. This is what they do to me. My turn. So let me time myself 2 minutes too. You see, the greatest gift Jago gave me when he came here was, we expect empathy, but we give none. That statement is simple but very powerful. 6,000 children die on one side and 100 down. We compare it as if it's the same thing. It's not the same. 1 naira is not the same as 10,000 naira. That one human being, they matter. Their lives matter. They are not toys. Local, please, that can I don't interrupt you. What I do you,
I'm reading the comment. Comment is funny. I'm reading the comment.
Yeah, funny. Okay, let me mute you so that you can carry on enjoying your this thing. So it's like we don't empathize with people. And empathy is not a weakness, it's a strength, because you have to understand the other person's perspective. People always say I try to take the side of evil, because you have to try to understand where the other side is coming from. If you don't try, you're just the same thing. You're pretending as if you care about Nigeria getting better. You care about this side doing better. You just care about your own. In reality, you're not seeing the bigger picture because you don't want to think about the other person's from the other person's point of view. I try to think about from the point of view what the soldiers are thinking, what they are going through. I know why it's happening. They are stressed. They don't know what they can't do their job. They really can't do that. That's why it's happening. They are sending people. Go and kill people. They don't even bother to check on the ground whether the human beings are proper there. They just kill them. Our national security advisor was telling us the other day that the people themselves should be the informants because they don't have people on the ground. I didn't play the video. They don't have people. And when I say we should recruit more, some of you will say, let's worry about the economy first, electricity first, all this one first. But people are dying. Thank you. My 2 minutes is up. All right, so should we let it flow now so that it doesn't get let me play the video KJ brought. Let me play that video. You want me to play the KJ? Let me see if I can find the video here. Okay, yeah, let me play it. Let's see there. Okay, so that is our man here. He was asking some questions. Let me take it back a bit.
Why is there no money coming in? Why is NMPC not able to bring in dollars? I'm sorry, this is the question that cost me my job. I will continue asking this question until NMPC is fixed or until I die. Where are the dollars? We need to shine light on NMPC. The finance minister cannot tell you because he doesn't have a metering system that reports to him. The finance minister cannot tell you that today, this is how many barrels of oil that we produce and exported. He can only rely on NMPC telling him. Those barrels are revenue. They belong to finance. We've been talking about this for 10 years. We need a metering system. The finance ministry needs to know how much oil we are producing every day, how much oil we are selling, and where the money is going. Because if you don't fix the leakages in that system, if you don't fix the revenue, the dollar revenue issue, you will never fix the exchange rate problem. Oil is not going to grow our GDP. I've always said that. Oil, I mean, if you took out all the oil in Nigeria today and sold it, it would raise our per capita income to maybe $4,000. We won't even be a middle income country. Oil will never make us rich, but it is working capital.
Is he okay, KJ? Is he all right now, KJ? Because it seems like he has finished talking about the NNPC stuff.
Well,
or you want me to play more?
If you let it, he'll probably tell you more, but okay, that's okay. That just makes the point I was trying to say. And somebody was saying that, government gets all the money. Up to this moment,
he didn't say why. He just keeps asking. He probably has an idea why. Why is he not telling us what is going on there? Because you can't just ask a question and leave it for Nigerians to answer. How are we supposed to answer?
You see, that's the forefather. I don't know on which side you are, whether you're on the side of Nigeria.
No, I want him to answer the question. He's supposed to be an expert. He is former CBN. How am I supposed to know sitting here?
This is why. The NNPC takes the money that comes in and does whatever he wants, does his spending, does his clearance, and then gives the change to the government, which is wrong, which is totally wrong. So if you follow his lectures and all the rest, you find out that no, they decide what they will give. It's not even that they come with any clear listing. They decide what they will give to the federation that owns the company itself.
Who is the head of NNPC then? Who is I think the president is supposed to be in charge of NNPC.
And the question is, why does, if you listen to that, if you follow the video, he will tell you why is that all the Nigerian presidents, except for Goodluck Jonathan, comes in and decides to be the minister of petroleum.
No, but come to think of it.
So the reason why I asked that question is then it doesn't matter whether NNPC remits money out because it's the president that is controlling it directly. So they know what they're doing with the money.
No, that's wrong. Because you're not an emperor. You're not an emperor.
I understand that. But the way he's asking as if the president doesn't know what is going on. Why is NNPC not submitting money to the state? The president knows why, because he's in charge.
Exactly.
The president knows why now. Why not?
KJ, understand forefather's clarification.
President knows why.
Sanusi is asking a question that he knows the answers to.
No, he knows the answer.
And he knows more than what he's pretending to know.
Of course.
Why is he not telling us what he knows? What is he afraid of?
You see,
I'm coming. And he's just asking rhetorical questions. So if Jonathan was appointed a minister, and we are all witnesses to what happened when Jonathan appointed a minister, how powerful the minister was, that time, did it make NNPC accountable?
No.
He was the CBN governor. He also said that his question was not answered that time. So it's not even a question of whether Jonathan appointed a minister and Buhari didn't appoint and Tinubu didn't appoint. Like forefather said, the NNPC reports directly to the president, and the president is aware of what is going on there.
Yeah. You see,
if money is not coming in, president knows money is not coming in. So let's not pretend as if NNPC is running by itself and nobody knows what's going on in NNPC.
You see,
the person that's supposed to know knows.
what you are
Let me give you
saying
the answer. Let me
is
give you the
exactly what
answer.
the problem is with Nigeria. What you
No,
are
I'm
saying.
not justifying it. Look
No,
look at this thing. I'm not
listen,
justifying it.
listen.
Let me give you
Hold
the
on. So
answer.
when you say the president, who is the president? Does he own Nigeria? Nigeria is a collective country. It's a country that belongs to all of us. Is it the
Mm-hmm.
only one who should have control over what goes on or what comes in? Is it only to him? When you report to him, it's okay. So the rest all of us can just keep quiet because the president knows what's going on. No, the same thing that
Okay, let me explain to you what the line of thoughts that I have. The buck stops at whose table?
The president.
Commander in chief.
So if something is going on with NNPC, who are you supposed to hold responsible?
So then why are we blaming Tinubu right
It's
now?
the
Because the
president. That's what I'm saying.
buck stop with Tinubu. So if the
Yeah,
economy is
exactly.
Tinubu, so let's leave it. He's satisfied with what's going on. Let's
And
not
he's
talk
the
about it.
petroleum minister, so he's in charge of everything that is going on. So the petroleum
Exactly.
minister knows everything. So the way he's asking the questions is making it look like, oh, the president is somewhere else, and
Uh-huh.
that's
You
what's
see,
confusing me.
you guys, I don't know where you're coming from. Maybe I'm not soft on that side. But if you are
What do you
telling
want
me,
us to think this
if
is
you are
going to?
telling me, I'm
You
asking
know
you
what?
as well,
You know
what I'm
what?
saying.
Okay.
We have been saying that Tinubu is doing that he's not using it. So, but if Tinubu knows and the money is not being used well, why are we complaining? Since the president knows, let us leave it. Just like NNPC, the president knows what is going on in the NNPC. Let
The
us leave it.
question, hold on, no,
Come on, you
KJC.
guys, what are you saying?
The question that Sanusi was asking, he knows the answer. You understand?
Oh,
I
now
think he's
wow.
just saying
Come on,
that.
come on.
No, hold on. Listen. He's just saying that, like, oh, Nigerians ask this question too. Since I'm asking, I'm pretending as if I don't know. You understand? Like you guys who don't know. So let me ask the question so that all of you to also join and ask this question. Tinubu, Sanusi knows from A to Z about NFPC. He knows everything, but he's speaking
Okay.
now. Hold on, he's speaking now in the public forum, right? And he wants whoever is listening to ask that same question. You understand? Not that he doesn't know, he knows. You get my
Look at
point?
what
So
he said, because I listened to that what he said too. Remember why he said that when Jonathan appointed a minister,
yeah,
that he's able to criticize the minister, right?
yeah.
But because the president is in charge of NNPC directly,
You
that
can criticize
nobody, so
exactly.
somebody like him cannot criticize the president when he knows that he's actually in charge, that he knows what's going on.
No, okay, now his truth is
See,
now.
you see, I
Steph,
think,
Steph,
okay,
Steph,
sorry, can
Steph.
I just,
No,
and this will be my last thing.
hold on. Steph. He knows, everybody knows the terrain every minister plays. They are playing in. You understand? Because you are the
Yeah.
CBN governor, you understand? Ideally, you're supposed to be autonomous in whatever you are doing. But is the president that also appoints you. You understand? So he's your boss because he can hire and fire you. So because Sanusi is here talking right now, because that's what all of them do, that's what they do. If they're in the system, they're in the game, they know they cannot talk. They know the truth, but they can't talk. Just like every judge is right now in every chief judge or every whatever in Nigeria. If they are retiring, go and read their speech. They will tell you as if they were angels when they were there. They can tell you the real truth. But when they were in there in that system, they can never say anything. They will only keep quiet because they know what's happening. You understand? So
Yeah.
Sanusi at that time cannot, even though he knows, cannot. You understand? Because if he says one or two things, it might end up losing his life, which he
He
doesn't
said
want.
he even said
The
that
future
that's what
governor of the
he
CBN
said.
has arrived.
He said
He's coming
that's
to
what
tell us what happened now.
that's
What
what
I
Eh?
cost
want to
his
say,
job.
and that will be my
So
last contribution to this
so
issue, is simply this. Is simply
Mm.
this. What Sanusi is asking is to prompt our understanding so we can go out and demand
Exactly.
answers.
Exactly.
It's
He
not
knows.
saying that he doesn't know what's
We
happening.
want us to ask that
It
question.
wants to, because I pointed out here that Nigerian government as a government is not getting much from NNPC, and that we should find out, since you are no longer importing petrol,
Petrol.
since there is now
Where's the
subsidy
money?
removal,
Where's the
where
dollar?
is
Where is
the
the
money
money?
that you used
Where's the
to
dollar?
collect every month, that you used to
Yeah.
subsidize? Because you used to
No,
say
no.
you used to collect.
I think you just
I,
mistake. I think you misspoke. They are still buying petrol. They are still importing petrol, but the subsidy part has been removed.
No,
So
you're still not
that's
getting the
just
point now. You said the subsidy that you are paying, you understand that you don't pay
yes. I
anymore.
agree. The subsidy part has been
Where's the
removed.
money? The US
Oh
down
yeah,
money.
you didn't hear that they say they are sharing it to the states,
Exactly.
the different states,
So
and
see, Sanusi
Now,
knows the answer.
a question.
Sanusi
You
is
see,
just
I'm listening.
addressing
You guys
us
are
so
missing
that
this point
we too will
because
also ask that question that is asking.
but there's
That's what
something
he's
deeper.
saying.
I think what he's insinuating to me, what I gather from there is that there's something going on within the NNPC that doesn't add up. That's what
He
Yes,
he knows more than he's speaking. He knows more than he's speaking.
gentlemen, can't you people see what Sanusi is saying?
What
Can't
is he
you?
saying?
Can't see it.
I can't see it, KJ. You look like you have an X-ray vision here. Tell us what you are seeing, KJ. You're confusing us with this.
Sanusi
Can't see it.
is just trying to elect
Maybe
the
Master is going to tell us
layman.
what you are saying.
No, the layman in the streets. Sanusi is just trying to electing the layman
look,
in the street. That's just
look, I want to add something here. If it is right for the president to hold the minister, the ministry is it the NNPC,
petroleum.
Petroleum, okay. Why can't he also, take over the ministry of power and make sure that electricity returns to Nigeria?
Is there money there?
Don't they bring money now?
Exactly. Is
There
there money? There's no money there.
Electricity is overhead.
If there's no money, there's no money there.
They know that only that because of corruption. They don't want to say it. Okay,
So what?
why is he not the minister of interior? Why is not the minister of prisons and this thing? Why didn't he take to become the minister of culture and tourism? Why?
I think it was due to the corrupt period when there was a bit of corruption. Then the president decided that they would take charge.
No. See, he started. See, even during the time of Obasanjo, the Obasanjo started it. Yes, now Obasanjo started it. You understand?
But even military regimes did not do that. What is wrong with this democratic
Jonathan that was
leaders?
the first person, you understand, that appointed minister of Edisi. But the annoying thing is, but you see, what I told you, Jonathan, is the worst president in Nigeria ever. You were the only one now, you understand, who had appointed minister of petroleum. Look at the nonsense that happened for somebody that you appointed, that you cannot even.
Yeah, the lady went and took the money and took off, didn't she?
You understand?
That's a lot of money.
And sometimes, see Nigerians saying that's why we say the kind of government we are practicing is not our own. We should practice the one that suits us. You understand? The idea of having the minister of petroleum or the president is the one overseeing the ministry of petroleum. It doesn't matter. The most important thing is that even if you give a minister or the president that oversees it, let there be a better outcome for the whole Nigerians. Because if Tinubu is the minister of petroleum right now, and petroleum is now 15 naira per liter, should we complain why he is also the minister? No. You understand? So it's the outcome sometimes that we're supposed to be worried about, not who. Because if A is not competent and B decide to run his own office and run A's office, and we see the dividends of whatever he's doing, why should we complain?
Mr. Loco, it's not because the petrol
Let's allow Masker to say something, because he says that we are on a different level on this matter. So he might shed light that Blackstone you will gather. So Masker, you said we are not on the level. Yeah. You said we are not on the level of KJ.
No, it's not you guys that is KJ that is at a different level from you guys.
Okay. Tell us why you think so then.
Okay, so there are many legs to the table. Okay. But let me start with the point KJ is trying to make. His point is a very germane point. Yes, the buck stops at the president's table, but the country doesn't belong to him. Okay, it's like you tell your chef to cook. Okay, you can pretend that everything stops at the chef's table, but it's your house. Nigeria is our house. We are the owners of Nigeria. It does not matter who the president is. We should ask questions. And the arrangement we will have in our country should be such an arrangement.
Okay, KJ has taken your mic again.
Masker,
is he correct?
Since Masker is silent.
Let's find out from KJ whether he is correct. KJ, is he correct? Is that your line of thought?
Yes.
Well, so far, what you are told is correct, and that's why I was asking, why would we say that Tinubu knows what is going on? It doesn't matter if Tinubu knows. We the Nigerian people, we are the
We should
masters.
know.
We
Okay,
approve,
let me.
and he should
Okay,
But do we not know? I thought we knew what was going on.
We don't know what
CJ,
is going on.
CJ,
We know the
CJ,
price you are buying petrol. We know the price of all these things, don't we?
where you are making it, I think there's a place you have a little bit of miscommunication. The assumption which you are making, which is the same assumption that Masca is making, is that we are the real owners of Nigeria, right? But that's just an assumption. We are not.
It's not an assumption.
And
It's the reality.
we shouldn't be pretending that, we are the real owners of Nigeria. Okay, ask the question. He will answer you.
Please,
Nigeria,
Master, go ahead.
Forefather.
Am I back?
Forefather. Yeah, I want to ask.
It's going in and out, Masca.
I want to ask Masca. My brother, are you back?
Yes, I'm back.
You know, last time you dressed like Shagari and you were in London. So if you are back
to Nigeria,
you know, I told you that I'm coming. But something is shocking. How manage? What happened in your that village that is close to your village that the army, the Air Force bombed and over 100 people died? What happened?
Please, for righteous man, leave for Pascal to deal with the issue of NNPC. Don't take us to another controversy. I beg. He's not an Air Force officer. Just go ahead and answer the NNPC question.
Yeah.
It's frozen. I think it's frozen already. Anyway, there's no audio this thing anymore.
Concerning the NNPC, you know that.
Moving.
Okay, not for me.
No, Masca is moving now. Masca is moving.
No, the audio is not coming through.
Okay.
I think at the end of it, most people know what's going on inside the NNPC. We know the price that we are buying petrol. We know the price we are selling crude oil. And we to an extent, we have, I think the money they spend on the refineries and maintaining NNPC, that's the dark area people don't fully know what's going on. I think anyway, from what except KJ, I'm wrong. I don't. Yeah,
you see, and again, I understand where people are standing, but here is the question Sanusi first asked in that video: why is the dollars not coming in? Simple question.
You want to answer? You want the answer to that question?
KJ,
huh? The answer to that question. Any serious
questions, dollars.
Any serious-minded government, you wanted to remove. You're asking where is the money that's supposed to be for subsidy? Where is it coming in? Okay, let me answer you. A government that want to remove subsidy. Did you not suppose when you come in, you're supposed to prove to find out what is the exact, because there has been a controversy over the years. How much is actually that subsidy?
First, how much is
so that you know how much is supposed to be coming in? How much is that thing that's supposed to be coming in? How much is exactly that subsidy?
If you listen to Sanusi,
it's part of the secrecy and other things over the years.
Let me tell you something. I'm one of those who criticize Sanusi, but when he speaks the truth, let us accept that's the truth. In this case, he has always hold on, sir. In Jonathan's government, he said a 20 billion was missing. Remember? And they forced him to accept that it wasn't true. But in the end, we also know now, for speaking, that money was actually not there. So now he's saying, you earn money. You earn every day in dollars. Why are you not having that money in the Central Bank of Nigeria, which is the government bank? It's not a question of saying NNPC is a government agency, so NNPC can keep Nigerian money. No, there is a pause that the money is supposed to go to. Why are you not remitting money today?
Why is the KJ? Why is the finance minister not the money for the money?
But he said that the finance minister doesn't have any control over NNPC.
Do you know why? Because his boss, he's the minister of the petroleum. So he can't question his boss. Boss, why did you not come now? Now you be minister. Because the boss is his minister, which is the president.
Also, what I'm saying is that since we, the Nigerian people, are satisfied that this money is his boss money, then let us leave the issue of
No,
Nigeria.
see,
Arrest my
no,
case
KJ,
there.
KJ, no, KJ,
Because
KJ,
that's what
you're
you're
getting,
simply saying. It
no,
is
no,
a
KJ,
just money.
KJ,
Hush
hold on.
money.
See, what Sanusi is saying, what's like for what I said, like most of us know what is happening. The
We don't
larger
know. We
population.
don't know. Not supposed
No,
to. We
hold on,
don't
hold on. You
know.
know,
Sanusi,
let me know. No
Do
problem.
you know?
See,
Tell us what is happening. Do you know what is
hold
happening?
on first now. Hold on first now. What he just said, like, because he's speaking in a public forum, understand? So it's what is it like? He believes he's talking to a larger audience. So the question he's asking should also be the question larger Nigerians should also ask. So he's trying to enlighten Nigerians that this is what is happening. Like these are serious questions that Nigerians are supposed to ask. You understand that? Why? Not that he doesn't know, he knows. He said
I
it
think
that
I think let's watch this again, because the more I watch this, the
so the same
more I'm
question
picking up
he
some
asked, and,
details of
and
what
he
he
was
said.
fired.
Hold
So
on,
Nigerians should join here
let's
and
hear him
ask the
again,
question.
because he's saying certain things that is interesting. Let's hear him again, because there are details that maybe we want to pay attention to.
Where are the dollars? We need to shine light on NNPC. The finance minister cannot tell you because he doesn't have a metering system that reports to him. The finance minister cannot tell you that today, this is how many barrels of oil that we produce and exported. He can only rely on NNPC telling him. Those barrels.
So that's interesting. The finance minister cannot tell you anything. Basically, what he's saying is that only the president tells the finance minister, and he's saying that is in improper this thing, a kind of accountability structure, and that's what he's quoted. And maybe that is an important point, and I'm beginning to get where KJ is coming from here.
Exactly. No, see, the question is asking now. He wants Nigerians to ask the question too.
Yeah, it's true, and we should be asking the question.
Ask the whole Nigerians to ask the same question.
If you allow that man speak, you will hear more.
Yeah, let's carry on.
Are revenue, they belong to finance. We've been talking about this for 10 years. We need a metering system. The finance ministry needs to know how much oil we are producing every day, how much oil we are selling, and where the money is going. Because if you don't fix the leakages in that system, if you don't fix the revenue, the dollar revenue issue, you will never fix the exchange rate problem. Oil is not going to grow our GDP. I've always said that. Oil, I mean, if you took out all the oil in Nigeria today and sold it, it would raise our per capita income to maybe $4,000. We won't even be a middle income country. Oil will never make us rich, but it is working capital. It is working capital. It is a lubricant for our import dependent economy. And we cannot afford to continue producing the oil and not seeing the revenue. We are no longer paying subsidies. So where are the dollars? Before it was under recovery. Now we don't have under recovery. Where is the money? It was the issue I raised for which I was suspended. You can suspend me again. Okay? But it is an issue that this country must address. NNPC is the most opaque oil company in the world. When I was in the central bank for 15 years, they had not been audited.
Is the president he is coming out here? Is the president he's calling out?
But you see where I have issues with it.
And it's now. It's not even before. He's talking about it. What's happened now? That's why he's talking about subsidies. It's now. He's questioning the government.
Can he use the right words? Why can't he say that they are stealing money in NNPC?
What's wrong with us,
They already sacked him once. What do you want to say?
You see? Use the right words. Use the right words.
You wanted to take that boy around. You wanted to take the boy around him again. He doesn't have that boy again.
You see the problem in Nigeria.
Sanusi has spoken his own.
They give stealing baptismal name. They call it corruption. They call it opaque. No, use the right words. They are stealing money there. They are thieves. They are running it.
Okay, wait. I got them. This issue of an NPC, it has been there right from the right from the inception of NNPC. NNPC have never been remitting money to the federal account. Right from the beginning, they have never done an audit on NNPC. So it isn't a new issue.
Nigerians, man,
Right from the time of creation.
The rot is too deep. The rot is too deep. It's just run too deep.
That company have never been updated because they only tried it once, and they never came out with a result. So to say,
but the Tinubu government is saying that they want to increase the per barrel, daily per barrel, for Nigeria. Let me finish that. They want to increase it to 4 million barrels. And when I checked it, whether that was even possible, I found out that Saudi Arabia was doing 12 billion or more, 12 million barrels per day. So if they can do that, Nigeria, I think it's more than that actually. It's more than 10. I checked it yesterday. So they can do about 12.
They will steal all the money too.
But if they are doing it, they have to show us the money. But if he does that, though, hold on now. Let me just finish the point. If he is able to do that, does that mean that they probably have the capacity to do it now and they are stealing it? Because why is he now suddenly able to increase our daily output to 4 million? I mean daily. When Buhari couldn't do it all this while when he needed the money. That is very interesting, and this is what makes what he's saying very, very also pertinent. Because he said we don't have any metering system, we don't have any way of knowing what is going on, and it's under the president. And now Tinubu has got control over that kind of power. I don't know. Nigerians, we have serious problems. We need to really start asking pertinent questions about stuff. Seriously.
Exactly what Sanusi is asking. That question.
And exactly what KJ is saying.
KJ is right. KJ is right on that one. I think he's right.
Forefather, you see, the corruption in Nigeria is not existing anywhere in the world. The corruption in this country. And none of those who became president of Nigeria was prepared to solve the problem of Nigeria. None of them, including Jonathan. Jonathan was part of the problem we are facing today. But when you say it, somebody will think maybe you are trying to attack him because he's from South. The foundation, economic foundation that Obasanjo laid, had it been that those who followed after him built on it, instead of looting it, I think our economy wouldn't have been this in a mess we are today. So it is only Obi that gave us a kind of a picture that he is mentally and economically prepared to solve the Nigerian economic problem. No other person that contested have that idea of what he is going to do when he becomes the president of Nigeria. Only Obi told us that he's going to face from consumption to production, and then he will reduce the cost of governance, because that was what he did in Anambra State while he was governor of Anambra State. He reduced the cost of governance there. He made sure that he saved money for the state.
The problem is that when you get into the center, there's a reason why Kennedy was taken out. When you get into the center and some people, you are doing something, that's why I say you have to be a strong leader and a leader that people support. When you get to the center, you want to change stuff. There are people that are going to oppose you. They are going to be very, very powerful. They'll come at you and you have to be strong. This is why nations are often transformed by people of military background. It's scary how it correlates. And I don't know how these civilian people are going to be able to transform Nigeria.
Let me give you the answers. You have to do what Ambassador did. Eliminate all those bad elements in the government. Just take it to the firing squad.
Obasanjo was such a great leader. We don't have power still.
But because
which specific problem did Obasanjo actually solve? Because people keep asking us if I don't think Nigeria has had a good leader for a long time. I don't think we've ever had one.
Can I tell you the major problem Obasanjo solved?
Okay. Go ahead.
If not for Obasanjo, we are taking this democracy for granted.
Maybe.
there are still countries in Africa that military are still doing coup. Why do you think it's not happening in Nigeria? You think it's an accident? Or it's just God that have decided, okay, let me pity these people, no more coup. Somebody sat down, thought of a plan, had the balls to follow it through. But as typical Nigerians, when people do what we need to appreciate, we write it off and say, oh no. You know, so that guy.
I'm sorry to say, it's not necessarily him alone. Abiola died for that. This democracy we are talking about. The Nigerian people, you see, this is the point. The Nigerian people had to be in the mood for it. They have to be in the mood. People struggle against Abacha.
Forefather, have you listened to Fela's music? Fela's song. The person you mentioned now, Fela indicted him in his songs that he was part of the corruption that brought Nigeria to her knees right now.
Yeah, he did. And this is why
what are we talking about?
There's no power supply, and we are supposed to thank him when
he never fought for the man that you said with reference to his personality. I don't think he fought for democracy. He was dining with the military and sponsoring coups and thinking that through it he would be able to get power. So let's just leave that.
We don't know what I see. I think Mascas, let me give you some credit there. I think what he's saying may have merit, but I also think that the main reason democracy is enduring is because the military knows the people cannot take them anymore after what happened with Abiola. Abiola paid with his life in the end. And I think that I was in Nigeria then. That is the seismic event that changed the direction of Nigeria.
I don't think because of Abiola. What Abacha did.
I really think so.
Wait, what Abacha did weakened the military purpose of coup. You understand me? He removed most of the military top men who are prone to plotting coup. I mean, Abacha just killed most of the top military men now.
Nigerians were not in a good mood. They will not accept any coup, even coup plotters. I think I've seen some document about these things.
Okay, forefathers. Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question, forefathers?
Yeah, go ahead.
Are you suggesting that Nigeria in the mood for the kind of governance we are having?
You can argue that maybe. No, I think yes. You can argue that this. I've said it before. That some of the things we are doing is part of why we are where we are. We are not asking pertinent questions. We are not in the right mind state. It took, I was there when they canceled the June 12th election. It took a whole long struggle. There was tension in the country for almost throughout the period Abacha was in office. This is Southern of Sokoto. Everybody, all kinds of people.
Forefathers. I will call you to order, forefathers. Because if you talk like this, it will sound as if, like, I don't know how to even describe us. Like, we are not even primary school children. Because after Abiola, you know how many years military were in power? Calculate it.
After you mean after Abiola died? You mean or before?
No. Abiola was in prison for how many years? And military
about 6 years.
Which one is about 6 years?
Abacha's time in office is about 6 years, and Abacha took over within a year or so of Shoneko.
Okay, so within the 6 years, what happened? What happened?
There was a lot of tension. There was a lot of struggle against Abacha. You know that. Yeah, a lot of people paid with their life, including Obasanjo was jailed because of all the tension in the country during that period. Sultan of Sokoto was deposed. One extremist, Keros, Kensaro, all these things happened under Abacha and all culminated in the death of Abacha and Abiola in a very, very short period of time. And we knew, even then I knew, the moment Abiola died, there is no way Nigerians will take military regime for a very long time to come. Because Nigerians were tired of it. They were exhausted from military.
No, see, I don't know which Nigeria you're talking about.
Maybe it's not. I'm talking about what I saw in the south.
Nigerians that they don't.
You are wrong. You are wrong, Father.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm telling you what I felt was going on in Nigeria then.
If a coup happened today, Nigeria will celebrate the military.
Yes, now they will. They've had their fill of democracy.
I will go there and dance the street.
They've had their fill of democracy right now because these guys they've not delivered.
Fathers, let me wrap up my point about what KJ was saying. Okay.
Right.
The thing is, we need to understand that our leaders are appointed into position and they need to be held accountable, even the president. I think that we need to understand. Forget about the buck. The buck does not stop with him. The buck stops with me. I'm suffering the pains of the exchange rate. I'm suffering the pains of inflation. The buck is stopping with me, not with any president. I'm sure he doesn't see even the buck. So let's have that clarity. And I think what we are also missing about the points Sanusi is making, I'm not going to hold brief for him. I don't like coming to talk on behalf of other people. Everybody has his mouth. But I think what we need to understand is to put him in context. He was addressing bankers, and the issue at stake is the exchange rate. All he is saying is that if NMPC, that is the major earner of dollars, does not put the dollar it gets into the system, the exchange rate cannot be normal. That's all the man is saying.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I agree with
he's
him. I don't
saying
think
that,
agrees.
and when he says that people should ask questions, he's not asking you to ask questions. He is talking to the people that are there in front of him. Minister of Finance is there. The coordinating minister of the economy is sitting.
But Masca, even if NNPC put the dollars inside the banks and there's still speculation on the dollars in Nigeria, we still have that problem. Because
okay, what I will do, I've sent to no, it's okay. No, Maxi, I said
you're just giving other people a chance to make money again. They will just go and speculate with the dollars.
But the question is this: who are those benefiting when the Naira falls and the dollar goes up? Who are those benefiting?
The government benefits from it because this is the currency that they have. Because when they change their dollar now to Naira, they have more money in their pocket to pay Nigerians to do stuff.
But the value.
Yeah, but even if our currency is dropping, it only favors the spending of the government within Nigeria. But the moment we want to buy anything overseas, it costs us even more. In other words, and because we are an import economy, it's damaging the Nigerian economy.
Father, you'll be shocked to realize that APC from 2015 to date were not prepared to solve the problem of Nigeria. Rather, they came in with no idea and to afflict Nigerians with more pain. And just like Loco said, if you have any relation in Nigeria, I've made this appeal to you guys before. Please, $100 won't solve problem. Prepare and get them visa and take them out of Nigeria. Let them hustle as you are hustling there.
No, we won't do that.
We are going to make the problem worse.
Masca.
No way. They're just going to make the problem worse.
Masca.
No.
You know, when you
saying
guys,
that we should make Nigeria proper so we can come back.
When you and CJ make the submission you make, I keep on saying that it's based on our assumption.
KJ, you mean?
You say you will not do that.
The assumption.
You Nigerians.
The assumption is that those leaders were actually elected by you.
No, it doesn't matter.
So I'm coming. No, it matters a lot.
It does not.
It matters a lot. I'm coming. You have a president. Let's assume that he even won the election. That won less than 35% of total votes cast. But let's say, I'm coming. I want to make my point.
Okay.
Such things happen when, if you are in power, you actually know that the source of your power is from the people, and that you're going to go back again to face them. That's the only way you have power over your the so-called politicians. But if they know that you are not the one that put them there, and that you are not the one that is even going to put them there the next time, because now they've entered, and because they know that you are not the one that's going to even revalidate their mandate the next 4 years, they've already started planning the schemes to make sure that they hold on to the power.
So what is your point? What is the point?
The point I'm trying to make is that you are pretending that the power belongs to you and not to them. But I'm telling you that it's not true. That the power is not in your hand.
Can I respond?
Yeah, respond.
Okay. So there are two issues. The first issue is no Nigerian is pretending to be a Nigerian. We didn't choose to start. You are a Nigerian. I can't tell you are pretending.
No, some Nigerians are pretending to be citizens, while most of them are just residents.
Okay. All right. So this is the point I wanted. That's the second point. So if you parrot the first one. The second point I'm going to make to you is that you are taking simply a defeatist attitude. That today I'm not a citizen does not take away any desire for me to aspire and act. Even if I'm pretending to be a citizen, I think it's within my right. It's
Fine.
in order.
That's the place to start asking questions. How can I really be a citizen of Nigeria and get my rights as a citizen?
Hold on. I'm listening to you, Steve. I've listened, so maybe we can have a.
Steph is gentle, but he can badger you sometimes. Steph can echo people. Go ahead.
No, I think they are finished. You know, I've said that me and Steph were very close. We are almost alike. So they say like most. So Steph, what I'm saying, okay, you are coming from a defeatist point. There is no country, even in America, you can't say that everybody in the country must elect the president before they can hold the president accountable. If I'm a Democrat, because you are a Republican president, that does not take away my right and liberty to question you. Even if you are a military president, and there's history in Nigeria where I myself have come out on the street and say Babangida must go. He was a military president. Nobody elected him, but we came out on street and say he must go. So I'm saying that point is null and void. We shouldn't be talking like that on that platform. I beg, Mr. Steve.
I totally agree with you. Sorry, Steve. Let me also respond. You see, all
right.
What you are saying is that because the popular vote, he didn't get enough, so we should just sit down and relax and let him do whatever he wants. No, because we didn't even think we voted him in. That's the more reason why we should come out and make some certain demand on the government.
And we forget that most people voted against him, actually.
Yes, we can actually.
KJ, that cannot happen in the present Nigeria, please.
Hold on now.
The military, hold on. KJ, during the military era,
why do people keep saying
during the military era, Nigerians had liberty to challenge because they know it's unconstitutional government. This time that this government is called a constitutional government and the right of leadership have been given to them from the Supreme Court. Nigerians, whoever dares goes out now to protest for anything, I pity that individual because this is a state captured and there is nothing the poor Nigerians can do. If you that's what I'm telling you, any of you should come back to Nigeria here and hold a protest. And you will see what the one that Senior Biati. Just try it. Come.
Man. Protest is not the only answer.
Yes.
Even this discussion we're having, take it or leave it. It's adding value. This is I'm sitting with my fellow Nigerians. We're discussing the issues, and only God knows how many people are watching. But
it ends here. It does not affect those that are in governance. It doesn't. Did you watch the program? Hold on. Did you watch the religious program that took place yesterday, this week, where senators in Nigeria came to the podium to give a testimony how they won election and became senators, with the suffering of the Nigerian people, with receiving a SUV of 160 million naira and receiving a cash for prayer, whatever that the Senate president said. They were not ashamed. They came to the public where the whole world was watching to give testimonies. Look at what Ireti Kingibe did, that she was the one that sponsored the birthday celebration of Senate president. So are they the kind of...
Masker, you see what we are dealing with. A lot of people, can I just add something quickly? A lot of people are very defeatist. And I think I like that term Masker used. We just pretend as if our voice don't matter at all. That they've just taken everything. I don't get it. Sometimes I worry that some of you are the ones working for Jagaban because this guy got 36% of the vote, and somehow we should just surrender the remaining 67% to him because he's God now. Come on.
Listen. No, forefathers, listen, let me explain my thoughts. It's not defeatist. Look at what I'm saying. There are so many things that are happening. You should ask questions that's going to help restore your right as a citizen. If you are talking about an NPC money that's coming in, even if there's accountability to an NPC today, how is the money going to be spent? Revenue is not the problem of Nigeria. Because whatever we are not making as revenue, they are borrowing. What are they doing with it? That is more important than whatever is going on in NMPC.
Nigeria, was there no road? When you went to Nigeria, was there nothing at all? Did you just walk into a forest? It takes money to do those things.
Father, why are you saying that?
Wait, hold on. We didn't use our forefathers to make money. Hold on. We didn't use our forefathers to make money. Hold on now. Hold on. Because sometimes we act as if there is zero money being spent in Nigeria itself. We didn't use our forefathers to make money. Oh, can I please?
Forefather, there is no road in Nigeria. No road. No road.
Of course, there's
no road in Nigeria.
But you drive on the road to tomorrow, and he will say there's no road. See, there is road in Nigeria. There is road in Lagos. There is road in many parts of the country. Let's not act as if there's no money being spent in Nigeria. The question I keep making is, we don't spend enough. We don't.
Like
that's what I'm saying. That's the important thing. That's the important thing. That's the important thing. When you say, what are they spending the money on? Father, it doesn't mean that they don't build road. The question is a kind of a rhetorical question. If you are spending, if you say in a year that you want to spend 27 trillion, and maybe 30% or 40% of that money is not adding value to the society, that's what we're talking about. We're not saying that they can't do a road.
No, I
don't you look at the budget?
So let me
don't you look at the figures?
This is too much.
How many students do we have? How many students do we have in Nigeria?
Hold on.
They're not building any road.
What I'm trying to say, I'm not saying they're competent. I'm not saying they're running the country well. But we have to.
They are stealing. They are stealing. That's what I'm saying. They are stealing our money.
Calm down now. I think Steph has turned into one of us now. He's not letting.
All I'm trying to say here now.
You're a gentleman. Why are you saying like this?
I'm sorry. So I'm just saying that they are stealing our money.
We should start from somewhere. You see, we spend $27 billion on our economy. I repeated, that's what I started this show with. The UK spends 1.5 trillion every year. That is, I don't even know how many times more than what Nigeria spends on the economy. So what do you expect to see in Nigeria? I keep asking.
Okay, the one that UK is spending every year. Huh?
Yes.
If the UK budget 1.5 trillion,
yes,
they can account for that 1.3 trillion in the sense that up to every cent of that money can be accounted for.
No, actually.
and I'm coming. And if anybody steals anything from it, and the person was not found out today, that tomorrow the person will go to jail.
Oh, no,
that's what we're talking about.
They will steal it legally.
All I'm saying is this, which is what we have come back to.
I didn't listen. Look, didn't you hear about the COVID-19 contracts that they gave out? They gave them friends contact of what of billions, and we act as if we don't know what is going on. They waste a lot of money in the UK.
Yes, they can waste, but say steal, like
that's why they steal it legally.
There's a legal corruption. They
know how to be corrupt now. This one are experts corrupt people.
These are legal corruption. They put it in papers. They legalize it.
They slap each other on the back. In a way, it's similar to what we do in Nigeria, because most of all the corruption we see in Nigeria is not necessarily breaking the law. It's just that people are corrupt, giving their friends contracts. It's the same thing that they did here. I can show you the evidence.
Forefathers, you can't compare the two things. Let me tell you, for instance, in the local governments where we are here now, do you know that elected official, for the fact that he's a councillor in the city, but he's in charge of all these maybe giving approvals, you want to bring in a business into the city, but he has a firm, a private firm that handles taxes and stuff, like consultancy firm. So, but because over the years, when a big business is coming into the city, he will now have a kind of a side dealing with you that he must use his firm to be handling your taxes and stuff like that. Yeah. Do you know that those things have been getting away from it? The last year is being investigated now as a crime.
Yeah,
it's invested as a crime, and they took time, got all the evidence.
Let me even say this, and I'll probably sign off. Let me tell you this: there's a lady who have been defrauding the IRS. Okay, and each year her tax return that she files comes to about $10,000 or $11,000, and they kept paying, and they kept paying her back, and they kept paying her back, and they kept paying her back, and then eventually she didn't know they've opened an investigation into her case, and they kept paying her still. They were paying her until every evidence they needed was collected, and then bam, they just came, arrested her, took her to court. It's not a question of taking you to court and say, okay, let us go and investigate. No, they took her to court and say, this is what you have been doing. This is what you have been doing. This is what you have been doing. So right now, you are going to jail. You know, and of course, it was incontrovertible. So she saw the evidences, everything was gathered, and what did she do? She pleaded for mercy, and it's okay. You are going to pay us back, and this is how you're going. Write out how you're going to pay, and you still go to jail. Okay, and she wrote it, and the money was recovered. So what am I trying to say? It's a system that it's not that it's fireproof system, but when an offender is caught, you face the consequence. There is an American saying that say if you can't do the crime, don't do the if you can't do the term, don't do the crime.
Don't do the crime.
So it doesn't have pity for anybody. If tomorrow they find Donald Trump guilty of whatever they charge him, or whether it is true or not, the court have found him guilty. If he does all his appeal sessions and they're exhausted, at the end of the day he's still found guilty, he will go to jail. There's no two way about it. The only concession they may give him, because he has FBI agents or CIA agents guarding him, they may put him in a house where he cannot move out. You know, that's the concession they give.
So I just wanted to highlight this point to let you know nobody was jailed for this stuff. $22 billion. This is almost the entire Nigerian budget. Was and found that roughly half went to companies run by friends and associates of conservative, just one party alone, conservative party politicians, or with no experience in that area at all. So this is what we are dealing with. This is the UK. They're sure they are not dealing with it. They just, because when you are spending 1.5 trillion, that is nothing now. You just wipe it off. It's like it's nothing. That's almost our entire national budget gone, just from one party alone. So when we say corruption doesn't exist elsewhere, it does. It's not that they are still functional. This is the thing I keep saying, talking about that. That is not the reason why corruption is not the reason why Nigeria is dying the way it is dying. Because we are missing the point. Something else is causing it. And when I keep talking about it, that you need to fix your security so that you don't bleed out. We are bleeding our wealth out, and we are not able to protect anything. We can't invent anything and keep it because we don't have the clout to defend anything we invent. So that is what we are dealing with here. That's why we will never be rich until we start fixing these things. So that's it anyway. I think we are going to be closing soon because this is about 8 hours into this. I started from beginning. I don't want to go. Christmas is coming. I have to hustle. You have to feed family.
How can you talk about Christmas? You yourself.
Even if I don't do it, people do Christmas now. They will not let you rest.
Father, do you celebrate Christmas?
I'm not so fussed about it, but people are fussed about it. So I care about what people care about to an extent. You see what I mean? Okay. So if you don't care about what they care about, why would they care about what you care about? You see how it is? It's give and take. You have to.
Forefathers, I just let me weigh in before you close. I beg.
Yeah, go ahead.
Why you did since?
Don't mind him.
So see, I think corruption has many faces. When you steal money, part of stealing government money is corruption. You understand? Nepotism is a form of corruption. Nepotism is a form of corruption. So there are different phases of corruption. But the problem we are facing back home is the fact that the institutions that should be tackling this kind of corruption, the election that happened the last time where they refused to allow beavers function, is a form of corruption. It's a form of corrupting the system in a negative way. Because when you don't allow institutions function independently of one another so that they can give very competent outcomes that will not be disputable, that are laid bare, where you see the facts that are laid bare. Allow the police do their job independently. Allow the judges do their job independently. Allow allow all the institutions do their job independently. When somebody serves as a governor for 8 years and he builds 12 bridges, you understand? And maybe, let's say, just for the sake of explanation, in the 8 years that he was governor, he received 10 million naira per year for the 8 years. The man uses 5 million to do projects. He steals the remaining 75. You now begin to say he has performed. Another one comes after him. He receives 80 million. Maybe he spends 10 million to do projects. It's still 70 million through different forms. You see what he has done. He even did better than the last guy. What we are saying is, there will always be something to do. So why are you stealing the people's money? Work can never finish. That's why we are backward by 100 years. Work can never finish. Bridge is not the only infrastructure that needs to be done. When you steal money, you are denying the people valuable services they would have enjoyed in different ways and different forms. You understand?
Please just tell us about what you see in Nigeria.
Sorry?
I'll talk to local P.
For instance, now when somebody builds bridges, he builds bridges, he siphons money, he says he has done this, he has done that. The money that he has even stolen by virtue of his office, do you know that this money can be used? Have we created dialysis units to help people with kidney problems back home? Have we created? Have we solved? There are so many problems that are still lingering that needs to be solved. So when you're stealing money, you're denying the people that services. After all, you're paid your salary. You enjoy the benefits. You enjoy benefits. You're paid salaries. You are paid. And then if you create a good system and leave a good system and a good structure in place, when you resign your office as governor, you can also benefit from that system that is functioning. Your family can benefit from that system that is functioning. You understand? You can go back to your private life and benefit from that system. You don't have to steal money that you can never finish, or your 100 years of your generation can never finish. When you are denying others, or even your own people, your own family, that benefit, when you make the institution like the police a toothless bulldog that they can't function, who will be? For instance, when Bola Tinubu was shot and rushed to UCH, the doctors were on strike. Can you imagine? The doctors were on strike. You see how the system comes back to bite everybody, even as high as the office of the Minister of Power then, or Attorney General then. You can see how the system came back to bite him. So many things like this that we can't talk about. You understand? When you make the system non-functional, it at the end of the day is going to come back and bite everybody. I don't know of any family in Nigeria that system hasn't hurt. And I just hope that all of us can sit down one day. I was talking to my wife.
I don't understand though.
Can I finish with this?
I'm just waiting until you people complain. I don't know. You guys don't want to complain. I left it. I left it. Let it carry on now until you complain now. Olumide, are you going to stop?
And I was wondering why we the blacks are very different. See, we talk about US.
Are you stopping or are you bringing another?
We talk about UK. Now UK we see. We talk about Canada. Now Canada we see because those ones are common. But we don't talk about other countries like Sweden, Iceland, Finland, Norway, Germany, all those European countries where things are working, they are civilized, they have a good country, they are progressive, the Japanese, the Chinese, you understand? But why are we the blacks doing this to each other? Why are we like that? The whites go there, they are well-mannered, they are civil, they don't treat each other badly. When they vote money, they use the money for what it's supposed to be, they keep the change.
Can you slow down? You're asking if you are able to read all these statements made by someone, you're going to understand. That guy that was asking about why am I saying that corruption is not at the core of Nigeria's problem, because it's truly not at the core. If you want to fix the problem, you fix the core of the problem, then corruption will actually reduce by default anyway, if you feel the core of the problem. So it's all pretending as if you've tried to fix the problem. Olumide will ask us this week, he's going to ask next week, why is it Nigeria is the way it is? We all know why Nigeria is the way it is. You have a weak nation.
I think
That is,
yeah,
I'm
we have
really
a
call
weak
it a
nation,
nation.
but we also need to learn to tell ourselves the truth that see, we need to be patient.
Everybody
We need
knows
to
what
be honest
Nigeria.
and patient that if we allow this money, this wealth spread naturally the way it should be spread, if we are patient, it will get to everybody. Here, like where
I
I
don't
live
understand.
here in Canada,
What do you
people
mean?
don't
Hold
steal
on.
money
Hold on.
because they know
What
the
do you
moment you
mean?
steal money, you
Olumide, wait
understand,
first. What do you mean
it
wet
disrupts a
spread?
lot of things. Sorry.
Wait, what do you mean wet spread? Why should wet spread?
No. What I'm saying is, for instance, what I'm saying is that when governments receive allocation, for instance, you understand, when you receive 100 million naira allocation per month, use the money to serve the people. Don't allocate contracts to your cronies or to yourself and pocket 80% of the money. That way, wealth will not spread. You understand? When you do what you're supposed to do, people will get jobs, the wealth will spread. But when you alone steal the money, wealth cannot spread. It will only create
If they pocket the what makes
poverty.
you think what they are going to spend that money. If they spend that money, the money returns back to the economy.
Yeah,
So,
that's,
but the problem is that they don't spend the money in
you
Nigeria. That's the problem. You guys
you are
just
putting yourself at an
Forefathers,
advantage over others. That's not fair.
pardon?
Forefathers, there's a
That's
message
not
that
fair.
somebody sent, which you read before.
Which one?
And that's the miscommunication, the misconception of your position on the issue of corruption.
Okay.
You are trying to play it down.
No, I'm not
And
trying
when
to
you
play it down.
I'm coming. When you compare it to maybe how it is in UK or America, the corruption, the question is, what's the percentage of public fund that is being embezzled or stolen in those countries? And what's the percentage of the public fund that's being stolen in Nigeria? Corruption may not be the problem, but stealing is the problem. What's the percentage of our money that is being stolen?
Let me say this.
Everywhere, but it is
I
how
have
you
a
tackle
question.
it.
Wait,
How do
I
you
have a
tackle it?
question. No, I have a question, please. I have a
You
question.
understand? It
They
is
are
how you
stealing
tackle.
us
For
dry.
instance,
Hold on. I have a question for you.
the money
Even
that
if
the
they didn't
US
steal 1 penny of that $27 billion,
the money
it's
that
still
US
not
was
enough.
distributing during
But it's going to go a long
the
way.
palliative, the money that US was
So it's
distributing.
how go. It depends on how
Do
you
you
look
know
at
how
it.
many? Do
If
you
you
know how
are
many
able to
Americans?
excuse yourself to be spending,
Olumide, may you calm down.
if you are able to accept that $27 billion is what your nation spends for,
I have a question. I have a question for
if you are able to ask, oh my God, the Blackstone, can we just hold on a little bit?
Hold on. No, you're not be talking since.
Go ahead.
Last one, allow for fathers to talk now, please.
No, he will not talk. No, let me. He will not talk. It's a wait.
When we get to this stage, Anarchy just starts raining. He doesn't have anything to say. What have you got to say now? What is it you want to say?
No, this is my question.
He said he has a question.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is this. If any of us here is appointed to a ministerial position or a political office in Nigeria, are we sure we ourselves will not be compromised?
Most of us will be. As a matter of fact, KJ has answered.
I will speak for myself, the Blackstone.
Blackstone, I can beat my chest and tell you I will not be compromised.
You never can tell Blackstone.
I'm not going to be as arrogant as to say I will never, but I will not.
I will not come and I will not accept if they invite me because
look at
Nigeria will find a way to dispose of you.
All they will do is trying to take away his chemist and he will sell everything. He will be like, oh no. Not my chemist.
Forefathers.
No, my pharmacy. Yeah, go ahead.
There's I think it's either local or you. Somebody said there's a difference between stealing and corruption. And I belong to that school of thought. Stealing is not what
I am the one that I said it now.
Stealing is not what is
stealing and corruption again.
They are different.
It's part of it now, Master.
No.
They are two different. Stealing, I think corruption is just a subset of stealing.
So let me no. There are actually two different oh, they are all bad things, but they are
Taking
two
what does not
separate.
belong to you without
Stealing is
permission is
corruption.
stealing.
There are
So
different
that
phases of
actually is
corruption.
stealing. So
There are different
no,
phases of
you are
corruption.
What's the word for corruption in Hausa language?
Chinhanchi.
Huh?
Chinhanchi.
Huh? What's the word for stealing? What's the word for stealing in Hausa language?
Sata.
So among your people, which one that when they hear that somebody did, which one carries like a more severe punishment?
Brothers. Steve,
Huh?
you know me and you were friends and brothers. One of the things
No,
I
I just want to understand locally.
Let me
What do
explain
our people see as,
Hold on,
you
let me
know?
explain.
Go on,
Okay,
Master Sam.
explain
Sorry
it
about
to
that.
us, Pascal. Explain what you were trying to explain. Hi, his mic is gone now. Hi, Steph, it's all your fault.
I don't agree with that.
No, I really wanted him to expatiate on that thought.
Stealing is a form of
Steph,
corruption.
it's all your fault.
Let me
Stealing, corruption is a subset of stealing.
No, I
It's just what it
I
is.
think maybe what Master want to explain is this, right? Like, instead of it to steal the money
of theft, I mean,
right? Yeah. If we steal the money, we'll make policy that will make the money come to us. You understand? Like, for instance, buying the SUV of 160 million naira or dollars or whatever currency it is. You understand? So they will make policy that will make the money come to them legally. You understand? So it's not necessarily okay. Maybe stealing.
That is not corruption. Technically, that is not even corruption.
No, hold on. No, is this that's the corrupt mindset, because you are supposed to, your governance is supposed to be for the people, not about yourself.
No, that is not corruption. No.
You understand? No, hold on now. Hold on. See, what you say is not corruption, because you can. Hold on first, because the law cannot convict you on that. Doesn't mean your intention is not corrupt. You get my point? Because nobody can jail you on that, because it's a security issue. They'll tell you, yes, security wise, as a senator, yes, we're about to be protected so that we can get, legislate properly, this and that, right? Then they will now hide under that guys, right, and make policy. Hold on, they will make policy that will give them that luxury. Some people will tell you they can also tell you to effect their job very well, that they need a house of 1 billion naira or $1 billion. They can all sit down and agree and put it into law, and they will start sharing the money to have that kind of house. So legally, they are not corrupt, or they're not criminals by law or whatever. They cannot go to jail. Nobody can fault them or whatever. But their intention is to enrich themselves and their family and their generation.
I think there is a difference between what you described and corruption. I think the reason why I say that is because, like, that car and that house they are going to build for themselves, it belongs to the state. It doesn't belong to them.
No,
The state house, like the vice presidential house, is not. It doesn't belong to them.
I'll tell you why. Well, let me tell you why I say it does. Right. First thing first. Even like the car you're even talking about, there's no way, even in China or in Japan where they make those cars, they don't even use those cars there. But you are, right, your own, you are asking them to give you that, because that money will come through you guys. Not that they are taking that money to Japan and ask Japan to produce those cars and bring for them. No, that money is going to pass through their office.
Yeah, but it's not their personal car. That's the point I'm making.
No, listen to me.
Look, let me shed a little bit of light
It's not their
to this
personal
issue.
car. But when these people are going
Well, I want
for
to share.
years, you will find out that they will tell them to come and buy it with a very token amount of money.
No, that is corruption.
That's the area I'm going. That's the area I'm going. I really wanted us
specific. You can't just call stuff corruption. That is corruption.
I want us to draw that fine line. Yes. The beginning of it is that there is a certain percentage of their gross salary that they are only entitled to take that is it the car loan or whatever on, which from the explanation 140 million is beyond that threshold. So I don't know if they repealed the law to accommodate it. If they did not repeal the law to accommodate it, that's the beginning point of where this should come from. And then the last point you said, which kind of depreciation are you going to apply to an asset of 140 million that will give it a 100, maybe 100,000 value after 4 years?
It depends
It's
on the
really,
auctioneer. They will tell you, okay, this is used, and the next person will say, no, we cannot use the used cars. We want newer ones. They will call maybe any auctioneer to come and auction the car. So they can tell you, because nobody wants to
They
buy the
buy
car, they can choose to reduce the price to nothing.
You know what? You know
And let
what?
them
You know
buy
what?
it.
You know what, guys? If
And
Nigerians law, see,
under the law,
they
they are
buy to
not
themselves
criminals.
you know
now.
what, guys?
They sell to
If
themselves.
Nigerians laws and institutions were working and were functional, the Attorney General of the Federation can be petitioned, and these people, and the guy can use his office to look to see if these people broke the extant law of Nigeria concerning what they did. You
Yeah,
know that? Because
yeah,
let's
they have used the
Master.
people's money. That is
Forefathers, can you
using the
give
people's
Master a
money
chance
in a
to
very, very,
complete
very
that his
reckless way.
explanation? I'm interested in knowing what he's saying, please.
mismanagement is not the same thing as corruption. I think that's where Loco was going. Mismanagement is not the same thing as corruption. Please, Maska, finish what you were saying.
See,
Okay.
wait, hold on.
So
Before Baka
I'm
continue,
going to.
see,
Can you hear me?
mismanagement is corruption.
Forefather,
No,
no,
it's not.
Forefather,
No,
hold on.
mismanagement is corruption.
Master,
If you don't
sorry,
manage
30
the funds
seconds
well.
before
It
you
means you don't
finish.
know how to manage.
No,
Okay, why?
Forefather.
Before you can take our
Let
whole
me
time.
confirm it, actually. Let me confirm
Master,
it before I go and speak
No,
on my
no worries.
backside.
Forefather, there
If
are
they
two
give you a
things you are
budget
saying.
and you mismanage it, that's
Sorry,
corruption.
local
Yeah,
people.
let me confirm it.
Forefather, there are two
Yeah.
things you are saying that I think they are both wrong. One of them, you are saying that stealing is corruption is a subset of stealing. No, it's the other way around. Corruption is the bigger thing here.
No. What I mean by a subset of stealing is that corruption is a form of theft. And stealing is at the top. There are different types of theft.
No, corruption is at the top. Corruption is at the top.
No, corruption can't be at the top. It's just a form. There are different types of stealing.
Corruption encompasses everything. Corruption involves stealing, involves favoritism, involves all those stuff.
You are looking at it from a political term. I'm looking at it from a generic term. He said what it actually means.
Term, not from political.
Okay, so AY, let me make my own point so that I'm just going to use an analogy so that we can understand where I am coming from. And I would want to reiterate, this is a personal opinion, okay? My perspective is that stealing is a lesser evil than corruption. And I'll give you
that's what I'm saying.
I'll give you very simple analogy, and I'm sure those of us that have stayed in Nigeria for a long time will relate to this analogy. When there's fuel scarcity before, when kerosene was cheaper and gas was cheaper than petrol, what people will do, they will mix.
Master, before you go on, let me read you the meaning of corruption.
Allow Master to talk now.
Off the camera, beg. Off the camera.
What happened to him? No, I think maybe. Yeah, go ahead, please.
So the point I'm making, if you buy a Lamborghini, for instance, or what is the most normal expensive car? This British car, forefathers, this Rolls Royce.
Bugatti.
If you buy a Rolls Royce and come to Nigeria with it, this is the effect of corruption. You can go, if you don't go to the filling station, if you buy petrol by the roadside, okay, they may have mixed it up. It will have been a corrupted petrol you buy. And what would be the effect when you put it in your car?
Destroy the car.
How much is that car?
Millions.
Okay, so the fact is that the guy who is doing that business had a choice, okay, either to steal from you the equivalent of that petrol, which will not be more than 10,000 max. There is no way he will gain more than 10,000 naira from you. But if he goes to corrupt the fuel and he sells it to you, he will knock your engine. And this is what has knocked Nigeria's engine.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way
I
the
agree.
system. It's not the stealing that is the problem, but because, like Olubide said, when it is corruption, it's because you want to steal. But because you want to steal,
you
will not allow
things
into the proper position.
Yeah.
You go and look for the people who are incompetent.
Yeah.
Or if the competent people are there, you find a way of sacking them. So
Okay,
this for me,
yeah, Masker, you made a very valid point. But is it now wrong to call corrupt people thieves? Do they qualify as thieves? Corrupt people.
Audio
Are
is
they
not
qualify? Can you qualify them as thieves?
Your audio is not.
You just like say somebody's a fraud. You understand? And you say it's not
Okay,
a
but
thief.
let me maybe I can
Yeah,
help.
that's the
Let
point.
me
That's the point I'm trying to
maybe
make.
guys,
That
maybe
no
guys.
matter the grammar you speak about corruption, when you go
Understand?
to all our local cultures, the one that carries more shame is when you say that somebody is a thief,
The thief.
Guys,
and that's
So
what they are.
Steph,
That's the one that will reach them.
guys,
Steph,
let me
Steph,
read you this. Let me read you a
what you
broad
say
definition.
is correct. What Master
Then,
say is
just
correct.
to help you guys.
Stealing is just an element of corruption. Corruption is the big guy, is the parent chain here.
But
It's
you
a
know they
bigger
don't see
umbrella.
they don't see it as anything when you say they are corrupt. But when you say they are
Yeah,
thieves,
you are right.
that one
You are
touches
right.
them more.
Yeah. So let's keep calling them thieves. You are very right.
Augusta, if you call them
Eh?
corruption, if you say they are corrupt, you are trying to use big English to.
okay, I get Steph's point because it's now a language issue.
I think it can flip. I think, but technically, AY is more correct. I was thinking that it's
That's
the
the
other
same
way
thing
around.
Masker said, yeah.
But from what they said, theft can also include corruption, and corruption can
Sorry
include
guys,
theft.
can I read you?
Corruption
Sorry
can
guys,
include theft,
can
which is
I
quite
read
weird.
you
They can flip themselves
the
around.
Public
But
Safety
they said
Agency of
corruption is
Canada?
more general. So
Can I read you their definition of corruption?
Yeah.
A public agency
Don't worry,
is
while
a government,
Nigeria.
and then you
Don't
guys
worry.
can kind of form an opinion.
see this guy, man, Olumide. You
All
know,
right, gentlemen,
I
I
do
have to
enjoy
say
him.
good night and nice
the talk.
Thank you for coming in, Masker. And we should be rounding up. Let me do some paperwork for the channel so that what is this wait thing? Hold on, you.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. This by the end of the year. How are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
So can I read that definition of corruption from?
Go ahead.
Canada's government's own perspective. One more.
Jesus Christ. We wanted to
to
twice now. You've gone away, Olumide. What is this now?
I beg, leave it alone. It's in France. Tell us your story.
People would have benefited from what he wanted to read, but they just went off. I guess I can try to read. Let me see whether I have a definition here. But I think AY is more on the spot. I actually thought it was, but it can be both. But I understood it to be the other way around. But AY is more correct. So let me read it. I say corruption may involve many activities, which includes bribery, influence peddling, embezzlement, and it may involve practices which are legal in many countries. Political corruption occurs when an office holder or governmental employees act with an official capacity for personal gain. And that is what makes it different. That's why I said when they go and auction it and try to make themselves get the car, that's when the corruption actually happens. But when the property belongs to the state, it's not. You can't call that corruption technically. You can't.
But even when you can't prosecute them for that kind of act, that is why it is very important that you must allow the people vote who they want. That way they can punish them that way.
Oh, yeah.
Next time they're not coming back, they vote them out.
Yeah, that's why they punish Tinubu. That's why they punish Tinubu by electing him president.
No. Obviously, that's what we are saying, that the system. That's why we are saying that the system is corrupt. It doesn't work. It's a
They'll
corrupt
punish
system.
him very well. They will punish him.
You
And
understand?
you
It
know,
doesn't
after
work.
what he did in Lagos, they
If you
still
want a
decided
good
to let
if you
him
want a
get there.
good country, you must allow the people to elect who they want. You understand?
I
A free
see.
and fair election. You
I think
understand?
it's fair. I think you are making a fair point. You've always been going on about this election thing. And
Yeah,
I really hope you prepare for this election, the next one that is coming. And
yes,
I better see you.
Election where they won't allow the beavers work or IRM work.
Olumide,
It's a screwed up country if you don't know. It's a
wait
screwed up country.
now, wait. The one vote, they change everything. What are you talking about?
Sorry. What do you talk?
Your one vote may bring you Obi in as a president. Just your one vote may be the winning vote.
Let me tell you. See, I'm not even I don't even believe in their system. I didn't vote APC or PDP or anybody. But what I want is my Yoruba nation. I don't care about all the nonsense going on in that country. All the
And you are
problems.
in Canada. And you are in Canada. Back home.
Mr. Yoruba Nation.
We are going to use all our resources to get our nation, whether you people like it or not. We are going to get out of that complex veto. We are going to get out of it. You understand? Because you guys cannot even organize a free and fair election.
Olumide, do you have resources? Olumide, do you have resources? Do you have resources?
Do we have resources?
Yeah.
How many times have I told you that the third largest economy in the world is Japan? Over 120 million people, they don't have oil. What they sell is their brain, technology. You understand? Yorubas are educated people. They are learned. They have their brain. Who will sell our brain? And who knows what is underneath the ground?
Wait,
you understand? Who knows what is underneath the ground that is yet to be discovered?
What came out of it?
Eh?
What came out of it?
Look at what Awolowo was doing. Look at how they conspired against Awolowo. Una feel like the people. Una not go and conspire against Awolowo.
Okay,
Understand?
I want to share this.
Now one Nigeria people. Now una conspire against Awolowo. Now one Nigeria till today. See what your one Nigeria do Awolowo. Awolowo wanted to bring the progress he made in Western region to the whole of Nigeria. That was all of now one Nigeria conspire against.
Olumide, calm down now. Calm down. I want to share something because I think this idea that we I wanted to add to this discussion where he said that Nigerians are educated and everything, and we can do all kinds of stuff. We talk about Nigerians being highly educated. We accomplish stuff overseas, but I don't believe so, because if we are accomplishing so much overseas, sorry, let me just finish this point. If we are accomplishing much overseas, when I search the top tech CEOs of the world, you know how many Indians I saw there? This is an Indian guy, and that's Indian. And you see one black, you don't even see one black person there. No, hold on now. We don't see one black person there.
Prime Minister for Britain today.
Yeah, but hold on now. The point I'm making is that Olumide, hold on. You're like interrupting people. The point I'm making is that we keep saying that our people are doing so well overseas, but we are not. We keep getting 20 degrees. We keep coming back with PhDs, professorial. But we are not here.
No,
it matters.
Hold on first.
Not one showed up there.
Hold on first. Hold on. I know that Indians in the top 500 companies, we find an Indian man as a director or among the good directors in India. It is that certain setting, right? Because Indians are good in technology and the management, better than Nigerians, right? But already there's also.
But we have more degrees than them.
Let me finish now. But there's also a research that says that the most intelligent black race is Igbo people.
Where did you get that one? It's actually from Benin. What are you talking about? At least they did the test in the UK. I can show you the result. They said it was somebody from the Benin distant area that they found. In the UK anyway, they said for the most intelligent family in the UK, and they found that it was one.
No, that's in the UK. That's in the UK. The world. Now I'm saying now.
Where did you get it? Okay, you want me to search it? Where did you get this one from?
Search it. Yeah, AI man. Search it.
No, what is your search term now? Because we have to verify it now before you go and say another one again. What is your term I should search? The most intelligent black people.
Black race, like that.
Intelligent black race or tribe?
Raise.
Race. Okay, let's go with race. It's your turn. This matters. This is Quora. That's not cannot be relied upon. That's opinion based. This thing. Let's see what this one say. This is lyrics. I think there are nothing. There's nothing like that. I don't know where you got this information from. There is nothing relating to black race. Maybe it's something else. You want to go with tribe?
That was the stat that came out from America. That the most.
I've never heard of anything like that before.
Yeah, you may not hear.
Why are we wasting our time searching for this kind of info?
Because the Blackstone likes to do this. Because the Blackstone every time he comes here, if he doesn't bring one, he just one thing there. He doesn't rest. He always does this. Why do you do this? The Blackstone.
What is your source?
The evidence should be able to show whatever he's saying. I can't see the evidence anywhere.
There's no evidence.
That was done.
Just like if you tell me that this the richest village in the whole world is from this place, at least there should be an evidence, right?
Okay.
I've not seen the evidence.
I will search for this.
No, even if you see it anywhere, I will not believe it because I'm an Igbo man and I have not seen any evidence that should make it true.
Okay.
This one, I have this information about this.
Everybody has to work research.
This one is the family. I think, if I am not mistaken, they are from this thing. What they call them? Let me see. Close this one down.
No, I think this one is the smartest.
Smartest family in the UK. That was from Benin. That's what I meant. So
another family.
Exactly. So that is the only evidence we have of any kind of intelligent measurement within the black people and in the UK. I mean, so the point is that we are not doing as well as we like to think. We go outside the world, we get our degrees, come back home, mess the country up. Then
I think about that. I think it just maybe as an African, right? Because of where we're coming from, right? It's we are it's all about individuals when it comes to black people. You understand? We are not a people kind of people. Like I want to see my brother go up so that if he gets there, he can help me come up too. We are like this. I better pass my neighbor kind of people. You understand? Like I saw like the person who crafted that name to give to generator is an idiot. Like you just wake up like I better pass my neighbor. Why would that be?
I think it's a genius.
No, why would somebody just decide to like I better pass my neighbor? Why would you want to be better than your neighbor? Why? Why don't you want to grow with your neighbor? You understand? So I think that it's an African thing because like you said, we go out there individually.
Okay, my bros. All of my bros. All my bros.
Olumide doesn't take permission. He just starts. Can I say something? No, he just starts.
I just want to say the truth. See, this last election, we all know Nigeria, we have a problem. That's the truth. We want to fix it. Let me drop my Yoruba Nation toga for now and say, okay, fine. I'm a one Nigeria guy.
No,
I think we lost an opportunity. I think we lost an opportunity. Now, for the first time, the people through non-violence or through not carrying arms, or they wanted to use a peaceful means. They wanted to use their plebiscite to decide their future by electing a president. Maybe if they have allowed the true winner emerge, you understand, the way they should have emerged by allowing the beavers to work, it would have been a starting point for us to start afresh in an incorruptible way. You understand? So that when the president that is in fumbles, the people again can come out and make demands. You understand? But they didn't allow it work. They set us back another 1,000 years. And if this guy doubles down in the next one in 2027, I don't know what else is gonna. And then in 2027, after he's gone in 2031, not to say it's their turn, and they will now bring another corrupt individual that they have selected among themselves, and then we expect the country to develop when the people have lost their sovereignty to a few cabals. You understand? We lost our opportunity. I'm sorry. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about how the people can use their plebiscite to elect who they want. You understand?
My
But
dear,
talking about all this without them fixing that, you understand that very, very key part of our nation. I'm telling you, we're just going around in circles.
You
That's
see,
right.
the thing about I like about Bob Marley and this guy, sometimes you wonder how long ago he passed, and some of the things he's saying, they are still very relevant. You know what he said? Graduating thieves and murderers. And this is somebody, I don't know why he believed that the people educated are murderers.
So look at what Kulata wrote. Kulata, I'm just giving you advice. I'm giving so that your country can work, your one Nigeria can work. That's
Kulata is always angry for one thing
Kulata,
somebody
I don't have
says or the
anything.
other.
I'm just giving you guys
Unless
advice
names
because
of
the
him.
sufferness is too much in your one Nigeria. You understand?
I wonder how you guys read what they said and what they don't say. I don't even read those. I don't even know where the conversation is.
Yeah, let me just read this chapter of this Babylon system. It says Babylon system is the vampire sucking the children day by day. Babylon system is a vampire. He said that again, obviously. But it says building church and universities, deceiving the people continually. Hold on now. He's going out. Hold on now. He says this guy is so disruptive. He says
you trash. I give you one, you try.
Don't mind it. Building church and university, deceiving the people continually. And then he went on to say, graduating.
Don't blame me. I'm not a trained broadcaster.
What am I going to do with this guy? See, you know we are closing. I'll just put you backstage and we just close with you.
Then he said, trained broadcaster.
Can you let me read, Olumide? Can you just let me read?
Who come and calculated?
Can you just let me read? This guy. So then he says, graduating thieves and murderers. Look out now for the people sucking the blood of the sufferers. It's almost like the same thing that is going on now. We all keep graduating, bringing them back. The children come and carry on doing the same thing, and they keep deceiving people. They are not telling our people the truth. And I'm really surprised some of the insight Bob Marley had decades ago, and the insight what's his name Fela had decades ago. Even Majek Fashek, all these people. I think our conscious thoughts, what our forefathers did before, or the ones that just came in the 60s, 70s, they poured everything into music because they somehow realized they couldn't fulfill their dreams. So they poured into music so that the next generation, when they are coming, when you hear what they are saying, you will see that it correlates with what is happening now. When they talk about deceiving people, they constantly deceive us. They don't tell you the truth of what is going on, and they just keep beating about the bush. I played several videos of these guys telling us we can't recruit people. Why? Why do you keep telling us we can't recruit people? Tell us, is somebody putting a gun to your head not to recruit people into your security services? Why are you not telling the people the truth? Then Sanusi comes here and starts asking us another cryptic question. Why? Why are there no dollars? Why?
That is a clown.
Another cryptic question again.
For Sanusi issue.
You are the CBN head.
No, trust me. No, see. Trust me. He said he was there. He has been there, or he was there, and he asked a simple question, and he was sacked. You understand? He was asked for it. So he's always like, oh, okay, now that I'm out now, right? Let me speak as ordinary citizen. So he's speaking to at Nigerians too. We also think, not be like, where the money safe? Let all of us start asking. You understand? Like I said, he knows the answer. He knows who's the money is with. He knows why till today NPC is not metered. He knows why. He knows the reason. You understand? Because he's done with them. He has seen the A to the B and to whatnot. So, but the thing is, like, for me, I think what he's doing is he's trying to like enlighten Nigerians and like, look, guy, these are the questions you are supposed to be asking. Why this? Why? That's for me, because on a very good day, he knows the answer. Like I said, he has been there. He has CBN head. CBN he know everything. CBN governor know everything. So for him to be asking
Oh.
questions as if he doesn't know, no, come on, man. He's just asking the questions so that we too also ask the questions. You understand? That's why I say about that what's it called
Local
speech.
P, see, local P. Even the common man understands what is going on. What we need now is people who can fix things and do things the way it should be done. You understand? We need honest people that really want to serve the people. We
That's how
keep
they want
asking
you.
questions when
That's how they want you. You go to Nigeria, they appoint you as.
No. I don't even want to.
Asking us jam.
I'm sorry.
Why
I
would
don't want to
Sanusi be
serve. I
asking
don't
us
want to
jam
serve under.
questions?
I don't even want to serve under a man that was elected under questionable. So.
Oh, you go and start from your state now. Go to your state and they start from your state. Yeah,
State.
your state
When they can,
Oh my
INEC
God.
cannot hold the
The
free
black,
and fair election.
I think the Blackstone shared something. I want to share it with people so that just for equality, we need to probably go through this report. Yeah, I think he's trying to substantiate it. You know, Blackstone, for once, he actually provided evidence on what you're saying. It's only fair I share it.
Go to your Chrome. Go to Google Chrome. Go to Google Chrome and put the search there. No, every search engine searches in different form. Go to Google
Yeah,
Chrome.
but I'm looking at the page you sent me, so I don't know. The page says it's africanevents.com. This thing. Let me see what the website is about, so that for all we know,
First events, not be just to look information. Look the link.
yeah, let's see where it's from. Oh my. Okay. Which site is this? Is it an Igbo site or something?
Okay. The first picture.
That doesn't sound.
The first picture we speak.
Is that Igbo site or not? Do you know? Does anyone know?
It looks like.
No, it could be anybody. This look like South. I don't know. I can't tell.
No,
It could be South.
No, hold on. If you can tell,
It's like even a newspaper, right?
Blackstone. So how do we
say
know
events?
the
It's not
information
even a
there
newspaper.
is not biased? How do we know it's not biased?
It is left for you to.
But to be fair, though, Blackstone actually provided evidence.
Okay.
He's not speaking out of nowhere. He saw something, so it's only fair.
Let me give you some.
And they did show some chart here.
Wait, let me give you some. Let me give you something that has from. You understand me? The physicists that calculated that came up with the idea of internet computers being connected, like what we have to do, that all computers be connected, that this World Wide Web. Who is he? An Igbo man, right? The person that calculated the rate at which oil flow in the ground, an Igbo man. The man that operates on a woman, bring out on a born child, operated on the born child, put the child back to the woman's womb, and the woman delivered the child normally, an Igbo man. So there are many things that people have been doing that we are not even recognizing.
So what was the verdict?
There are many things other people are doing too that you're not picking up on.
Who is the smartest black people in the world? What's the verdict?
Honestly,
I don't think it's real. I don't think they are talking about.
Black soul. The teacher.
Let me finish. Let me finish. No, why I said it. Olumide was referring to Yoruba nation about Awolowo, right? So Awolowo is not the best person in Nigeria. Wasn't the best person at his time? Wasn't the best, the most brilliant person in Nigeria? Or he brought all the ideas about Nigeria. That's why I brought it up. You understand me?
This discussion is too
I didn't say Awolowo was the best in Nigeria.
I know. You reference to him.
Why are you mixing things up? I said Awolowo. See, there was an election and the guy was rigged out. Why didn't they give him the opportunity?
It didn't say the guy was doing that. What you said, I said, for the Yoruba nation, Awolowo was this pre-education, and I said that also.
Okay, let's fast forward. Let's fast forward now. A couple of years later, another person, somebody mold in your own fashion will come and say that Obi is not the smartest man when it was clearly rigged out. That's what I'm talking about. Let the people decide who they want to lead them.
At that time
and let's forget all these I didn't say Awolowo was the smartest man.
Wait now, you made a reference.
But you can't deny that his policies were great policies that advanced the cause of his people.
Other people that also have good policies now. Other people also have good policies now.
What policy? Where are we today with those policies? Awolowo's legacy stands till today. What are you arguing? What is wrong with you? What are
Oh
you
my
arguing?
God! Oh my God!
Can I
These
tell
two
you?
these two people arguing is like
Also
I
have
don't even know the direction now.
Eh?
You people arguing.
Is that why you pulled out the smartest black man in the history? Something that is not
Are you
debating.
angry?
Who is
What are you
debating all
worried
that?
about? Are
Nobody
you
is
angry now
debating
because
that.
what is your problem this with these results? See, sometimes when people bring results, it's based on the context, like when they say, oh, because for universities
I
and
didn't
stuff
even know
like
that
that.
his result was he was driving towards Awolowo comparison. I never said Awolowo was the best. I said Awolowo was the bright man
No,
who would
I
have
think
advanced, who perhaps would have advanced the
what
course of the whole
I'm trying
country
to say.
based on what he achieved during the regional system. Why are you beefing the man?
I don't
okay.
defend the man now. I'm not defend the man. In what sense? Yeah. I'm not condemning him.
Hold on, Olumide, hold on. Let's get one person at a time. Let's get one person at a time. See, from what I can see, is based on a specific type of test and results, and they try to use it to compare with other groups. And people have been saying it that the Africans tend to outperform Europeans, and they talk about Lambert. This is not an authoritative report. Otherwise, it would have been more widespread. Point is that we are not achieving enough, not even close to where we need to be. You can put all this on all you want, but when you look at the list of achievers, some of them are dropouts on this list. Let me share it again. The list I was sharing here, some of them are dropouts from college, university, and they still go on to outperform us. As a matter of fact, somebody even did an experiment where they had an Asian person and a black person with graduate degree. The Asian person is not even a graduate. Then they checked their life outcomes over time. The Asian went and outperformed the black guy that had more this education. And this is the thing. It's like collectively, we don't know how to operate and capitalize on our wealth. Because our wealth, we tend to lose it faster than other people. Other people acquire wealth, we lose wealth. And this is it. And this is why we are not showing up on this list at all. Not one. Not even African American. Not even a Nigerian. Not anybody. These are the people controlling the world today.
Forefathers, just to let Blackstone know.
This YouTube that we are on, YouTube that we are sitting on, the people controlling it. Olumide, just hold on. When I'm talking, please just try to hold on. The YouTube that we are on right now, the list, the person that controls it is here on that list. Instagram is here. Facebook is here. These are powerful people that are controlling the world right now.
Forefathers, this is technology. This is one sector of the economy, right? This is technology.
Basically almost all the economy now. Even food is technology now.
Forefathers, everybody cannot be.
Everything is technology now. That's the problem.
See, forefathers, I think we are even missing something here. See, unlike me, that is asking and clamoring for Yoruba nation. You understand? Awolowo never even clamored for that. Awolowo was the one Nigeria person. He wanted to bring the development that the achievements he had in the southwest region, the western region. He wanted to bring it to the country, but it was rigged out because of corrupt people who were afraid that this guy will allow the people benefit or prosper. The same thing they did it to Abiola. The same thing they did it to Peter Obi now. Progressive people want to come in and do things and fix the country. They are kicking them out, and then somebody's giving a wrong narrative.
So, but when Buhari won, hold on, Olumide, a lot of people add something. When Buhari won the election, I'm sure people probably would have considered him a progressive person, taking out the incumbent. He came in and still left us in destitute. So, what is the guarantee that whoever took over now would have made much of a difference?
Let them listen. Don't listen, Blackstone, please. Those are hypothetical questions, you understand? Let us do the right thing is a lot better than trying to answer
I agree with you. I agree with you on that one.
First. When you do the right thing, when the guy that gets there fumbles, let the people use their plebiscite to get him out.
Okay.
That is how America functions. That is how UK functions. That is how
most nations don't function as
people
think. Function. I think we are under an illusion.
Even Blackstone where they jamming. Don't be so they do for jamming.
See, Olumide, even in the West, there's barely any true freedom of speech. There's barely They just make it sound as if there is. It doesn't exist.
The Japa
Go
politics
ahead.
like this is one of the most complex political systems. You understand me? If you they use barometer, if you don't get 50 plus 1, you cannot be elected. You cannot be declared a winner. 50 plus 1. So what did they do? They always go into two parties always come together, 2 or 3 parties always come together to form the government. You understand me?
See, many of us, if we live in Nigeria and somebody tells us that you are not allowed to criticize any group, otherwise you'll be considered. Let's say you are never allowed to criticize anything Igbo people are doing, otherwise you'll be considered an Igbo hater in Nigeria. People will go up in uproar. You are not allowed to criticize Hausa people or any Hausa thing at all, otherwise you'll be considered an Hausa hater. And you might actually be prosecuted because of it, and you lose your job. You call that massive loss of freedom of speech. But that's what's happening in the West right now. It happens repeatedly. People just think they are free to do anything you like in the West. It's not true.
One of the people in the comments is asking, did Awolowo truly believe in one Nigeria? Yes, Awolowo was a unrepentant one Nigeria. When the British came to him to say the Yorubas want to go on their way or stay with the Nigerian nation, he said he wanted to stay Yoruba to stay with Nigerian nation. Even Yorubas blame him today for where we are, our predicament today. When they did the election and they were going to form a cabinet, Awolowo extended his hand to Zik to form the cabinet.
That had nothing to do with why we're here. I don't know why we keep wasting our time with all the discussion. Then why don't answer the move on?
We all know where we are today. So I'm not trying to let him know that Awo believed in one Nigeria.
I agree with you.
Against Shagari in the democratic. So
what
I'm saying,
you don't have to explain yourself. We know that Awo is you've already made your point. So let me thank you people for being here, because you all took your time out, a precious time that you could be using to be enjoying yourself or preparing for Christmas to talk to Nigerians. I appreciate you with your time. AY, I really appreciate your stance. I like the stand you take and took the guy on when he started bringing tribal stuff up, and until these people started talking about Israel and let's not go there again, otherwise Steph will just lose it. And he's lost his Steph was a gentleman. Now he's become one of us. Anytime
forefathers. Wait. Let's put this into perspective. My position is this. Every life matter.
Now you see.
One person, I'm coming. One person that is killed in Kaduna and one person that is killed in our local government, and one person, the 6 million that's being killed in Gaza is made up of one person. Is it not? It's one that accumulated into 6 accumulated into 6 million. And each single person is either somebody's daughter, somebody's son, somebody's mother, somebody's father. You understand? I don't want to come and begin to do comparison. Okay, because the other one is more, it should deserve more attention. Everyone should deserve attention. That's what I'm saying.
So, are you saying that if 5,000, 6,000 women are, let's say the children got lost, let's say not their lives were lost, they were missing, 6,000 women are standing, men are standing here looking for their children. And one of them, you have one woman there looking for her child. So you go and pay attention to the one woman first before you pay attention to the 5,000 women.
Each one of them is being grieved. Somebody's grieving them. Each one of them.
Yeah, but there's one bigger than the other. This is why
it's human. That we are talking of individual human beings. There's nothing like a group of human beings. Individual human beings.
In nature,
all of them deserve attention.
The Blackstone, please hold on. Let me.
Let me say something.
You like to interrupt. You don't let discussion flow.
Let me say something. You can end the program and go backstage.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the point I was making was that there is even in maths, the concept is that there is an infinity that is greater than another infinity. They are all infinities. Infinities are the greatest numbers of all time, but there is an infinity that is greater than the next infinity. Why? This is why there's proportionality, because from a point of view, yes, one life matters just like an infinity.
They are not just number. Yeah.
See, hold on now. One life matters just like an infinity to infinity. But one infinity is greater than another infinity because from every single point you look at it, one is always going to be bigger than the other one. You see that? So this is
So the
even
point you are
filter
making now,
itself into
Governor,
reality.
is that they should keep dying.
No, the point I'm making is that
until they get to that number.
No. The point I'm making is that we should be consistent. He started doing that thing that he does again. We should be consistent. This guy, man. He does it. He really does it. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. See, we should be consistent about protecting life because what we do is that we see it happen somewhere else and we make excuse for that one that is greater in number. Then we come to Nigeria and say, oh, if this number is less here, but we should pursue this one to the extreme. That seems very, very contradictory behavior. You have to remain consistent. Life is sacred. You treat life in a sacred way. You can't be outraged by one loss. And then on the other side, just say, and that one is even a greater loss. So you say, no, that one is okay because it's justified somehow. No, none of them are justified.
Okay, that's your opinion. No loss is greater than the other one because they are all individuals. It's just individual. They're not just that. It's not a number. It's are individuals. People grieve them. Families grieve those people. A mother grieves the child. A father grieves the child. Somebody grieves the father.
Yes.
Is grieving over the father.
But yet, more.
So we can't wait until maybe when the debt is like 6,000. When I say, okay, this one is outrageous. Even one is outrageous.
No,
even 5 is outrageous.
You are missing my point. I'm saying one should be outrageous. 6,000 should be just as outrageous. My problem is that sometimes some of you don't regard the 6,000 as being outrageous. You excuse it. That is the problem.
I am not excusing anything.
But
I'm not excusing.
The major problem right now is the president going to stop these killings? Is he doing something to stop this?
I've said it now. If he stops it, I'll forgive him all his sins.
But is he
if
doing
he fixes our national security, I'll forgive him all his sins.
Are these people not Nigerians?
I'm not excusing. And where it seems as if I'm being particular about the one that's happening in Nigeria is this. I'm trying to draw a stark difference for you. A government is accused of killing her own citizens. And we are talking of another government killing the citizen of another country.
Life is life. You see, so in
life is life. Life is life. I'm telling you why I'm explaining to you why I'm trying to tell you why I'm more particular about this one that's happening under my nose. No, I'm not conflicted.
1 minute you said one life is worth just as much as the many ones.
Exactly.
Then you changed it to okay, it's not about the many lives, it's because this one is within our country.
No, it's not either or. It's the same thing. I'm putting all of them into context.
For me, all lives matter.
I'm putting all of them into context.
2 lives matters more than 1. 100 million lives matter more than 1. You can quantify it. It's not a sin. It's real life. You can't say one person stand here. Let's take 1 million life for one person.
Listen. We're all entitled to our opinion. What I'm saying is that when I have a government whose sole responsibility is to protect the life of her citizens, and that same government is killing them, that I don't want to begin to compare them to what is happening in another clime.
But it's inconsistent.
That's where I'm going.
You know why I'm saying this? Because I see that in Ned Media. Ned Media does that all the time. He will be justifying killing Palestinian children. But when it happens in Nigeria, no, how dare they do this type of stuff? It can't happen here. But at the same time, is justifying the death of. But war is going on in Nigeria too. What did you know?
That is war between 2 countries. Nigeria, are we fighting between ourselves? Is there a civil war going on in Nigeria?
What do you mean 2 countries? It's not 2 countries.
It's 2 countries, Palestine and Israel. That is
Palestine
war.
is not a nation.
Is Nigeria
Gaza
fighting
is not
itself?
a nation.
Is it civil war going on?
Okay, it's 2 governments.
Gaza is not a nation. Okay, if you want to say 2 governments, Boko Haram wipes out Nigerian outposts, kills Nigerian soldiers as if they are nothing, wipes out villages. This is not like this is
okay. You see where you can compare it. Assuming that the military carried this thing when Boko Haram was carrying out an operation, it's a different thing altogether. It's not. There's nothing that justified the kill in the first place.
See, you are making it look like they just saw the people innocent who had just killed them. That is not what I gather.
Herdsmen
What I
ravaging
gather was that
farmers in Benue State.
what I gather is that I will end it now so that we can start our this session backstage. What I gather was that they thought those people were bandits or terrorists. As much as they thought they were terrorists, not even bandits. That's what they thought. They can't just go and start attacking innocent civilians. They might as well go to Abuja and start doing it now. Let me just.
So when you are up looking at the ground, you see even women, children. You don't think that maybe if there are terrorists there, these people may be captives?
No, they are going
from up there with that drone. You didn't see children. You didn't see women.
You see what bothers me. You see what bothers me with what they say here, what you are saying now. I really wish people ask the same. That's when you say this and you justify the Israeli one. I really wish you ask the same question. And that is what bothers me. Why can you see one life matters, another life doesn't matter? When Israelis just bomb and kill children in 6 weeks, even American
listen, why I say don't put this in the same context. Israelis didn't tell you they thought those women are terrorists. They told you they know that they're going to kill civilians, but they are looking for so and so. Don't compare the two things.
But
these are people. How can your aircraft? How can they say they think that it's terrorists and they look down? They didn't admit that they saw the women and the children.
No, they said they thought they were going after terrorists. That's what they thought.
And they saw the women and children.
I don't know whether they saw the women and children. They thought they were going after terrorists.
That's the military we have.
But what you are saying now is that the Nigerian military is even more innocent because they didn't even know. But the Israelis know.
Because they can't own up to it. That's what I'm saying.
Can you? Okay, if you want to say that, but 1 minute you said they didn't know. But if
I didn't say they didn't know. I'm saying what you are the one that said they thought it's terrorists. And then I'm not asking, didn't they see the view? Didn't they see women and children?
They probably saw women and children, if you ask me, but maybe they didn't. No, I'm telling you, maybe they did. Maybe they are doing exactly what the Israelis do, where they'll say collateral damage as long as we get the terrorists. Maybe that's what they are doing. But the question is, that's why I condemn both. You have to condemn
I am condemning both too.
Good. Then we're on the same side.
Father, there is one topic we forgot to discuss today, right? There is this, I think she's from Netherlands, this white lady that was riding bike. I think she was going from Lagos to Abuja, actually. She was riding power bike, stopped by the Nigeria police. They were asking her to bring money. Give us something, bring money. She still pretends she doesn't understand. They kept saying, money, give us money. So I don't know if anybody watched it. It's so funny.
I watched it.
So repeat that again. I missed that. What was that again about money?
What do you bring? What did you bring for us?
Hold on. Wait. Did they do anything wrong?
What's wrong? What are you saying?
Did they do anything wrong? No, hold on now. Now let's put it like this now. Like madam, you come for travel. What you bring for us for street now? Deal. Like not like they were like taxi.
Police, everything was wrong.
No, hold on first. Like.
Did you watch the video before we continue the conversation?
You need to watch the video.
You watched it.
Tell me about the video again now, so maybe I can search it and play. What was the video about AY?
I watched it. I watched the one in Togo.
The white lady, she came to Nigeria. I think she's on
route to Cameroon.
Just a trip, just story.
Vacation. So she was riding a power bike from Lagos to Abuja. She was going to Abuja anyway. The police stopped her around Ibadan or somewhere.
The Benin Republic, Cotonou.
Okay, Cotonou. Okay. They stopped her around Ibadan. So they were asking her to bring money. So the lady, she pretended she didn't understand what they were talking about. She knows what's going on. They were using different.
They didn't ask
give us money. Give us money.
No, you're wrong. They didn't give us money. No, it was like they started in a friendly conversation. No, hold on. They started in a friendly conversation. Not that they were compelling her or forcing her. You understand? They were just conversation. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Come on. What did you bring for us? Give us something now. Not like they were forcing her. If you notice,
It's
the
disgraceful.
second Yoruba,
You are talking about
No,
Nigerian
no,
police
no,
are
no,
representing
no,
Nigerians.
you are whitewashing it,
no,
local.
Exactly.
hold on.
At the end of the day, they now came
Somebody,
up
you
and
need to
say, give
watch
us
this.
money.
You need to
No,
watch this.
no. If you notice,
You need to watch
the
this
second
video.
guy, the
It's
second
on Arise
constable,
TV. I forgot the day they
if you
reported
notice,
it.
the second constable, I watch the food, I watch on YouTube.
But is
Oh,
that so
father,
surprising that Nigerian
I
police
was
is
making
asking
my
for bribe?
point before you rudely put me backstage.
She's
You
got a
didn't
YouTube
allow me
channel.
make my
Hey,
point.
Olumide, calm down. Olumide,
I
calm down.
said, will the president provide security
Olumide, calm
against the
down.
government
Olumide, calm
that is
down.
killing farmers in their farm in Benue
You
State?
see,
Olumide, we have a
Olumide,
better.
while you were away, me and Steph
There is a
met Mike.
government that
You
is
would have
killing
been
farmers in
blocking
Benue
it if you
State.
were here. You would have been blocking it.
Hold
There's
on
a
now.
government killing
Olumide,
farmers in Benue.
decorum,
Are they going to provide
decorum.
security?
Can we let Jonaba say something before we just
Yeah,
relate
let
the whole thing
Jonaba
before
say
we close?
something. Olumide,
Or
let
are you going
Jonaba
to
say
allow
something.
the state to have their own police
This
if
platform
the
is
government
very,
cannot provide
it's
security?
very rough. This
Remove
platform.
Olumide. Remove Olumide. I'm supporting you this time.
I'm
I'm
telling
supporting
you,
you this
remove
time.
him.
Remove him.
Come
Take him out.
as you go this time, I'm supporting
Don't
you.
mind him. He
Remove
just
her.
goes and
I'm
starts
supporting you.
talking. What's wrong
Don't
with
remove
you?
him. Don't remove him.
No,
Olumide,
don't
calm
mind
down.
him.
Olumide, calm down.
Please,
Let
Jonaba, say
let
something
Jonaba
before we
say
round up.
something.
Mhm.
No, you guys go ahead and join in your conversation. And when we go to backstage, because some of my things will be too much for this one.
It will
No. Jonaba,
It
I
will be
don't
too
agree.
much for this
Will Tinubu give us
for live
security
show.
for the people of
Now
Benue?
he started again. Can you
You
let me
must
close
tell us.
out?
Tinubu give us security for the people of Benue. You must
Olumide,
answer.
can you
You are
let us
APC
close out?
supporter. You have to talk.
You know what? Somebody needs to elect Olumide to the
You can't
National
be on the
Assembly.
phone.
They should send it to the National Assembly so you go and trouble them there.
If you go there, he'll be like those Labour Party people.
He could have shut his mouth. So let me thank the people for coming in. Obviously, I've thanked the people on the on the panel. I really appreciate the time people come here to spend and educate Nigerians and share your opinions about stuff, even strongly held ones. So let me thank the ones on the chat. Clearly, all these chat people, they have been very, very mean to me today, but I will still thank you all. Some of them call me coconut head. There is nothing they didn't call me today. Why are you people so mean? Just because they disagree with me, they just start insulting me. Hi, Beauty 10, I see you there. James Mark, I see you there. Mark Enelli, thank you for coming in. Okay, Manuel Ferreira. I think that's that Ferreira that comes on panel sometimes. He was continuously abusing me on the chat today. Ferreira, thank you for coming in. I don't appreciate all the insults that you have been giving me today, but it's all good. It's all good. Yemi Ade Konola, thank you for coming in. EJDs, I see you there. Don Anthony, I see you there. Thank you for coming in. Kenriba, thank you for Kenriba is mellowed a little bit. Kenriba used to really dislike my backside, man. That guy hate me. I'll tell you, but it's now nice. Sake, thank you for coming in. Bonaventure OT, thank you for coming in. I think that's OT, Thank you for coming in, OT. I think he was on the panel too.
Jonaba, I will see you
I see you
tomorrow.
there.
I will see you tomorrow morning.
And
I'll be
Kando,
waiting
I
for
see
you,
you there.
Jonaba, tomorrow morning. Okay?
Oh God, this guy, he
Jonaba,
won't
I'll be
even let
waiting
me
for your
go.
reply tomorrow
He
morning.
won't let me thank people at all. Can you, Olumide, do you really want rule of law?
I'm for one Nigeria, don't you know?
Oh God. Thank you for Olumide for being one
I'm
Nigeria.
sorry for Yoruba nation, but the time you
Until I get my Yoruba nation, now one Nigeria no go rest. I swear.
Okocha 10, thank you for coming in. I see you there, Okocha 10. John Anub, I see you there. John Anub, I don't think I've seen that name before. That's a new one. John Anub, you see, can you keep control of your mic, Olumide? Jesus Christ. For your information, thank you for coming in. I appreciate you. Kolata was here too. And let's keep it at that. Let me thank the people that donated. Joseph Oji, thank you for the donation twice. Joseph Oji, you have not been on this panel, though. He does go on another panel. Joseph Oji, I think I've had discussions with him before. Very nice man. Alexander Gomez,
So,
is he? You're muted, Mike. Who is
I
unmuted
know
that
you
mic?
love Tinubu. You are a fan of Tinubu. If not,
Who is a
but
fan of
just let him
Tinubu?
fix Nigeria for us for the next 4 years.
Who is a fan of Tinubu?
I beg, make the guy fix Nigeria.
Alexander Gomez, thank
Suffer
you
too
for the
much. John
donation.
Abba, beg, let me beg.
Can you hold on? Jesus
This
Christ.
guy, sha.
EJDs, thank you for your donation. I appreciate you all. Till next time, let's also remember to subscribe to the channel. We are trying to get to 100,000 as directed by Dr. Damages, and we should also thank Dr. Damages for making this, giving it opportunity for people to have this type of conversations. And till next time, let's get some advice from our Commander-in-Chief.
Just go through these baby steps of pain. Baby step of pain.
Oh God, help us.
I get it. Why did they play this music?